Okay, good morning. Good morning, everyone. If I could have all of my opening speakers come to the very front here, directly in front of the stage. Okay, all of my opening speakers, if you could please make your way to the front. Okay. So as everyone is getting seated, I'll give you folks about a couple more minutes if we could all just make our way into the ballroom. And if you don't mind just queuing back up the music, thank you. Okay, good morning, everyone. I don't think that was loud enough. Good morning, everyone. Much, much better. My name is Talyn Twyman, and I'm the Director of Community Investment for the Department of Public Safety and Correctional Services. I want to welcome each and every one of you to the 2024, and I know it's a mouthful, Maryland Statewide Diversion, Reentry, and Justice Involved Conference. Before we get started with the actual run of show today, we do want to take a moment to honor one of our fallen heroes at DPSCS, Agent Davis Martinez, who was a Division of Parole and Probation agent. And so we do have a very special tribute that we have prepared. And right now, if we could please just take a few seconds to honor him with a moment of silence, and then we'll go right into that tribute. Okay, thank you.
I'm Agent Davis Martinez.
Agent Martinez, how long have you been with the department?
I've been here since August 2018, so I'll say 3 years already.
Just ask anyone who knew him, and they'll tell you right away, Agent Davis Martinez was a remarkable person who touched the lives of many and left an indelible mark on the community.
Very family-oriented, very loving.
So much more than a parole and probation agent, he was a guiding light for those who served and a pillar of strength for his colleagues.
Loving, kind, respectful, courteous, devoted to his job, extremely diligent, a team player, funny, shy. There isn't one word only to describe him.
From the start, Davis demonstrated an unwavering commitment to his role. Almost 6 years ago, he joined parole and probation and quickly became known for his dedication and compassion.
Agent Martinez was such a gentle person. A very compassionate person, but very gentle. He took this job very seriously, and I do mean seriously.
His co-workers at the Silver Spring office where he worked will sorely miss his presence. His sensitivity and willingness to help whenever needed made him a beloved figure among his peers.
Martinez was a beautiful soul. He was the glue here and the glue to his family. There's nothing he wouldn't do for any one of us.
Martinez's former academy instructor remembered him as a great agent from the very beginning. His contributions were invaluable, and his loss leaves a void that will be deeply felt by all.
He was a good person, somebody who wanted to be here, who wanted to change lives, and we lost somebody who was really making an impact in the community.
Davis Martinez was more than an agent. He was an unsung hero, a friend, a confidant, and a true example of what it means to serve with heart. His dedication, compassion, and spirit will continue to inspire us all.
Just working with some great people. A lot of the people that I work with, like, just no issues at all with anyone. Like, we always, like, me and everyone else always get along with each other, and like, overall, like, I do kind of see them almost like a second family.
Okay, thank you so much for taking that moment to help us honor and celebrate the life of Agent Martinez. And now we're going to have a special inspirational video by Nathan Harmon.
I live with these 3 principles, and I promise you, man, they will change everything about who you are. Hard work works, make good choices, and value people. I decided 10 years ago, literally, when this all happened and I went to prison, I was like, you know what? I want to make this promise. I want to keep it to this family. I come from a lot of brokenness. I don't know where to start, but what I do know is the importance of the choices that I make. And so literally, I wrote the word, change the world, and I slapped it on my little prison cell window. And every single day I woke up and I realized, make good choices, great things happen. Aim small, miss small. I promise you, if some of you will just begin to take ownership of your life, and some of you probably are already thriving and doing phenomenal and making good choices, I want to say keep going. Don't give up. Keep pursuing it, because I promise you, every single one of you were meant to leave your fingerprints on history. But I'm here to tell any of you in here, if you're battling, if you're struggling, you've got to know when to cut anchor and go on about your life, because you can't be letting people live rent-free up here. You can't be letting people hold you back, and who you surround yourself with matters.
Change doesn't happen by accident. Change takes intentional choices to be different, and that's just truthful.
Today, I'm going to give my attitude all that I got. I'm going to give working on my character all that I got. I want to try to be responsible with all that I got. I want to be the best me with everything that I got, with all that I got. If we can every day look in the mirror and say, I don't need to be perfect, but I want to progress today. Every day, I'm going to get a little bit better. I promise you, accountability and transparency will change your life. As much as you want to sometimes isolate and be by yourself and think that you can do this on your own, you can't. You're not an island, and you can't do this on your own. And it's, yes, we got to have our good friends. We need to have those people that can encourage us, but it's not just on a horizontal level. There has to be a vertical level. Those coaches, those mentors, those people that have been through some things in life, you need them in your life. You need counselors and people in your life that can see you and see your blind spots, because we normally in life, we will not see our blind spots. Make good choices, great things happen. You see, every choice that I can make, listen, I can't control what you think about me. I can't control your opinion of me. I can't control what you say about me, but I control how I react, respond, and what I do with my life. I'm in control of my life. I don't let external factors control me. I'm in control of my life. Because sometimes life can be tough. Life can be challenging. And sometimes the obstacles in front of you seem like they're too big and it's easier just to lay down. But you know what I remembered? I remember when my dad used to look at me when the kid said, listen, Nathan, life is never going to give you anything, but if you make it and if you build it, nobody can take it from you. Because hard work and tenacity and refusing to quit and chasing your dream, you'll get there, I promise you. Maybe you don't hit the stars, but you'll land on the moon. You just don't give up and you go after it and you stop caring about the opinions of people around you. Stop blaming everybody from your hurts. Take ownership of your life. Take off your mask. Don't fear the bear. Make good choices. Be a best friend. Encourage somebody. Be a voice of hope and inspiration. This is your moment.
Always remember this. Your past never has to be bigger than your future. Maybe we've made some mistakes. Maybe, we did some things that we're not proud of, but the great thing is that people can change.
Okay. People can change, right? People can change. And that's what this work of reentry is all about. So once again, welcome to the 2024 Maryland Statewide Diversion, Reentry, and Justice Involved Conference. We are gathered here with people from all walks of life, all different backgrounds. In preparation for this conference, we received a lot of questions. Well, who is this conference for? It's for everyone. Everyone that has a stake in this work of reentry, especially those that have served time and have come home, and those that are still behind the walls, and we're waiting for you to come home as well. Again, my name is Talyn Twyman, Director of Community Investment for DPSCS. I want to first of all thank our sponsors for this event, My Covenant Place, Alpha Project, Maryland Certified Abuser Intervention Programming, and the Morgan State University. Yes, please give our sponsor, one of our sponsors, a round of applause. And also the Morgan State University Entrepreneurial Development Assistance Center, or EDAC for short. This conference would not be possible without our sponsors. So thank you so very, very much. The conference theme for this year is Reentry Starts from Day One. Reentry starts from day one. Being the child of a father who also served time in the federal system, I know the pains of what happens when we have loved ones that go to prison or even to jail. And I'm also living testimony to say that, you know, the family members, the children, we also play a major part too. And I know that we have a lot of family members here of loved ones who are still behind the walls and those that have also come home. So thank you for being here as well in support of those that have been impacted. So just very, very quickly, I do want to talk about some upcoming things that we have planned through community investment before I welcome our opening speakers to the stage. First of all, through community investment and collaboration all throughout our department, including our reentry unit and other units and divisions, we are going to be committing as a department and with various stakeholders across the state to Reentry 2030. And so just briefly, Reentry 2030 is a national initiative committed to achieving better and more equitable reentry and reintegration outcomes by engaging states to adopt public, ambitious goals that drive system change. And so more information to come regarding Reentry 2030. And so without further delay, I would like to invite our opening speakers to the stage. First and foremost, we have Secretary Carolyn J. Scruggs. Mr. Adam Flash, Deputy Chief of Staff of Public Safety and Homeland Security for the Office of the Governor. Ms. Letitia Carter, Executive Director of My Covenant Place. Judge Karen Friedman, Director of Criminal Justice Innovation, Development, and Engagement with the U.S. Department of Justice. Madam State's Attorney Aisha N. Braveboy of the Office of the State's Attorney for Prince George's County. Chief Edward C. Jackson of the Annapolis Police Department. Mr. Quentin Askew, President and Chief Executive Officer of Maryland Information Network. Are we running out of chairs here? Mr. Johnny Jones, Operations Manager of Living Classrooms and founder of First Monday Empowerment Group. Okay, thank you. And then we'll have a presentation by Dr. Carter to follow. And so now we have a very special message from our governor, Governor Wes Moore.
Hi, everybody. It's Governor Wes Moore. Now it takes all of us to make Maryland stronger. And one of the critical ways to move our state forward is to provide our returning citizens with the resources that they need in order to succeed. Our administration is committed to leaving no one behind, and we are honored to be your partner inside of this work. I want to thank the Department of Public Safety and Correctional Services. I want to thank all of our partner agencies. I want to thank all of our community leaders and also all of our service providers, because together we will make Maryland safer. We will make Maryland more competitive, and we will make Maryland more equitable for today and also for tomorrow. Let's get it done and enjoy the conference.
All right, thank you, Mr. Governor. And now, following Mr. Adam Flash.
So good morning. Wow, that is a horrible look. You guys should probably come up with a different visual for that. But I really appreciate being here today. That's a little better. It's hard to look at, believe me, I see it every morning. So we are so blessed to have the governor we have who leads not only with compassion, but with data and analysis that makes a difference. Yesterday we signed a pardon for 175,000 convictions that will make a difference in Maryland. So, Madam Secretary, distinguished panelists, I'll be very short in my remarks. I want to share a little bit of a personal experience that I've had coming new to this portfolio. I've had the great opportunity to watch Carolyn Scruggs and see her move with passion and conviction, and you are one of the toughest people that I know. You put up with a tremendous amount, and you do it with grace and dignity. I know the governor has the greatest respect for you and what you're doing in this space. I think in years to come, you'll be transformational for this state for decades. So I just want to say that as a teammate. It's usually lonely at the top, but you've got such a phenomenal leadership team. I think that you're in good company. So it is my honor to be here today to support this conference. I've had the opportunity to work closely with Secretary Scruggs and team to see firsthand the restorative nature of this work. I have seen how a justice-involved individuals can make a difference in their community. One such example is a returning citizen that I worked with. So I'm going to paint a picture and then we'll circle back and name him at the end. So imagine an organization helps incarcerated individuals to develop skills to avoid pitfalls. The same organization provides skills in job training, housing, transportation. Imagine the fear of the returning citizen who completes their sentence but faces so many unknowns. Then imagine someone with that same experience who says, I will meet you when you are released and will take you to a place to live. Then tell you that the day after your release, we will find work for you and training that helps you and a means to get you to that job. Imagine the commitment of this agency that creates a depth of support that has a success rate above 90%. Now let's imagine the combined efforts of our state, counties, and local governments in full partnership with community agencies where we provide wraparound services that truly invest in our returning citizens at a scale that makes Maryland a leader in this space. Not only because it is our responsibility both ethically and morally, but because it is a huge investment and has significant return to our state in both GDP and human capital. We are making this reality now, today. Thanks to leaders like Joshua Hatch, the person I refer to in this space. He's a justice-involved individual who spent 10 years incarcerated and is now making a daily difference in the lives of our returning citizens as the Vice President of Diversion and Reentry for the Anne Arundel County Community Action Agency. This is our governor's vision to leave no one behind and to make our state stronger by doing what is right, what is just, and what is needed for every citizen, especially our returning citizens. Thank you so much, and I look forward to the conference.
Thank you, Adam. And next, we have another video.
So this is where I lived for 27 years of my life. Our housing was on the second and third floor, and the funeral home was actually on that first level.
From humble beginnings in a bedroom above her family's small funeral home in East Baltimore, Carolyn J. Scruggs has risen from a little girl walking to school to a woman all the way at the top, running one of the largest departments in Maryland state government.
You never realize when you're young how much you're able to impact other people's lives.
These East Baltimore streets still harbor the legacy of Secretary Scruggs' parents, including a huge mural featuring her dad.
So the park was commemorated in the name of my father. because he was all about supporting the kids.
And all about making sure his kids did not let a zip code or other perceived limitations define them. And they did not. Carolyn graduated high school at age 16. Her brother Calvin runs the funeral business today and is still heavily involved in helping local kids. Carolyn became a correctional officer and today is the first person to ascend all the way from correctional officer to secretary, and the first African American woman to ever run the Department of Public Safety and Correctional Services.
And as we celebrate Black History Month, Secretary Carolyn J. Scruggs, what would you like for our audience to know about you growing up in East Baltimore and then going on to college and moving on as the secretary? What would you like for our audience to know, especially our younger audience?
Yeah, I would say that, you know, never underestimate your ability to do anything. I always tell everybody, I'm the little girl from East Baltimore. Everybody knew me, but I sat on the steps because I was the geek that educated, reading, you know. My brother was the more social one into everything. So who would have ever thought, like I always say, that the little girl that sat here and just played with her dolls and read her books and all would be running a state organization? I never would have thought it.
As a former correctional officer and a woman whose mother is still the defining force in her life, Secretary Scruggs cares deeply about people, about her correctional, parole and probation, and public safety employees. And as a city kid who's seen her share of struggle, she's also caring about the programming that helps improve the lives of those incarcerated who truly want to change.
Now, running this system, I understand that the people that we're dealing with are humans first. They're someone's loved one, so their care and custody is very important to me. And to educate them and to provide them with better opportunities that they may not have gotten while they were on the street. So the opportunities that I was afforded, I'd love to give that to that community that I now oversee. And that's why you see the robust education programs in the department. That's why you see the growing trade opportunities in the department, because I want them to be better than they were when they came to us. You listen to our governor all the time. He speaks about leaving no one behind. Well, he's not omitting that prison population because he understands that we have individuals there that can be dynamic, that can go on to be successful and be mentors and actually show people that I may have fallen down once, but look what I'm doing now.
All right. And without further delay, and no, we did not call each other this morning to coordinate our outfits. I'd like to announce Secretary Carolyn J. Scruggs, my boss.
Good morning. So first, to Lynn, thank you, but I'm going to get you later for that. Didn't expect. Good morning again to everyone. Just so honored and thrilled to have each and every one of you here with us today. I want to take a moment and give to Lynn a round of applause for the dynamic job she's done. I will tell you, she has worked tirelessly. We have had late night calls, early morning calls, whenever she could get to me, just so that we could actually get this done and accomplished. Today is a phenomenal day for the Maryland Department of Public Safety and Correctional Services. If you don't know, we are in a situation where we are transforming lives. Yes, we are still holding people accountable based on what the court says, but we have a new vision. The new vision came with the Moore Miller administration to leave no one behind. And that's when I knew, indeed, it was my responsibility to give my all to those individuals that are incarcerated with us and to make sure that they have opportunities that they may not have had when they were on the outside. So as you continue to work with us and see us grow, I encourage you to pour into those individuals that are still behind the walls and that are watching us today, because this is being live streamed into the prisons, if you did not know. Many of these men and women have phenomenal skills. They are dynamic, as I said in my video. I've had the opportunity to sit and talk with them, to walk with them, to hear what their passions and desires are. And we're going to bring a lot of that into the Maryland Department of Public Safety and Correctional Services. One of the things that I do want to recognize, if you don't know, is that a few months ago, we signed an MOU with the University of Maryland system and Chancellor Perman. And what that is going to allow us to do is to bring every institution in the state of Maryland behind the walls. This will afford a degree or certificate opportunity to all of our incarcerated individuals that have GEDs or high school diplomas. And right now in Maryland prisons, there are about 8,000 individuals that qualify. So I was only trying to impact one life, but if I can impact 8,000, just imagine what we're going to do when they're going to come back in the community and walk beside you and be the dynamic individuals they can be. So continue to do what you're doing. Continue to uplift those individuals. One mistake does not define them. Many of them want to do better. I see some of them sitting here in the audience today. I smile as I hug some of my friends here that have recently been released and are already out here doing great things. I say to you, continue to shine. Thank you for coming today and supporting. I want to thank everybody here on the stage for supporting us in every way that you do. And have a great conference.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. And now we're going to switch the order just a little bit because there is someone on our panel that has to catch a flight. And so, being extremely mindful, I'd like to welcome to the stage another one of my very dear friends in this work, Judge Karen Friedman, who is the Director of Criminal Justice Innovation, Development, and Engagement with the U.S. Department of Justice. No worries.
This one? Hello? Or this? Hello? That's works. Okay. Thank you so much, Lynn. Thank you so much for having me here today. For those who don't know me, before I joined Department of Justice and got that ridiculously long title, I was a judge in Baltimore for over 20 years, so I may look familiar to many people. And when I was sitting on the bench, during that time, I would see the same individuals over and over again. And I would see records that would date back to the 80s, and I just couldn't understand why. And when I started to really have in-depth conversation with these individuals, I began to understand that if we do not address the underlying conditions that these people are struggling with, the in and out cycle, in for 6 months, out for a year, in for 3 years, out for a year, and so on, would just never end. So when I took the job at the Department of Justice, I was encouraged to pick the areas of the criminal justice system that I was most concerned with and that I felt the most invested in. So I chose courts for the obvious reasons. That was my area of expertise. But then corrections and reentry. It was courts, corrections, and reentry. And the reason is because in reality, it is a continuum of care. If each part of that equation, courts, corrections, reentry, would live up to their potential to help individuals address underlying needs that other public safety nets, frankly, have failed to do, then we can stop the cycle. And people can do more than just re-enter and not recidivate, but they could actually reintegrate into our society. And that is the goal. That's what it's all about. It is, you know, in this job, I travel the country, and some of the most incredible people that I have met doing the best work and impacting their communities in tremendous ways are people with lived experience who have seen up close the failings of the system and knows what people need to really reintegrate. Those closest to the problem are closest to the solutions. One of the things I am most excited about to see throughout the country is that these voices are now more and more around the table. It is so exciting and so necessary. And this conference is so exciting. Thank you for all that you do. I am thrilled that my home state is taking this initiative and looking at strategies and prioritizing reentry. I'm so thankful to Secretary Scruggs and to the Department of Public Safety and the governor, and of course my dear friend Lynn, for really just taking this issue and really making it a priority. We all must collectively look at the continuum of care that I spoke about and see how each part can be improved. It is about dignity, it is about public safety, it is about equity, and it is about community. Thank you so much for all that you do for your community. Have an amazing conference.
Judge Friedman, thank you so much for your wonderful remarks. And now I'd like to bring up to the podium one of our sponsors for the event, the Executive Director of My Covenant Place, Ms. Letitia Carter.
Morning. Good morning. Okay, there we go. I'm Letitia Carter, and I'm the Executive Director of My Covenant Place, and I am thrilled to welcome you all to the 2024 Maryland Statewide Diversion Reentry and Justice Involved Conference. It is an honor to stand before hundreds of you today. Those of you who are dedicated agencies and people who are working in the field, and those of you who have interfaced with criminal justice involved agencies and that has impacted our community. This event is a result of a bold and brave collaborative. My Covenant Place, we here are proud to sponsor for year 2, not year 1, but year 2, this conference. And I would like to extend my gratitude to Maryland Department of Public Safety and Correctional Services, Madam Secretary Scruggs, my colleague and good friend Lynn, and Maryland EDAC for being a co-sponsor of this event here. Today, I want to highlight and promote those of you who work on the front line, working in the trenches, and those of you who interface directly with the system. The importance of our work cannot be overstated, and by focusing on community-based solutions, we aim to reduce the reliance on mass incarceration and strictly punitive measures. Our goal is to create a supportive environment where individuals can address their underlying issues. Our nonprofit is dedicated to providing comprehensive services to victims and their families, ensuring that they have supports in place to be able to heal and thrive. And that's a very personal thing to me, because I often don't share that I was a survivor of intimate partner violence. This experience deeply informs my commitment to our mission at My Covenant Place. I did my personal work, I healed, and I decided that I wanted to give back to survivors of domestic violence. And I did so with a big sense of pride. And I never apologized for it. But the interesting thing happened to me. I started to look at the total picture of domestic violence. And that involved 2 people, not just the one who was victimized, but the one who was violent and or aggressive. And so with that, I started to grasp the importance of intervention. I began to see why programming and services for those who were violent or abusive mattered. I wanted to do more. So I want to get certified. I flew to Boston and got certified. I didn't want to be about the talk. I wanted to be about the walk. So my Covenant Places certified and state approved abuser intervention program, we believe in change. We believe that people can change. When you give them the opportunity, when you give them the tools, all things are possible. And that's what our certified AIP program does. While we hold them accountable for their behavior, we give them the tools to be able to change, and we monitor that. We firmly believe that people can change when they have the desire to, and we want to continue to be that catalyst. So throughout the day, you have the opportunity to listen, you have the opportunity to engage, and you have the opportunity to be a part of the solution. I encourage you to take full advantage of these sessions, network, and to share your insights and experience. So in closing, I want to thank each and every one of you for your dedication to this cause. Diversion, reentry matters. Together we are change makers, and together we are advocates, and together we are the focus that will drive this whole entire movement forward. And so let's make today not just a productive and inspiring day, but a transformational day. Let's leave here with renewed energy, fresh ideas, and unwavering resolve to continue this critical work. Remember, the future of our commitments depend on the actions that we take every day and today. Thank you so much, and enjoy the conference.
Thank you, Ms. There we go. Thank you, Ms. Carter. And who went to Morgan State University or graduated from here? Raise your hand, stand, holler, scream. Come on now, come on. We're at MSU, all right. Well, with that being said, we have a video now from Omar Mohammed, who is the executive director of Morgan State's very own EDAC program, and our event co-sponsor for today.
Great day, everybody. Omar Mohammed here, helping you improve and progress in business and in life. Welcome to Morgan State University. Glad to see everybody here for the 2024 Maryland Statewide Diversion, Reentry, and Justice Involved Conference. I know that was a mouthful. Today is going to be full of great opportunities and workshops. But before we get started, I wanted to bring your attention to some of the activities that we have here at Morgan State University through the Entrepreneurial Development and Assistance Center. We were awarded some funding from the Minority Business Development Agency to work with formerly incarcerated individuals. As you can see on the screen, we have an initiative called RIDE, Returning Citizens Inspired to Develop Entrepreneurial Ventures. We have a number of activities, starting with our entrepreneurial training. So we come out to organizations and we work with their participants around exploring entrepreneurship. This fall, we'll have an 8-week entrepreneurship training program. So looking forward to having that. We also have on-demand content We have 2 podcasts. We have the Breakthrough Podcast, and we also have Ride University. We will, in the fall, we'll have some continuing education where we'll bring individuals onto this platform and on campus to provide resources for budding and existing entrepreneurs. And speaking of budding and existing entrepreneurs, if that's you, we have some resources available for you as well. We have business assistants. So if you're looking to explore an idea with a business advisor, or if you are already in business and you need some assistance, we can help you with that as well. And then finally, we have our annual event, which will take place in the fall. So stay tuned. You can reach us a number of ways. You can reach us online at edacmorgan.com. That's EDAC Morgan.com. We're also on Instagram and on Twitter. Instagram and Facebook. And you can reach us at Ride Small Biz. That's BIZ. Ride Small Biz on Facebook and on Instagram. Hope you take a lot of good notes, meet some new people, find some resources to help you with your business. Until we see each other again, continue to improve and progress. Peace.
Okay. And Mr. Muhammad could not be here with us today because he's actually traveling abroad on business on behalf of the very same program, EDAC. So again, Mr. Muhammad, thank you. And now I'd like to bring to the podium Madam State's Attorney Aisha N. Braveboy of the Office of the State's Attorney for Prince George's County.
Good morning, everyone. I am honored to share in today's theme for this amazing conference, Reentry Starts from Day One, which is so very important because in order for our justice-involved persons who return to our communities to reach their maximum potential, they must begin to obtain resources and training when they enter the facilities and not just when they're on their way out the door. I would like to acknowledge our extraordinary governor and my good friend Wes Moore for all that he does for our great state. Also, thank you, Secretary Scruggs, for inviting me to be a part of this important conference and for partnering with my office on so many important programs. Warden Holland, thank you for all that you do, and most recently for your invaluable assistance with the Untold Story of Justice-Involved Women and Girls Conference hosted by my office last month. And thank you, Ms. Twyman, for your extraordinary partnership with my office on so many levels. While my office works hard to prosecute and hold offenders accountable, we also recognize that the justice system must be holistic. Like all of you, I believe that individuals who have served their time deserve the opportunity to fully reintegrate into society and be provided with necessary tools for successful reentry. I have said many times that hope is the most valuable currency we have as humans. And that is why my office has put multiple initiatives in place to give people hope by facilitating their successful reentry into society. And I have led by example by employing returning citizens in my office, including a reformed juvenile lifer. My Conviction and Sentencing Integrity Unit has successfully worked to review disparities in excessive sentences and/or reconsider convictions, especially for youthful offenders. And I'm not just talking about those under the age of 18, but also those who are biologically considered adolescents, those who are 18 through 26 as well. And over 50 individuals have returned home to their families as a result of the work of that unit. We also have an emerging adult program that provides life skills services to DPSCS inmates between the ages of 18 and 26. And I want to thank Secretary Scruggs for really leading her department, even as Assistant Secretary, when we wanted to first implement that program. I want to thank you personally for believing in us. We have now graduated 3 classes of individuals, and none of them have returned to your facilities, thank goodness. So what we know is that this works. When you believe in people and you give them hope and opportunity, it actually works. We continue to be actively involved in the court system's effort to divert individuals from long-term incarceration. This includes reentry court, which provides intensive assistance over time, as well as other courts such as drug court, veterans court, and mental health court. We've expanded in my office our diversion efforts as well as our reentry efforts. And as part of our reentry unit, which Mrs. Leslie Johnson, who herself is a returning citizen who you'll hear from today, heads, on May 17th, we hosted a groundbreaking conference entitled The Untold Story of Justice-Involved Women and Girls. I felt strongly this conference was needed because for so long, these women and girls' stories have not been told and their unique issues have not been addressed. We heard from women currently incarcerated at MCIW and formerly incarcerated women. We have also had persons with lived experiences and others really address those issues that we as society, as elected officials, as appointed officials, really need to focus on as it relates to our women and girls. And so I believe this inaugural conference was not just a conference itself, but the start of a movement. And there are so many additional steps we need to take to bring equity to our women and girls who are in our justice system. Again, I cannot thank all of you enough for hosting this conference as well. This is so important that we continue to focus on all of the residents here in the state of Maryland, including those behind the wall. So thank you so much and enjoy this phenomenal conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam State's Attorney. And now I'd like to announce Chief Edward C. Jackson of the Annapolis Police Department.
Good morning. Good, I like the enthusiasm. First of all, it's a pleasure and an honor to be sitting here with some of these most distinguished panelists. Many of you I've seen on TV or read about you. So it's pretty neat to be up here with you. I'm going to be short, Lynn. Lynn and I go way back. I want to thank you, first of all, for inviting me. And before I get started with my remarks, can you stand up, Rob Horn from the Annapolis Police Department? He's a police officer, y'all. And then I see Archie Trader, Morgan alum, former director of Parks and Recs in Annapolis. And then my good friend, Bishop Charlie Carroll. He pastors a large church in the city of Annapolis. So they're here today to participate in the conference. And I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge my deputy chief, best deputy chief in the state of Maryland, Stanley Branford. It's a lot of people here today that I know. I see my fraternity brothers. I know your story, very powerful one, for those of you who don't know. And I see my good friend, former mayor of Baltimore City, Jack Young. So great to see you too, sir. Now, I just want to leave you with something. I've been in policing for 41 years. I joined the Baltimore Police Department in 1982 at the age of 22. And I was looking for an opportunity, to be honest with you, and hoping that the federal government would pay off my student loans if I served. So that was my main motivation. I figured, you know, I would either crash the car or something bad would happen, and at least my loans would be paid off. But here I am all these years later. But I want to share something with you very quickly. I listened very carefully to the remarks, and they were some very powerful remarks. But I want to share something, and I actually want you to write this down, either in your memory or physically write this down. Reentry is about so many things that it would really take hours to discuss. That needs to be a separate conference in and of itself when you talk about the root cause of crime. So I'll start off by saying this. You know, why would you have peace? We have a whole lot of men, the vast majority of them in the state of Maryland, are men of color, who came from backgrounds where they never had a chance the day they came out of their mother's womb due to how we operate as a society, how America operates. Why would you have peace? Now, I'm a policeman, right? But why would you have peace when you have drug addiction, broken families, sisters struggling to raise their children, fathers absent, fentanyl, alcohol dependency, mental illness? I mean, you have all these things operating, and it's almost laughable that because we enact laws, we expect people to behave. People have to have motivation to behave. Are you still with me? I figured you liked that, Rob. I want you to write this down. There are 6 institutions of social control, very important institutions of social control. The first 3 are the institution of family. The second one is education. And the third one are our faith-based institutions. I'm not prescribing to a particular religion, all religions. The Abrahamic religions all teach peace. Family, faith, and education. When those 3 are not operating in the community effectively, we're going to have the other 3. And the other 3 are police, courts, and corrections. Everybody still with me? We want more family, faith, and education so that we don't have to have police, courts, and corrections. Does that make sense? And so it's my prayer that this conference, and boy, I'm delighted to see so many faces. There's so many people here that I've had relationships. So I'm delighted, and it's really great to be here. Reentry is about a lot of things, and diversion. I asked the Annapolis people to stand because when the mayor asked me to come and bring community policing to Annapolis after having served almost 25 years in Baltimore as a policeman, I just asked him if I could do certain things. And at the time I was appointed 5 years ago, I had just reached my 60th birthday. So I said, at this stage in my life, I can't be co-opted by a lot of these things that don't make any sense. Next month, I celebrate my 65th birthday on July 17th. We share that together. And it's my vision before I leave Annapolis that the police department in the city of Annapolis, our capital city, creates the model for all law enforcement agencies in Maryland to emulate. We can no longer afford this thing that some characterize as a prison industrial complex where the misery from the community feeds the least of these into these prisons. That does more damage than wars, than all the wars combined, in my view. So let this be the vanguard and the beginning of a movement. We need to strengthen our communities, our neighborhoods. We need to get lead out of the water. We need to get all of those things, former mayor, so that we don't have to send people to prison. Give them a fair chance. But once they're there, most are going to come back, according to the U.S. Bureau of Prisons. The vast majority of the people who are incarcerated are going to come back, Secretary. They're going to come back into the community, and we have to change the narrative. We have to provide the support so they don't go back to the same lifestyles that got them incarcerated in the first place. And as a police chief, because I have some people in my department says, well, I remember the good old days, Chief. Yeah, I remember the good old days, too. Some people think the Middle Passage was the good old days. Some people think the Jim Crow era was the good old days. So I'm not going to go retro to talk about the good old days. Now we need to move forward, and we need to applaud the governor. Yesterday, my face was delighted. And I'm going to close by saying this, because I promised Lynn I would keep it short. But I'm going to close by saying this, that law enforcement has to change. I love everybody, just about everybody in this panel mentioned the word accountability. Yeah, we can't have trigger pullers roaming around in our streets. We can't have child molesters. We can't have people climbing through windows and separating you from your wallets and your vehicles. I get that. But we have to do a better job collectively in providing the opportunity so that prison is not the destiny of so many of our children and our young men. Does that make sense? Because as a police chief, I'm more interested in public safety than law enforcement. I'm more interested in public safety. Public safety creates the environment that we can all thrive and we can all raise our children. We don't have to worry about our kids getting shot on the playground just trying to enjoy a nice day. So I'm more interested in public safety than law enforcement. It's two different things. We use those interchangeably. Reentry and diversion is about creating good public safety. So remember, as I sit down, have a wonderful conference. We want more what? Family, faith, and school. So we'll have less what? Police, courts, and corrections. I'm Ed Jackson, Chief of Annapolis. Rude.
I told him to keep it short. Thank you, Chief. Thank you. And now I'm happy to announce, well, actually, let's pull up the next visual here before I announce this person. So, I need all of you to take out your cell phones and do me a favor. Text the word reentry, all one word, to 898-211. 898-211. Again, the word reentry, R-E-E, two E's, N-T-R-Y. It's also on the screen, but if you can't see it. So the Maryland Department of Public Safety and Correctional Services, we are pleased to announce that we have officially partnered with the Maryland Information Network, Maryland 211, to bring to all of Maryland statewide resources on reentry. Why is this important? This is important because this has never been done ever in the history of the state of Maryland. We have resources regarding food insecurities, homelessness. You know, those statewide databases are maintained. This is the first one online for reentry. And so we are officially announcing our partnership, and I'd like to announce and bring up to the podium Mr. Quentin Askew, who's the President and Chief Executive Officer of Maryland Information Network. Thank you.
Hello, good morning, everybody. Now I feel like I don't have to come up here after Chief, and I feel like I gotta have some numbers to say and things of that nature, but I want to first give thanks to Secretary Scruggs and Director Twyman for our partnership that we have. Again, I appreciate being a part of this panel. Before we do start, I also want to recognize in the back, she's going to kill me, but our director, Ms. Cherie Campbell, who you'll see running around in the community. You can wave, Cherie, I know you don't want to stand up. But she'll be running around in the community to make connections with most of you here to see how we can better support. So again, my name is Quentin Askew. I am President and CEO of Maryland Information Network, 211 Maryland. So we are the state's Health and Human Service referral line. So what that means is that anyone across the state, you can dial 211 and be connected to any health or human service. Or you can dial 988 and be connected to any one of our mental health or behavioral health services 24/7, 365. And so just briefly, we're excited to share our partnership with Director Twyman. As she mentioned, we will have a customized resource database specifically for our citizens that we would like to support. So those resources will be vetted, they will be taken care of 24/7, they will be accessible, but folks will also have direct connection to our 211 lines. And the most important part is that with our texting program, we will make sure that folks will have access to this information through text. right? So it's like having a case manager in your pocket. That information will be available when you need it. Because if you have kids like me, they don't talk anymore, they text, they want everything by the phone. And so we want to make information available and accessible no matter where you are. So again, I thank you, Secretary Scruggs, for your partnership, Director Twyman, and I appreciate all of you here and look forward to the partnership. Thank you.
All right, and if I could have come to the stage very quickly, Ellen Rappaport and Assistant Secretary Brooks for a special presentation.
So again, you can see that DPSCS is doing dynamic things. 211 is a major step for us. Going back to what the chief says, it enforces the public safety in our title, that we are more than just corrections. We are public safety. So we are honored to be able to partner with you today. And on behalf of Governor Moore, I would like to read a governor's citation for you. The State of Maryland, Governor of the State of Maryland, to Maryland Information Network, greetings. Be it known that on behalf of the citizens of this state, in recognition of your commitment to strengthening Maryland communities and partnering with the Department of Public Safety and Correctional Services on the creation of the first statewide online reentry database for reentry resources by using Maryland 211, we thank you for this great work and express our sincerest appreciation to your contribution to leave no one behind. We are so pleased to confer upon you this governor's citation. Signed, Governor Wes Moore, Lieutenant Governor Aruna Miller, and Secretary of State Susan Lee. Thank you so much.
You will hear from Executive Director Ellen Rappaport and Assistant Secretary Renard Brooks later, who are at the head of our reentry and treatment for the department. So thank you all. Thank you, President Askew. And now I'd like to bring up to the podium Johnny Jones, who is the Operations Manager of Living Classrooms and founder of First Monday Empowerment Group.
Say, wow, wow. I'm just as surprised and just overwhelmed with the panel myself of being here. I had a whole thing to say, but after hearing Secretary Scruggs, I wanted to say one thing. Who would have known? Who would have known? I heard her say that in the video. Who would have known? And maybe she was talking about her own story, but I want to give you a few stories myself. There are many men and women that we call returning citizens. I don't like using returning citizens any longer because once you come out, you have returned. Now you're just a citizen as long as you're doing the right thing. So you're just citizen. You're not returning anymore. I said that in Annapolis 6 years ago when I spoke down there, and they said, you are a returning citizen. I said, no, I've been home for 5 years. I'm a citizen. I'm no longer returning. I've returned. So I don't want to use returning any longer because I've already returned. And I'm doing great things in the community. I'm doing great things in my life, and I'm helping others. So I heard Secretary Scruggs say, who would have known? And I could tell you a story about many men and women that came out and done great things. Great things. I have Mr. Alonzo Turner Bay, who's doing great things. Yes, yes. Mr. Earl Young, who's doing very great things with the city. And I do, and I will be remiss, it would be remiss if I don't mention the place that I work for, who is a reentry program, and that's the Living Classrooms staff and management. Can you stand up for a minute? I have my managing director, and I have my director. I have all staff here who does great work with the returning citizen community. We've done great work. You have Mr. Anthony Muhammad standing in the back, who's doing great work with the ACLU. And I see a few other friends that I've met on my course and my road to success, as you may have called it. But success with me that you deem successful may not be success for me, because there's a lot more things that I want to do. But I said I wanted to use this word, who would have known? Who would have known that in 1983, that a 16, just turned 17-year-old young boy without a GED, high school diploma, will be standing before you right now? Who would have known that? Who would have known that he would have been charged, convicted, and sentenced to life and 5 years and serve 30 years and be before you presenting today? Who would have known that? Who would have known that? Who would have known that he dedicated himself to get his GED and go on to get his college degree? Who would have known that? Who would have known that he would come home to a workforce development program, Living Classrooms, who opened their arms and let him in and gave him some skills that he could be successful? Who would have known that? Who would have known that he would go on to create and establish and found the First Money Empowerment Group, which deals with returning citizens, men and women, for 12 years? Who would have known that? Who would have known that we would give a family cookout every year for the last 10 years to celebrate the accomplishments of these men and women? Who would have known that? There's some people in here know that, but who would have known that? And I'm gonna be mindful of my time, so I'm gonna say, I'm gonna tell you this, I promise you this. I asked that question, who would have known? And I guarantee you, you look to your left and you look to your right. And tomorrow morning, when you wake up and you go to do your rituals, brush your teeth, wash your face, I guarantee you that the answer to that question will reveal itself. Do everybody understand what I'm saying? When you look at that one thing while you brushing your teeth and washing your face, it will reveal itself. That person, and you all are sitting right here, you know. You know that reentry could change lives. You know that the process and the ability of a person to change could come here and be standing on a stage with the secretary, the chief, and a few other dignitaries. You knew that because you believe in reentry. You believe in this cause. I've done a lot of work. I didn't know Brother Horn was here. We've done work with him. I went into the institution with Secretary Scruggs. I've done work with a lot of you here. Too many to mention. But look at that mirror tomorrow morning, and that will be the answer to that question. Who would have known that I could be standing here before you today? And there are many, many men and women that could do the same thing. First Money Empowerment Group deals with men and women daily. No person left behind, as we say. We have a saying that we say in our groups: failure is not an option. Failure is not an option. I will leave that with you. Thank you very much, and I appreciate all the work that you do.
It looks like I have a collection of mics here that are just accumulating. Thank you, Johnny. All right, so that now concludes the opening remarks section of our conference. this is not the end of the conference. And now we're going to transition into a special presentation with Dr. Carter of My Covenant Place. So with that being said, thank you all very much for all of your wonderful remarks, the work that you do. Thank you. And we're going to continue with the program.
You can take some of those microphones if you like. Thank you. Are we ready? Lynn, are we ready? Oh, okay. Good morning, everyone. We're going to be showing a quick slide presentation. Feel free to follow along with the slides or listen to me. Either way, you're going to get the information. My name's Dale Carter. I'm from My Covenant Place, one of the sponsoring institutions for this program. We're going to talk about diversion programming. And let's talk about diversions and what they are and what they are not. Diversion programs, in our mind, are programs that focus on reducing our reliance on mass incarceration as a strictly punitive measure, as a response to very complex social dynamics such as homelessness, mental illness, substance use, and poverty. So why do we use diversion programs? It costs too much, right, to lock people up, and it doesn't actually work. Nobody actually really gets better in prison. We keep people warehoused and then release them back into the community and expect them to do better. That doesn't really work. So it's a moral issue, it's a social issue, and an economic cost that doesn't really have a place for a modern working society. So how does diversion actually work for us? Well, it seeks to implement interventions that are centered on particular persons that have particular needs. We want to do alternative ways to restore people without actually harming them. We talk a lot about unmet mental health issues, substance abuse issues that are not being addressed until they get back out into the community, and by then it may be a bit too late. So we want to reduce the collateral consequences. When we say collateral consequences, that's a fancy word to say people, families, communities. Those are the collateral things that actually happen with a criminal conviction. So we were happy when we heard Governor Moore pardoned 177,000 people. That's a form of diversion, a policy form of diversion, because you say, well, what does that matter? It matters a lot to those 177,000 people, right? It matters a lot to their families because those are removing barriers to housing, employment, and other types of services. So diversion looks a lot different for a lot of people in a lot of different communities. So traditionally, diversion has been used as a pretrial and a post-conviction alternatives to incarceration. Our goal is ultimately to get folks out of the system and keep them out of the system. And so Oh, I'm probably ahead of my slides here. So anyway, how does diversion help? We focus on root problems. We engage the community. We also look to center people's humanity, that everybody's a human. They're not a number. They're not a commodity. They're not the product. So why not incarceration? Well, by now, even the most obtuse person would know it's not a sustainable model. You can't keep locking people up and think it's going to be helpful. The only people that are for that are people who actually run prisons as a business, and they're making a lot of money. And so we know that keeping people out of incarcerated systems, it's just going to be it makes smart business, makes smart communities for all of us. And needless to say, that Black and Hispanic folks and other people of color are less likely to receive pretrial detention, even after controlling for criminal history. The research is actually fairly clear, and it's actually kind of crazy to keep doing the same research over and over and keep telling us, oh, we need to study this a little bit more. No, we don't. We know it doesn't work. Locking people up doesn't work. It just is not going to be helpful. So what about diversion? Does diversion work? What's the alternative to incarceration? Well, we know that am I on the right slide? Okay, yes. We know that diversion decreases a person's probability of being reconvicted and increases opportunities for employment by over 50%. Rather than spending time behind bars, we try to get people out in the community as soon as possible to reintegrate them back into, I heard we talk about change. Change is part of the environment that we want to keep folks within. So that's our entry point to talk about where I work at, is at My Covenant Place. And we work hard with a lot of challenging clients sometimes. I always tell them, you can't scare me. I got 5 sisters. What are you talking about? Nothing's going to do anything like that to me. But so we have a couple different programs, or our umbrella of the Alpha program. And that's our men's program, which is the AIP program, which is the Abusers Intervention program. We have the Fatherhood and Parenting program. And we have a hybrid, which we combine the best of both of those programs into one. Some running anywhere from 16 weeks to about 36 weeks. For the women's side, we have the Alternative Behavioral Circle and the Anger and Aggression Management piece, and universal programs we have on responsible decision making, impaired driving and DUI, aggression and anger management, which is a co-ed group, behavioral health programming, which encompasses a lot of other programs, which are psychopharmacological, psych evals, and the such substance use. But the best thing about My Covenant Place is about our staff. We have a really great staff, eclectic staff with a lot of different skills, know-how, and a commitment to get the job done, whatever it takes. I can tell you our interventions are based on research. We have access to a lot of different data, and we're collecting a lot of different data. We only use strategies that actually work for our population. Our population is not normally white suburban people. That's not our population. We'll just be honest with you. We work with folks that need different strategies. And so we're open and receptive to doing whatever it takes to make it happen. So, and by doing that, we like to think we create the environment that fosters change for folks, whatever they're trying to get accomplished. But our main piece is actually focusing on collaboration, teaching other people to focus on collaboration. And we're also very careful about who we're actually collaborating with. Because sometimes everybody doesn't have the same goal that you have, so we do a lot of thinking about what we can do better, both short and long term. but the focus is always going to be on collaboration. So how do you get to us? Referral form. Just if you're a provider agency, you're within the courts, probation, parole, just fill out that simple form and send it to us. We'll get your clients evaluated, get them into the right program, and we'll keep that collaborative relationship going on and on. I don't know what this one is. Let's see. This is a protocol. Oh, this just tells you how that referral process works. That things come from the court all the way down to the person being kept updated monthly. We do monthly intakes and monthly calls and monthly reports. And you probably would receive a call from me from time to time. I've been known to just call people out of the blue and tell you how things are going with your clients. That's about it. I think they told me I only got 10 minutes, but I could have went up here all day. So I'm trying to stay with the slides. And so we good? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Carter from My Covenant Place. Again, we appreciate you sharing information about your work in diversion. And now I know that we are running behind time, so we're going to keep the program going so we can try to stay on time. So with that being said, we're going to go ahead and transition into the next panel. The next, actually the first panel of today, which is the best practices, success stories panel. So for those on the success stories panel, if you could please come to the stage.
Hello.
Hello. Yes. You.
All right, is everyone's mic working?
Hello?
Yes.
Okay,
I think
perfect.
so.
All right.
Testing.
So, again, good morning to everyone. For those that just walked in, we are the Success Stories panel. And success, when we talk about reentry, looks different for each and every person. So we have folks on the panel that represent different aspects of reentry. With us, we have Ms. Ellen Rappaport, who is the Executive Director for Reentry Services for the Department of Public Safety and Correctional Services. We have Ms. Carlita Brown, who is the author of It Takes One to Know One, Pivot Reentry Manager as well. Mr. Alonzo Turner Bay, who is a part of the DPSCS Lived Experience Committee, and he's a certified peer recovery specialist. We also have Ms. Leslie Johnson, JD, who is the Director of Reentry Services and Community Partnerships with the Office of the State's Attorney for Prince George's County, Maryland. And she's also the Chair of Pathway to Healing and Restoration. And last but not least, Mr. Daryl C. Green, MSW, PhD, who is a PhD candidate, rather, almost there, with Morgan State University School of Social Work and Deep Forgiveness. Okay, and so we'll get started with Ellen and then Carlita, Alonzo, Leslie, and Daryl, and all will share about their work and what success in the work of reentry means to them.
Thanks, Lillian. It's great to be here. It's great to see some old friends as well. My name is Ellen Rappaport. I've been in this space for about 30 years. My background's really in public health, and I've spent about 23 of those years right here in Maryland doing a lot of work in what was never called reentry. It was always called discharge planning. So I'm thrilled to sort of walk you through a brief history of how I got into this work. I was in the medical and mental health side of things, making sure that when our patients left the prison system, they got all the medicines they needed, linkage to services in the community, and really trying to focus in on getting them from point A to point B. What I didn't realize, and I was on the front lines, what I didn't realize was that there was a whole other area of reentry services. I was only focused on the medical side. And so I learned over the years that there's a whole another side. You got to look at the whole person. You can't just look at one aspect. And unfortunately, over the years, a lot of people really do continue to work in their silos. And success to me, as I look at this and full circle, I've been at the department now for 8 months, really looking at integrating every department that we have inside the prison walls has some finger in reentry. Reentry starts at day one. That's the theme, right? So every department has a finger in reentry. It's not just the reentry specialists. It's not just the medical people. It's not just the discharge planners. Everyone has a stake in the matter. And it is about public safety, as the commissioner said of Annapolis. I'm thrilled to sort of start this panel of success because I truly believe this panel is amazingly success stories. We will have that. I think the last thing I'd like to say in terms of what success is to me is to listen to each other, have that humanity to be able to change policy, look at where we have to be today versus when I first started in this field, because we have to move along with what the community and our partnerships are doing to keep people, again, on the road to successful recovery in the community. So I thank you a lot. I want to give a shout out to my esteemed team in the audience, reentry specialists across the state who do amazing work, and many of you that we are partnering with from the community side. Thank you.
All right. Ellen, thank you. And next, Ms. Carlita Brown.
What was the question?
What does success look like to you? What is your success story?
Tell your story.
Tell your story.
Forgive me. So there was a time that I identified myself as 916063. But today, I identify myself as Carlita. That is my name, but who I am is Asabi. Asabi speaks to who I am. Carlita speaks to what I do. And there is a difference. We're talking about success. My perspective on success could be different than yours. My idea of success, especially in this reentry space, is the fact that I can identify when I am operating in reentry space and the reentry office. From February of 1998 to August of 2020, I have spent those years incarcerated in the Maryland Correctional Institution for Women and Patuxent Institution for Women. After that, because we're talking about success, I have become a newly published author of It Takes One to Know One. Not only that, I have first was a participant at the Pivot Workforce Development Program, where I successfully completed and graduated this program, never had a job, never owned anything, but because I made the decision to go into this program, I now have my own place, been there for 2 years. I am not only do I serve as the reentry manager for Pivot, but I am still a personal success coach. So not only do I coach women in the community, but also behind the wall. I do not physically go in, but I'm still a part of their process. I had to ask myself so many times, we're talking about success, because for me, success is defined internally. When I can pick up the phone and say, today, I ain't got it. When I can distinguish my ego, when my ego is involved, I can say, oh no, I can check that. I don't need nobody that's success for me. When I can say that I am broken, my heart is heavy, when I can own that, when I can pick up the phone and tell someone that, that's success for me, because we can do the work, but some of us can do the work in a broken place. I refuse to be that individual. So success for me is operating from a healed place, operating from a believed place, operating from a place where you are self-aware, where you can identify you, not pointing fingers at people. I have been incarcerated for 22 years. I got a lot to be angry about. I got a lot to be sad about. Trust me. But understand this, I got a lot to be happy about. I got a lot to be grateful for in this reentry space and as I operate in this reentry office. I don't do this for at one time you feel yourself feeling like nobody understands or nobody gets me. I'm that one that walks in the room, I don't belong here, and I'll dumb myself down. But I thank God that I can be authentic and I can tell the truth about that my insecurities sometimes show up. When I walked in and sat up front, I was like, I don't belong here. That's my insecurities. But as time went on in my head, I was having conversations with myself. Not only do you belong here, but you're here. That's success.
Ms. Brown, thank you so much for your powerful testimony, and you've got the audience excited, very excited and energized, so thank you. Alonzo Turner Bay, what does success look like for you?
Hello? Good morning.
We hear
First
you.
of all, I'd like to thank God, because without Allah, this wouldn't be possible. April the 1st, 1989, I was arrested, later convicted, sentenced to life plus 5 years for a crime that happened when I was 17 years old. I served 31 years, 6 months, 15 days, and 5 hours inside of Maryland prison system. When I was first arrested, I was sent to the Maryland State Penitentiary, the worst prison in the state of Maryland to send a juvenile. My first purchase in prison, all the money I had, I went and bought some cigarettes, and I bought a knife. Because to send a child inside the belly of the beast, only option is to survive or to be eaten. I ain't planning on being nobody's victim. So my success is this. After going up for parole 4 times, I want to give honor to my lawyer. Where he's at? He's in the back, Mr. Bronson Cinti. University of Maryland Law School and University of Baltimore School of Law. My other two lawyers, Jane Murphy and Lila Meadows, they're not here. But when they're going up for parole after the fourth time being denied, we came up with a plan. We put a whole packet together about that thick of everything I'd done. And then we also reached out to the state's attorney of Prince George's County. I can remember when she did a press conference. She said, I'm creating a sentencing and conviction integrity unit. I get emotional when I talk about it.
Come on, it's all right.
Because she said if you was a juvenile and convicted in Prince George's County and served a long sentence, I'm gonna give you a second chance. Mr. Brownson sent it and reached out to her. She wrote a letter, not to my lawyer, not to the parole board, to the governor, who was Larry Hogan at the time. She said Prince George's County does not oppose the release of Alonzo Turner Bay. With that letter, my lawyer then went to my trial judge, who is in his 80s, who called me everything but the child of God. Say, this lady don't oppose his release. The parole board recommended him for parole. Can we get a letter from you? He said, I am the sentencing judge of Alonzo Turner. This is not the same 17-year-old who came before me in 1989. Therefore, I believe he deserved a second chance.
Yes, sir.
With that, I was supposed to be released on October the 8th, but for some reason, DOC didn't do the paperwork. But guess what? Guess what? The assistant secretary and all those who was in charge said, we dropped the ball, but guess what? I was released 8 days later.
Amen.
I came home hitting the ground running. I'm in the community. I'm a certified peer recovery specialist. I work in reentry. I work with men and women who come back home from prison or incarceration. Man, but let me say this to everybody who is in this space. Man, if you truly love this work and you truly in this work, man, there are going to be some sacrifices we make in life. And a part of doing what I'm doing, I've made some sacrifices, man, that I hurt and I cry about at night. I know a lot of men who came home and been home less time than me, and they had families. And one of the sacrifices I've made, and I always talk to Ms. Johnson about it, I've met a lot of beautiful women in my life since I've come home. But all have left me because they say you care more about the struggle than you do anything, and you don't have time for me. That is a sacrifice that I have made, and it's sad to say I may have to die with it. Because I care about the men and women behind the wall that I've left.
Yes, sir.
When we talk about success, and I don't like to use the word returning citizen, because if your child is punished and you send them to the room for 2 weeks, when they come out, you don't say my returning son or daughter. That's my child. I am an American citizen and did not forfeit my citizenship or my rights. I broke the law, I paid my price, and I'm here.
Yes, sir.
When did I, and somebody asked me, say, man, when did you know you got your aha moment that you wasn't the same person? And Damon, stand up for 1 minute. You looking back. Yeah. He always tell a story. And this is how I knew my aha moment. April the 1st, 2000. The same day I got locked up, but a different year. I saved the life of a correctional officer from being brutally attacked and raped from another prisoner. For 2 weeks, I stayed in my cell and I struggled. Like, man, why in the hell you put your life on the line for somebody who don't care about you? Man, let me tell y'all something. Don't think because we locked up we don't care about safety and what's going on in our community. and public safety and things like that. Nah. Even former gangsters want to lay down and enjoy what they work for in life. Men and women who have been involved with the justice system, we want peace, we want quiet, we want tranquility, we want to live in safe neighborhoods. And we want to make sure our community is safe, our neighbors safe, and our children and the children around us are safe. So don't think by one chance that because we came involved with the criminal justice system, we don't care about public safety. That is furthest from the truth. So let's get that myth out of the way. But I want to say this in closing, man. All of us believe in God, one shape, form, or fashion. And I tell this story all the time. Look in the Bible, Acts 9. Saul, he was on his road to Damascus to slay more Christians. If he was here today, he would be labeled as a mass murderer and a serial killer. And his sentence most likely would be death. But on his road to Damascus, God knocked him off that horse. For a long time, you didn't see him, just like incarceration. When the next time you seen him, he wasn't Saul, he was Paul.
Come on.
Outside of Jesus, there's no one spoken more of in the Bible than him. So if God can give a serial killer, mass murderer a second chance and lead him on to something better, man, what's going on, man? I like you. Thank Secretary Suggs for all the work she done, because that's what second chance is all about, man. That's what this is about. So that's my success story.
All right. Alonzo, thank you. Thank you so much also for your testimony. And now, Ms. Leslie Johnson will speak about her success story in this work.
Now, why did I have to follow Alonzo? Good morning, everyone. It is certainly a blessing to be here. I want to thank Ms. Twyman for all that she does, not only with this conference, but just everything. She's a phenomenal person. Phenomenal person. I want to say that it is my honor to be among all these fantastic, phenomenal people who are doing outstanding things. I thought about what success, what my definition of success is. And I believe, because I too I'm someone who believes in God, and my faith is what sustained me. It sustained me through this whole journey. And so I believe that success is being able to use the testimony that God has given me to help and uplift others. And God has allowed me to do that. And there are so many parts to my success story that God has given me. The first was when I was blessed to be the First Lady of Prince George's County over 20 years ago. And I had the honor of going into our Prince George's County Correctional Facility and meeting with women on a regular basis, giving them words of encouragement, co-founding empowerment programs for them, and then co-founding a transitional home for them to go to when they left the institution. I believe all of that prepared me for what was to come on the next step of my journey, and that was my own justice involvement in 2012, when I spent time at Alderson Federal Prison Camp. Some people say it's a cupcake. No, it's not. It is prison. It may be a camp, but it is prison. When I went there, I believe that I looked at it as an assignment, because for many years prior to that, I had seen from the outside what women were experiencing and men were experiencing from the inside of prison. But now I saw up close and personal for myself what happened behind the prison gates. And I saw a lot. I saw a lot of hurting people. I saw a lot of people who had trauma and mental health issues that unfortunately in the federal system were not addressed. And I met a lot of smart women, super talented women who just needed an opportunity, had made a mistake, but needed an opportunity to get back on their feet. At that time, I also saw women who never received a letter. And those same women were people who had never received a visit. So they were essentially forgotten people. And so I vowed to God and to the women I left behind that when I came out, I would try to do something to change that dynamic and continue the work of reentry. And so in 2017, I was blessed to co-found a AME initiative, a missionary initiative, which is entitled The Pathway to Healing and Restoration. We have, thank you. We have, since its inception, the participants have written over 4,000 letters to women and men incarcerated all over the country. I can tell you that these letters have had a profound effect on many of the persons that have received them, because we have received letters back. And oftentimes they say, you know what? Nobody else has taken the time to write to us. Thank you so much for remembering us. And we try to give them words of encouragement and also scripture. Then also during that same period, I was blessed to be able to reach out to families who were experiencing justice involvement. Because we have to know that it's not only the person who is going to prison, but it's the families that are affected. And I think somebody said this earlier. The children, the mothers, the fathers. I remember when my own mother came to visit me, and my mother then was almost 90 years old, and she broke down, and I had to tell her, Mom, I'm okay, it's okay. I'm gonna make it. You gave me the strength, you know. I haven't forgotten the things that you taught me. And so I tried to provide for these families a glimpse of what it was going to be like to be incarcerated. And many of these families now, the persons have come back from incarceration, and they too now are reaching out and helping others. And that's what it's about. That is what it's about. Well, fast forward again. In 2020, I was asked to be part of, in Prince George's County, we had a reentry advisory board. And it was instituted by our county council. And with that board, we had some, I believe it was, and Mr. Williams will correct me, but 47 recommendations of what our reentry should look like for returning citizens. I don't like that term either. For formerly justice-involved persons coming back to Prince George's County. Many of those recommendations have not been implemented, but some have. And it is my prayer that all of them at some point will be. And then fast forward again. In 2022, I was attending a reentry event. And the state's attorney, Aisha Braveboy, who I had known for a long time, came up to me and she said, "Ms. Johnson, do you want to work again?" Now, mind you, I had not worked. I'd volunteered, but had not worked for 10 years. And I said, "Sure." And so she hired me as the director of reentry services and community partnerships. I said, "Look at God. I'm in the prosecutor's office." But she not only talks the talk, and Alonzo knows this, but she walks the walk. And she gave me and others a second chance, and I shall never forget it. She also has given me an opportunity to use the testimony that God has given me to help and uplift my brothers and sisters who have come back from incarceration to Prince George's County. The last thing that I would like to say is that on May 17th, and the state's attorney mentioned this in her remarks, we hosted, and Ms. Twyman, and I have to thank the secretary and others, we hosted a conference that was focused on the stories that have not been told about women and girls who have been incarcerated. That day we heard from, and it was called The Untold Story of Justice Involved Women and Girls. And that day we heard from women who are currently incarcerated in MCIW. And they told their stories, and it came from their heart, from their souls. And then we had formerly incarcerated women, not only myself, but others, to tell their story. And then we had also experts and persons with lived experience to address the issues that the women brought up. That was not, as the state's attorney said, that was not a one-and-done conference. We look at it as a movement, and we intend to expand the scope of that movement, because the stories need to be told, and the issues within those stories need to be addressed. And I'm just honored to be a part of it. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. And as we wind down the panel for today, we have about 10 minutes left in our panel. There's a video that we'd like for each and every one of you to see.
I didn't steal their newspaper. I didn't steal money or steal a car or rob them, you know what I mean, for materialistic things or anything. I stole a life from them, a life that can't be replaced. And for them to be able to forgive me for that, wow. You know what I mean? When you wrap your mind around it, then anything's possible. Anything's possible.
It was this huge weight, this huge baggage that I was carrying around with me that was always there every single day. And then I asked God to take the anger off of me and give me something else. I didn't know He was going to give me, but He gave me forgiveness. And that was such a precious gift. And so I felt free. And so I want others to feel the same get the same gift of being free. Because forgiveness is not about the other person. Forgiveness is about you. And you can forgive just because you can. Just like getting up and cutting the light on. It's gonna be a process with it, but you can forgive and start moving along your journey of healing. And most important is healing. Healing yourself, healing your community, and ultimately healing the world. It's just that easy. It's not, well, it's a process, but it can be done. And you will be free if you move in that direction, towards the light. am free. I was in bondage. But the moment that I forgave him, my whole life changed.
How y'all doing? How y'all doing? How y'all doing? Look, welcome to the illustrious Morgan State University. I'm Professor Darrell Green. I don't need a microphone. I'll tell you a little secret later. I was a male cheerleader in high school and college. I used to do round off double back handsprings and all that good stuff. That was another lifetime. But for a man, I don't need a microphone. But listen, it is an honor and privilege for me to sit here today. Again, I'm Darrell Green, born right here in Baltimore, Maryland, 21215, zip code Park Heights and Wally. They didn't think I was going to make it, but I'm here, y'all. A lot of y'all start talking about God. Listen, y'all. I only got a few minutes. I would submit to you that there's a lot of pain in this room. All y'all nicely dressed up and all that good stuff, but I would submit to you that there's a lot of pain in this room. And a lot of folks that's in this room are doing the work. You can't help nobody else get their house in order until you get yours in order. Right now, under the sound of my voice, right in this room, we got brothers and sisters not speaking to each other. Husbands and wives, fathers and sons, mothers and daughters. You left the crib, not even talking to anybody today. Yesterday's gone, tomorrow's in promise to us, y'all. I'm telling you right now, if you want to take your power back, the person who hurt you, who offended you, text them, call them and say, hey, girl, I was just thinking about you today. You don't need a response back, but just text them, because forgiveness is not for the other person, it's for you. Hurt people, y'all, and we got a lot of folks that's hurting. Again, man, I'm from Baltimore. I teach here. I train intellectual assassins here at Morgan State University. It's interesting because I would always say I train assassins, and, you know, the folks in the provost's office said, Professor Green, we need to talk to you a second. I said, what? She said, you know, you can't say you train assassins. I was like, okay, well, intellectual assassins. We'll take that better. But my brother was 6'5", 255. He won a shot putting distance his junior year. 3.5 GPA, every college, university wanted him. He went bowling, frat. He checked his shoes, he used their shoes. A 14-year-old kid went behind the counter, took his shoe, altercation broke out. I don't think it was my brother's job to go get that shoe back once I gave it to management. However, that's how it went down. And so my brother guffed him up in the bowling alley, altercation, management threw the other young man out. That 14-year-old kid, my brother went back to bowl. That 14-year-old kid went home and armed himself. As a result of that, he went home and he waited for my brother to leave. And as my brother went to leave the bowling alley, that kid, that young man that you just saw, he stabbed him, and he died 4 days later, shock trauma. I was a junior in college. I came out of Cardinal Gibbons. I was on my way to go to work for the FBI. And when I got the phone, I came home to kill. I drove home, y'all, for 8 hours. I came home to kill him, his mother, his father, his sister, his brother, the dog, the goldfish. I came home to kill them all, right? Because that's the code on the street, right? I'm going to tell you this. When I chose not to kill this young man or do harm to his family, we talking about success. It was, some folks looked at it as I was dishonoring my brother's life or dishonoring his death, because the code on the street is you better go ahead and handle that. But I'm real clear that had I done that, sister, my mother would have had 2 sons in jail, and not, you know, I would have been in jail too, one in the ground and the other in the jail. Listen, y'all, I'm the only male child left, so my life has got to mean something. God called home my younger brother, and he also called home my older brother. Sometimes I have survivor's remorse, like, why am I still here? But God's got an assignment for me, right? And I was just blessed enough to be obedient to listen. Folks thought I was crazy. I went down to Catholic Charities. I was a program manager, and I gave them my 30-day resignation. They said, we're not taking this. You're emotional. I said I'm going to be emotional tomorrow, the next day, the day after that, the day after that. But God's got another assignment for me, and this ain't it. And so I stepped out on God, on faith in God's favor, and I started my own company called Deep Forgiveness. So y'all, today, we speak all over the country, internationally and globally. This time last year, we were speaking in Tel Aviv, Israel, Jerusalem. We're on the front cover of People magazine. Look at God with Tina Turner and Celine Dion. I'm just saying this. That kid who took my brother's life was 14 years old. I knew he didn't wake up that morning, y'all, to kill nobody. But it happened. And when he said to me it was 3 seconds, it was 3 seconds of anger, 3 seconds of rage, he made a decision that he couldn't take back. And how many of us in this room don't get angry? How many of us in this room don't get angry? So I tell you this. Y'all, I'm a girl dad. I got 2 daughters, man. Hey, y'all know Frozen? Let it go. Let it go. For the men in here, y'all catch up later. Listen, forgiveness is not for the other person, it's for you. And one of the hardest things to do is self-forgiveness. Take your foot off your own neck. We give everybody else grace. Why don't we give ourselves some grace? And I'm going to say this. We are better than the worst thing we've ever done. So who are you to stand in judgment? They coming home doing what they need to do. I shouldn't even be sitting on this stage. Listen, I got a brother in this audience right now. He spent probably over 40 plus years of his life in jail. He's home now. He's been home for 4 years, 4 promotions, got married, doing everything he needed to do. That's my cousin, but he's my brother. Keith Cartwright, stand up. Stand up. Let's give him some love, y'all. And as Brother Bay said, this work is emotional. Every time I share the story, every time I try to help others to heal, listen, I'm going to be honest with you, forgiveness, you may not even get there. Forgiveness is a process. Listen, man, everybody can't sit on the front row of your life. They can sit in the church, but they just can't sit on the front row no more. Let it go, y'all. Take your foot off your own neck. You give everybody else grace, give yourself some grace. But I will tell you, I went to court and I testified on that young man's behalf. And the same judge who sentenced him to life in prison came back and heard the case. I asked the judge, could I shake his hand? And y'all know the bailiffs. I'm closing up, y'all. The bailiff says, oh, hell no. That ain't happening. Plus, you got a little size with you, too. That's definitely not happening. Hey, Earl, you hear what I'm saying? Bugs. So I said, I'm not going to ask you. I asked the judge. I'm going to ask the judge, could I shake his hand? And the judge said, if not a man opposes. We talking about healing. If not a man opposes. I went beyond those little swinging doors. And he had a 3-piece suit on, y'all, not like this with a vest. He has shackles here, he has shackles around his waist, and he has shackles on his ankles. And I went beyond those little swinging doors, and I had both bailiffs on both sides of me. My hands down. They were like, if you move that hand. And I went to shake his hand. When I went to shake his hand, y'all, I shook his hand like this. He shook my hand like this because he had shackles here around his waist and his ankles. And what I said to him, he was crying and I was crying. And what I said to him is that you've been known for taking life. Now let's you and I go save some lives together. And now him and I now speak all over the country, internationally and globally. Listen, we're 501c3. We've never gotten a grant from anybody. And it's crazy. Watch this, y'all. Watch this. Madam Secretary Scruggs, she's the folks who funeralized my brother. And so I saw like a full kind of funky circle happening up here. But I will tell you this, man. If nobody told y'all today that they love you, if nobody told you today that they love you, let me be the first to tell you that I love you. That I love you. That I love you. Let's go change the world together, y'all. Thanks for listening.
Let's give this panel a wonderful round of applause. Thank you all. Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. So for the sake of time, we are going to transition to the next panel so that we can get caught up on the schedule, because, you know, when you get a certain group of people together, they like to talk a lot, and that's okay. That's okay. So, and with that being said, thank you all so very much for your riveting stories. Thank you. And so if we could have our best practice panel to come up to the stage. Thank you. Okay, best practice. And because we are running low on time in an effort to stay on schedule, I'm going to start off the panel real quick and then hand it over to our lovely moderator. Hello. Okay, and so before I hand this, I'm going to hand the panel over to Ms. Shakira Pinckney, and I want to do some introductions real quick. So our moderator is Ms. Shakira N. Pinckney, who's Deputy Chief of Staff for DPSCS, to my immediate right. And then we're going to switch the order just slightly because Ms. Danielle Cox, Director of Education for DPSCS, she wears a lot of different hats, and so we did a lot of finagling around with the schedule to get her to be here today. So she's going to speak first to talk about her work, and then she'll be dismissed from the panel to take care of some more business for the department. And then we will have Mr. Bernard Jack Young, Mr. Renard Brooks, Ms. Nina Ward, Officer Robert Horn, and Mr. Bill Gertner to speak, in addition to a special guest that Robert Horn has brought as well. So with that being said, Ms. Pinckney, take it away.
All right. Is it still morning? Yes, it's still morning. Good morning, everyone. As stated, Director Twyman said, my name is Shakira Pinckney, and I serve as the Deputy Chief of Staff for the Department of Public Safety and Correctional Services. Along with my role, I also oversee our Office of Constituent Services for the department. So let's get right into it. I am sitting amongst a great panel that will discuss the best practices for reentry. The panel that we're sitting amongst have vast background and experience and knowledge and the best practices for reentry. They come from DPSCS, Prince George's County, we have Annapolis PD, and we also have Gatekeepers, which is one of our organizations behind the wall. So I just want this moment to focus on the contribution and the work that they have provided for the reentry aspect of returning citizens. And each panelists will say their name, what they do, and just give some of your best work. What are some things that you will contribute to reentry and some of the things that you have done within the world of reentry. I'll start with Danielle Cox, Director for Education at DPSCS.
Hello, everybody. That's loud. As Shakira said, Danielle Cox, I am the Director of Education for the Department of Public Safety and Correctional Services. So I oversee at a higher level all of our memorandums of understanding that we have with multiple different partners across the state of Maryland to provide educational services behind the fence through all of our state prisons. So really quick, kind of give you a rundown. What does that look like right now? So in all of our state prisons, so the Department of Corrections, in addition to pretrial, we work with, like I said, many partners. For instance, we work with the Department of Labor that provides our adult basic ed, GED, career and technical education programs, which we have 25 different career and technical education pre-apprenticeship programs and occupational programs, in addition to transition or reentry classes, such as parenting, life skills, that sort of thing. So that's available in every single one of our prisons. In addition, we also work with, Secretary Scruggs had mentioned our MOU with the state institutions, so the state of Maryland university systems. So currently, we actually have 2 of those behind the fence doing college degrees, bachelor degrees. We have Bowie State University and the University of Baltimore. In addition, we work with Goucher College at 2 of our institutions, women's and then one of the men's institutions, Warwick Community College down on the Eastern Shore, and Georgetown University at Patuxent. So that is 5 of many that are on their way. We currently have about 6 in the approval path. There's an approval path now that Pell was reinstated for all incarcerated individuals. Round of applause for that one, right? That is amazing. So now we're seeing, you know, a lot of, we talk about those 8,000 men and women that can actually go and get degrees. So we want to make sure that we're offering programming in every single one of our prisons, though they can transfer to any site. They can apply to transfer to go to any of those colleges. We want to make sure that those who can't, we actually have a college at that institution to be provided for them. We also work with one of the things, Shakira and Pauline had mentioned that I have to go do an interview about our virtual reality program at our women's. That is through Vehicles for Change. It is the very first one in the nation that is a virtual reality automotive training program that offers 3 automotive service excellence certifications. So giving our women the chance to actually earn a hands-on certification walking out the door. So that is one of the, again, many, quick little brief little overview of one of many of the educational programs that we're offering behind the fence.
All right, thank you, Danielle. All right, next we're gonna have AS Assistant Secretary Renard Brooks.
Good morning. As the Assistant Secretary for Programs, Treatment, and Reentry for the Department of Public Safety and Correctional Services, it covers a vast array of programs within the portfolio, whether it's the reentry, which is a big piece of it while we're here today, but it also incorporates other pieces that incorporate reentry, which is mental health, somatic health, substance abuse, social work, community engagement and partnerships for work release, medical auditing, and I could go on community corrections. So a lot of that is under my umbrella of what I do. But I sit here with well over 40 years of experience in this field. Ironically, the 28th of this month will be 1 year that I've come back to the Department of Public Safety and Correctional Services after being with it for 36 years. The first time I retired in 2011. And Secretary Scruggs, we came up pretty much through the ranks together. And I was able to bring her back, Assistant Warden of Central Booking, when I was Assistant Secretary, excuse me, Assistant Commissioner for Pretrial. And it was good that she can bring me back to take her old role as Assistant Secretary as she elevated to Secretary. Reentry has always been a part of my passion, whether I was at the Baltimore City Jail, whether I was at the Women's Prison in Jessup, the Maximum Security Prison, which is now known as JCI, the Baltimore County facility that I recently left as a Deputy Director to come back into this role. because as was mentioned earlier, reentry involves a lot of things, all the things that we've heard so far. If a person is addicted to substance abuse, that's going to affect them while they're incarcerated, and if we don't address that, it's still going to affect them when they come back. It's no surprise that the jails and the prisons are the new mental health hospital. There are a lot of mentally ill people who would be better served in a treatment facility than a prison cell. And we need to get to a point in society where we make that happen. Education, as Danielle talked about, has always been a passion of mine, an important piece, because we need to have them come out of the door or the gate better than they came in. And for whatever reason, they didn't get those opportunities to receive a GED or opportunity for education. Now is the time to do that. And believe me, there are some incredibly intelligent men and women incarcerated. And I just went to a graduation a few weeks ago of women and men from the Gaucho program. So to get a college degree behind the fence is phenomenal, especially when you don't have to pay for it. I had to pay for the degree from here. I had to pay for the degree from Johns Hopkins. But I want them to take advantage of those opportunities. We have a lived experience committee of individuals who are phenomenal, who have PhDs and have started programs. One of, you're gonna hear from one of the gentlemen on this stage that's a part of the initiative and the collaborative, because who else can better tell us what we can do, what we should do to help those who are behind the fence, because they lived it. Now, we live it too, don't get me wrong. We live it when we work there because you're locked in for 8 hours, but they're locked in there for 24 hours, 365. So there's different perspectives, but we as a collective community can make it better and assist them so when they do come out, they won't go back. Because as was mentioned earlier, when I worked at women's prison, you back again? You just got out. When you're in Baltimore City Jail, you back again? You just got out. So they come back because they have unmet needs. Whether it's I'm homeless and I want to be locked up for the winter so I'm not sitting out in the cold, or I have medical issues that I need addressed, you name it. So collectively, we're going to put Maryland on the map as one of the greatest reentry states. And Prince George's County is leading the way, Montgomery County is leading the way, and Baltimore City and Baltimore County can lead the way too. I'm going to stop there.
Thank you, Mr. Brooks. All right. All right, so I think we could segue into Director Bernard Jack Young, who is the pretrial director for reentry. So.
Thank you. Good morning to everyone. Good morning, everyone. Okay. I want to thank the Assistant Secretary for telling my story.
You're welcome.
But anyway, you know, I'm so happy and excited to be a part of the Department of Public Safety and Correction doing this reentry work. We're building it up from the ground. We're new, we're young. They have it on the DOC side, and now we're doing it on the pretrial side. And I'm really excited about this work. It really is an extension of what I used to do for the last 28 years. And that's getting people connected to services, whether it be, you know, mental health, drug treatment, transitional housing, the whole 9 yards. That's been my story. Always willing to get out there, get in the trenches, get my hands dirty, and show people that there's a better way. Because you fell down don't mean you have to stay down. You can get up, dust yourself off, and continue. And we're building this from the ground up. And I'm excited to be working with all of the partners that we have established in this little short time. I've only been here for 6 months. But my 28 years of doing this type of work prepared me for this job. I thought I worked for the Department of Public Safety at one time, because when people was getting out of prison, they called my office. And I had to connect them to jobs. I wanted to make sure that they wasn't on drugs anymore. Have you been to your drug treatment plan? Have you, you know, satisfied all of that? You're not on drugs anymore. You can pass a urinalysis test and those kind of things. And most of them, I'm going to tell you, over 90% of the ones who came out of the prison system that are connected to jobs are still doing well, reconnected with their families, and doing all the wonderful things they need to do to be protective citizens in the city of Baltimore and throughout the state. So I'm really, really excited about this work. I had shared with the Assistant Secretary that I wanted to close down prisons. And that's the truth. I want to shut down prisons because recidivism is just something that creates a major problem for families. The fathers are not connected with the family, and people want to know why the children are acting the way they're acting, because giving our mothers a great hand, they're doing the best that they can, but they cannot relate to a young man like a father can. So I'm really, really excited about this work. I go to bed at night trying to figure out, well, what partners can we get together to help get these jobs. I talked to Domino Sugar trying to get a meeting with their HR director because I understand they don't hire people who have criminal backgrounds. And some of your best workers are the people who have been in prison. There was a young man who I helped connect with a job, and I don't want to take up all the time, and he worked for H&S Bakery. And he came and told me, he said, you know what, man, I'm retiring after 22 years. He said, I felt if I could get up when the guards, I don't want to call them guards, correction officers told me I had to get up to do this, get up, and they all told me what I had to do. He said, so if I could do that, then I can go to work on time. I could do my job. And he's retired, he owns his home, reconnected with his family, and doing great. I love this work, and Madam Secretary, we're going to make you proud with this reentry program on the pretrial side. So thank you for this opportunity, and I look forward to working in the trenches to change the trajectory of people who are incarcerated. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Young. All right, so we're going to segue into some programs that we currently work with through DPSCS. We've heard from leadership, so we're going to now go to Ms. Nina Ward. Ms. Ward is the branch chief for the Bridge Center at Adams House in PG County.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you. I'm Nina Ward. I'm a public health program chief with the Prince George's County Health Department. I oversee a few program areas in behavioral health, one of which is our reentry services portfolio. And first, I just want to say thank you to DPSCS for inviting Prince George's County to be on a best practices panel this morning. In Prince George's County, our reentry services are primarily centered around the Bridge Center at Adams House, a one-stop shop resource center in Suitland, Maryland. As everyone here is well familiar, the road to reentry is complicated. You go to point A for one service, and they tell you to go to point B to get two other things, only to get there to learn that you had to get a piece of paper at point A before you could get to point B. So it's complicated, it's contradictory, it's challenging, and it is disengaging for our clients. So we really endeavor to meet those unmet needs to prevent the cycle of recidivism. So the Bridge Center at Adams House started out in 1999 as a resource center. For the last 8 years, it's served primarily as a reentry center. About 92% of our clients there are returning citizens. The other 8% are veterans and transitional aged youth. And we have a pretty lean staff, so we really rely on our community partners who are already providing an array of really great services to broaden and deepen our impact. We want to be a no wrong door center, so whatever need somebody presents us with, we want to have an answer to. And so drawing on our community partners who are providing all of these great services is the best way that we do that through our collective impact model. So we have about 30 active MOUs with partners, and we refer clients out to services. We also we have some external partners on site at the Bridge Center. Employee Prince George's is one. Employment tends to be one of our highest service need areas. So they are on site 3 days a week, and that really enables our clients to get those services in a location where they are anyway. We have internal partners on site, Department of Social Services assisting with benefits, Department of Corrections, assisting with questions and liaising with our other partners. And then we have Catholic Charities, NAB Vets, a number of external partners. We also host groups on site, again, in collaboration with community providers. So we're excited that we're able to address so many different areas of need, and we're continuing to expand the number of partners we work with. I just want to give one example. So identification and driver's license continues to be a barrier that our clients face. It's a prerequisite for other services, for employment, for housing, and we're continuously looking at how to best approach this. So we recently partnered with the MVA. Their reentry coordinator is coming to the Bridge Center in a few weeks to do a documents check for any of our clients so that we can see exactly which documents they have on file with the MVA, which they still need, and address those before sending somebody to the MVA. And then a few weeks later, we'll do a secondary event where we, Bridge Center team, is at the MVA to process payments for IDs and licenses. And we also have our clients use our address if they need to, and they can receive mail at the Bridge Center for up to 6 months. So we're trying to look at every facet of a challenge or a barrier that we're presented with and come up with a solution to address that. Our next steps are really looking at other areas where we can start to implement reentry services. So we're primarily post-release reentry. We just launched a program this week that will address pre-release clients. So we're now in the county detention center implementing our same model of screenings and assessments and building a reentry case plan for clients with their input in order to have a plan pre-release. That way they know and have been connected with providers. They know where to go. They have appointments set up. We can assist with transportation. Every one of the clients will be assigned a peer reentry specialist. So really excited to broaden our scope there. And just wrapping up, demonstrating impact is critical to expanding services. So excited and really proud that our Bridge Center clients have a less than 1% recidivism rate over 1 year. So we're able to use that information to really say this model works and that we want to continue expanding it and reaching more individuals in Prince George's County.
All right, thank you, Ms. Ward. So our next panelist is going to be Bill Gardner. Mr. Gardner was a formerly incarcerated individual who is now out and offers his program behind the walls at our facilities. Gatekeepers is his program.
Hello? Hagerstown. We don't have these here. So, my name is Bill Gardner. I'm the director of Gatekeepers, a reentry program in Hagerstown. Can you hear it? No? Hello. I'm from Hagerstown. We don't have these there. So, I've been doing this for 10 years, reentry work, starting in Hagerstown. I was locked up for 8.5 years, and some of the people here I haven't seen for 10 years. When we started reentry in this state, everyone used to get together at Coppin and at Goucher, and some of these people are still here today, so it's an attestament to strengthening the reentry programs that we've been able to begin. When I got out of prison, I had an idea of what reentry is about. I was locked up right here, and I was locked up right here. Hello? I'm from Hagerstown. We don't have these. I don't think they have them in Morgan either. So, Thank you. So I got out of prison and walked around Hagerstown and realized there were 3 prisons there, which I had served in all 3 of them, and a detention center with 400 inmates, and there was no reentry. And so traveling around the state, we got ideas of what to do, and we started a program called The Business of Living. And it goes back to what the sheriff from Annapolis was saying, his cohorts, he talked about his cohorts. We have 4, education, occupation, personal, and spiritual. So everyone who is involved with our program and wakes up every day, they're the 4 components to our reentry life. Every day you wake up, you're smarter educationally, personally, you become a better person, and occupationally, you're better at your job. Then there's a spiritual component. We did hear a little bit about that today, and we feel that that's so important. So I can't, when I came down today, I had all these ideas of what to say, and I see so many people from Hagerstown here, from the Department of Corrections who are working, the reentry people. And when Ms. Scruggs was Assistant Secretary, she really, along with a lot of the people here today, as you know, began the reentry focus, and also the focus on people who had served times. So those 2 programs, and then she brought in Raynard Brooks, who's to my left. We've been doing this on and off for each other for 10 years. And the focus is incredible, what's going on. The reentry personnel in Western Maryland are second to none. Gatekeepers now, we are inside the walls with our Business of Living program. We wrote a workbook, and we are in 40 states with the Business of Living program in tablets. And as of May 7th, thanks to the people in this room, Gatekeepers Business of Living program is in the tablets in every prison in the state of Maryland. It's a reentry program focused on the 4 components of the business of living, of life. So that's something that we take seriously, and we're able to go inside with some of the people here. We go inside during the week. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Gatekeepers is in some prison, state prison in Hagerstown, working this reentry program. And as I sat here today and looked around, I said, how many inmates do we have? 8,000? If this was piped into the prisons and they saw all of you here, and a lot of us have been locked up here, well, one of the biggest words that we found that we lose is hope. H-O-P-E. This room is filled with hope for anyone in the Department of Corrections, whether you work in it or whether you're locked up or whether you're about to be locked up. There's a hell of a lot of hope here, and that is so big inside the walls. We preach that every day. Forgiveness, hope, yes, but the hope. So people need to know, and I speak to guys, men and women all the time, that if they knew that all of these people are involved with their recovery, things would be so much easier. You wouldn't believe it, the stories that we're told. We all have a story. Everyone here has a story. And how do I know that? Because in Hagerstown, every Saturday morning, we have a citizens meeting, returning citizens program. We started with 8 people in my office 2 years ago. We now have 100 people every Saturday. No one has to be there. We have church, state, we have commerce, we have judges, we have employers come. One of the best employers in Western Maryland is here today, Conservative Energy. If you stay around, you're going to hear about them later. They have a pre-release program, they have an after-release program, and they are totally involved with our Saturday morning program as well as some of the other people. We really feel that we are a model reentry program from inside. We go from inside the walls. We work with the Department of Corrections. We work with the sheriff. We have 400 inmates in our Detention Center, 400 inmates. The recidivism rate there is 60%. We deal with that every day. 129 men and women got released from the detention center last year. They came right to gatekeepers. You heard earlier about the bridge program is dynamite. We went down to check the bridge program. You hear a lot of stuff. Everything she said is true. We went through it. And what also is true is unfortunate is there's still trouble getting a state ID. Mr. Brooks is working in that, and it's really changed drastically. In Western Maryland now, our reentry people getting out from the state, most of them have their state IDs. In the county, they don't. And citizen-wise, we do not take enough focus on the county jails. We concentrate on the state, but a lot of the stuff that happens locally in the communities start in the county jails with the lack of reentry programs and with the lack of things that go on because it just basically is a warehouse. So long story short, it's great that we're able to come down here and let you know what's going on in Hagerstown. Remember, 3 state penitentiaries in that little village and 1 jail with 400 inmates in it. There's a lot of stuff to do every day, and so we appreciate this work. And the last thing we say, and I think there was a current theme going around here today, and Whitney, who came with me, our new director of programs, reiterates this every time we leave a program. Don't judge other people whose sins are different than yours. Thanks.
I'm back. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Bill. All right. So to close out our panel, we have about 10 minutes left. We're going to have Officer Robert Horn and his special guest. Mr. Horn is works with the reentry outreach for the Annapolis Police Department.
Good morning. My name is Officer Robert Horn. I'm with the Annapolis Police Department's Positive Impact Program. Our program has been in existence for about 4 years. It transitioned from Baltimore City Police Department. So I spent 26 years with the Baltimore City Police Department. Myself and Lynn, we ran a reentry program which was very successful. It started under the leadership of then Commissioner Leonard Ham up until my retirement in 2020. We helped thousands of individuals returning back into the community. It also served as a diversion program, and it was just through partnerships. And so thanks to Chief Ed Jackson, his appointment with the Annapolis Police Department, he allowed me to be a part of his transitional team. And we brought the program to Annapolis City. And I tell you, it was really needed in Annapolis. There were a lot of just issues that have really went unaddressed for decades in Annapolis City. And so thanks to Chief Ed Jackson bringing me to Annapolis with him, and also hiring Bishop Carroll, my partner, Stand Up Bishop Carroll, and Archie Trader, to help me navigate the city of Annapolis. We were able to successfully, within the last 4 years, provide services for well over 300 citizens in Annapolis City through our partnerships with parole and probation. Agent Lazick, Stand Up Agent Lazick, we opened up the doors to parole and probation to bring their people to report, so that way we can assess and address whatever issues, whatever barriers, how we can help them to become plugged into the resources. We're partnered with home detention. Stand up, Miss Harvey. we're partnered with Home Detention. And we have a whole host of other partners throughout just the state. We're partnered with the University of Maryland Medical Center. Is Tyrone still here from University of Maryland? My man, stand up. Yeah, we're partnered with Anne Arundel County Workforce. Tyler, I see you sitting over there. We're partnered with More and More Transitional. Mr. Moore, I see you back in the back. We're partnered with NCIA, which is the National Center of Institutes and Alternative that provides vocational training programs, CDLs, heating and air conditioning, automotive. We're partnered with Anne Arundel County Community College. We're partnered with Maryland Reentry, the Department of Public Safety and Corrections, Ordnance Road, and it's just me and Bishop Curl and Archie. We're really boots on ground. We're the router to connect citizens, returning citizens, and anyone who really wants to become a part of this program to these services. We provide transportation. We transport our people to and from training. We help them get into driver's school. We help them to get into inpatient, outpatient drug treatment. Annapolis Police Department is the hub for law enforcement when it comes to reentry. We're the only police department where people come to the police station for drug treatment. They come to the police station for training, for jobs. They come right to the police department. So we're also working with JCI. Where's my great friend and partner, Ms. Jackson, case manager? There she is. We're working with JCI, and Ms. Jackson and I, we really work hand in hand together to help individuals coming out of JCI to transition back into the community. And we catch them before they get out. Even Chief Jackson, I think he's probably the only police chief that I know of, I could be wrong, to speak in a penitentiary in the state of Maryland. And his office is flooded with letters. So we walk hand in hand with our people. We build relationships with them. We do home visits. We take them on field trips. We take them to colleges. We take them to vocational training programs. And they're riding in our police vans. So I want to now turn it over to one of our success stories, Earl Burke Bay.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I give a great honor to all who are in attendance of this great program because it's absolutely essential, it's necessary for anyone coming out behind them walls to succeed in life. Not being a liability, but an asset to the community of which they return. Before I get started, I want to speak to Chief Jackson. You used absolutely strong language in the beginning of your demonstration. And let me add to that, because you told the truth. It takes courage to tell the truth. To lie, we should be ashamed to lie. We should be afraid. And before I speak to Chief Jackson, let me say this too. About forgiveness. We need to go back and look at the scripture. You need to take that word forgiveness and go into your concordance, go back in the scripture and look at what it says about forgiveness. Look at what God says about forgiveness, because I'm going to put it to you point blank. He says that if you don't forgive, then neither do he. He don't forgive. And if you don't have forgiveness from God Almighty, what is going to be your destiny? Because salvation is based upon what? You being approved by God to get in. Let me say this. Chief Jackson, this country, this great country, America, still a great country, It paints a picture of success to everyone, but there are some of us that they throw unfair hindrances into the process to achieve that success that they paint that picture of. So now we got to work twice as hard, sometimes tenfold, to achieve that success. 41 years I spent behind them walls, behind the prison wall. Can you wrap your head around that? Can anybody wrap their head around being in prison for 41 years? I spent more time in prison than some of you in the audience have on planet Earth. I came out, no bitterness. Matter of fact, let me say this, before I came out, I met a buddy of mine. He wasn't a friend, a buddy of mine, who told me, he said, man, after 41 years of being in prison, and you go, because I'm going home the next day. After going home, he said, the world owes you everything. Man, you got to go get it. You got to, however, get it any way you can. I said, nah, I'm not going to allow you to put that negativity into me after I spent 41 years. See, I spent 41 years behind those walls, but the thing of it is that I had in my sights to navigate the educational system. So I obtained my GED within 6 months of being home. Within 6 months of being incarcerated. When I finished that GED, some of the guys that knew me said, well, what are you going to do now? I said, well, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to take my time and do what I got to do. He said, nah, you're going to college. And at that time, they had Coppin State University behind the walls. They were offering Bachelor of Science degrees. Immediately, I got involved in that program, got my Bachelor of Science degree in applied psychology. Because time is of the essence, I'm giving the signal, time is of the essence. Let me say this. The second day after being home, this is what this reentry program does. The second day after being home, I met Officer Robert Horn. He laid out the foundation to what the reentry program that he was involved in had to offer, the CDLs, HVAC, and University of Maryland Medical Center. So a light bulb went on in my head when he offered University of Maryland Medical Center. So I said, that seems like a opportunity that I just can't pass up. So he came the next day to the transitional house that I was living in at that time. He came in his squad car. He said, man, I don't know what you think about riding in this squad car, but I said, man, look, I'm not committing any crime. I'm a law-abiding citizen now. I'm not, none of that. So I got in the car. I said, this is a normal car to me, like any other car. I'm riding up front with him. So he took me to University of Maryland Medical Center, stayed there with me for about an hour. I got involved in that program. I got involved in career orientation. We had classes on Monday and educational process about computer on Fridays. So I volunteered 3 days out of the week, and I had classes 2 days a week. So they offered, two weeks into the program, they came and offered me a job in patient care service because they knew I had a degree in psychology. So I stayed with that. And so right now, I'm a part of University of Maryland Medical Center staff, and I love it. I love it. I love it. Doing the right thing. Let me say this, that also during this time, approximately in 2023, I started in August this United States Coast Guard class to receive my captain's license. to be able to captain a 100-ton vessel. December, I graduated that class, got my captain's license to be able to captain a 100-ton vessel. I'm going back within the next 8 months to a year, get my 1,600-ton license to be able to captain a cruise ship. So, like some of the others in here, like some of the others that had come out from behind the walls, they also wanted to hit the ground running. I too prayed to God to hit the ground running. I'm telling you, without God, it's impossible. It's absolutely impossible.
Thank you.
Because the odds are greatly against you coming out of those walls. The odds are against you, but reentry programs like this, it creates a pathway. Creates a pathway for we all have a free will, but that free will has to be directed, guided, and led into righteousness. And so the world is open for anyone that wants to do the right thing. I mean, let me say this. Down at the University of Maryland Medical Center, every prominent doctor in that building knows me. Not by me introducing myself to them, but they just know me. One of my best friend down there, he's a transplant doctor. He goes all over the world. Every time he see me, he grab me, he come to me and hug me. I met him, he was playing piano, and I told him, well, I play bass guitar, I got a band and everything. So I'm just telling you, in that light, that these programs are absolutely essential.
Yes, they
If
are.
a man directs his will to do the right thing, then he's going to get what his hand calls for. And with that, because I know time is of the essence,
Thank you.
I don't want to be
Thank
waved
you,
off
Mr.
anymore.
Bay.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Earl. Thank you.
I had much more though.
Before we depart, I just want to give our panelists a round of applause for sharing some of the great practices that they do. We pray that you all continue to do the great work throughout Baltimore City, throughout the state of Maryland, PG County, and we thank you for being here today. Thank you all.
All right, let's give our panelists another round of applause and our wonderful moderator as well. Thank you. So in an effort to try to redeem some time today, we're going to have 4 of our peer recovery specialists from DPSCS come up and provide some entertainment. So Mr. Marlo Hargrove, who is peer recovery supervisor, Latrice Kane, peer recovery specialist, Danielle Davis, peer recovery specialist, and also Lynette Perrine as well. And they are with the Substance Use Disorder Treatment Services of DPSCS.
Okay, hello everybody. So we're gonna go ahead and get started. Okay, so I'm just so super excited. I get to see my brother today. He's been locked up for 10 years, and he's coming in. I get to visit him. I'm super excited, so pumped. I haven't seen him in so long. I'm so super excited to see him. OMG, oh, there he is, there he is, there he is, there he is. There he is, my brother, there he is. There Can I hug him? Can I touch him?
Hey,
Oh my
sis,
goodness!
how you been?
I'm so happy to see you.
Oh, long time no see, sis. How you been?
Yes, I'm so happy to see you.
You looking great. You looking
yes,
great.
I cannot wait till you get home. We
Oh,
need you
look,
home.
I got less than 24 hours. I'm looking forward to it. I'm going in the community, and I'm gonna do what I did that got me here before.
No,
so
no,
I
no,
just,
no, 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 no,
Yeah,
no.
yes,
No.
yes. That's my sister. Yes, yes.
used to wreak havoc in this institute.
Oh no, no, nah.
You look so good. How Thank you.
No,
Thank you. Thank you. I've been
no.
good. I've been good. I didn't got myself together. I'm trying to get this one
hey,
together.
I'm here.
So
Yo,
hopefully
what
get him
is
on the
that
right track.
about?
How you been though?
I've been great, and I'm a certified peer recovery specialist, along with being a corrections professional.
Okay.
And I'm an individual in long-term recovery for 26 years, who help individuals with
Okay,
substance use disorders get through treatment.
Hello, sis.
And
I thought this was my visit.
Okay.
What is going on here?
Okay, come on.
How's the family,
Everybody's
sis?
good. Everybody, I mean, you already know I had to bury mom and dad by
Yeah,
myself. I
yeah,
can't wait till you get
How's
home.
that coming along?
I'm
as far
doing
as the house.
I'm doing better. I need
Okay.
you to come on home though, so you can help me with the house, help me with
Okay,
my son.
I'm going
He
back
need
to
his uncle.
Pennsylvania Avenue, North Avenue. I'm going to hit the block and.
No, that's not
Yeah,
not gonna
yeah,
work.
I'm going to hit the
That's-
block, sis.
No, that's not gonna work. That's not gonna. What is going on? Are you hungry? What is they feeding you?
Oh, I
you
see
need to
you.
get some weight on you.
I see you still got jokes, huh?
I miss you.
Okay.
I miss
okay.
you. I need you to
miss
come
me.
on back home though.
Sis, but I'm coming home, but I have not changed. I'm hearing a lot about peer support and all this counseling and everything, and these acronyms and
10
CPS, CS. All I know is CDD. You know, certified drug dealer.
Oh no. That's not gonna work. That's not gonna work. I cannot have you doing that at the house. I cannot have that around my son.
Well, come on now,
I
since
need-
I didn't show
No.
up for this now. I come to you thinking that you will be on roll for what we're about to do when I come home. I got these major plans, and I'm going to hit the block. I'm going to Pennsylvania and North Avenue. I've seen a lot that's going on up there, and I'm excited. I'm excited.
No. It's no more packs and cracks and selling smacks. It's no more of that.
Oh, come on.
It's no
now.
more of that.
Come on. You know what?
It's no more of
I
that.
think I need to clear up this visit. Nope, sis, no. How's my boys doing uptown?
What boys?
The guys uptown, are
It's
they
nobody
stayed on the
uptown.
block?
It's nobody uptown but kids.
Come on, sis.
These boys is locked up.
Come on, you done switched up
they
now. You
did.
telling me something about, you done changed your life, you done got a job.
That's right.
What is going on? The sis I know, we used to be out there ripping and running, getting in trouble, breaking law. That's what I know.
You've been
breaking law.
gone. You've been gone for 10 years.
Okay.
I had to deal with our parents all by myself, the house by myself. I had to change.
Okay, I
Nothing
hear that.
stays the same.
Oh, come on, sis. You ain't the same sis I known. I know it was 10 years ago, but to me, it's been 10 days.
So-
you
so-
haven't
so you don't
changed
have
that
no-
fast,
so you
sis.
don't
Come
have
on
no
now.
plan for when
no,
you come
I don't
home?
have no plan. My life is still going to be the way it came. I like my orange jumper today. I like going out on Pennsylvania Avenue. I like North and Longwood, Kenwood, and all of these things. Come on, hold up, sis. What are you doing? No, I mean, what, sis, look, I'm coming home in 24 hours, and I'm looking forward to. Come on, sis.
Oh,
Sis, come on now. Sis, I'll see you. I'll be home shortly, and
This is unbelievable.
boys, I'll be there.
It's no boys to talk to, but okay. This is unbelievable. I can't believe it. I can't believe this. Like, he done just rattled my whole spirit. I need to talk to somebody. I'm gonna have to call my pastor. Get my mind right. I can't believe I done came all the way up here for this. It's unbelievable. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. He is in rare form. He up here cutting up, talking about selling drugs after he done been locked up for 10 years.
Talking about distributing narcotics. Man, has he lost his mind?
Yes, I believe so. I believe he has. The lady had to end the visit and take him out of here.
My God, I knew I should have went down there with you.
Mm-hmm.
God bless that man. What is he thinking after all this time? He gotta know better than that.
I don't know, but at the end of the day, I still have to go pick him up tomorrow, so.
So, if you get a chance and if you think about it, give me a call within the next couple of days. As a matter of fact, call me when you get in, and if he acting crazy, just let me know. But
Okay.
Come on, man, I can't believe that's him.
Okay. All right, that's what I do. That's exactly what I do. If you get to acting crazy, I'll call you.
All right, Lord sis.
All right. OMG. OMG. OMG.
Oh man, you didn't tell me it was gonna be this tough when I came out. Oh my God, I come out, they talking re-entry this and re-entry that and Secretary Struggs this and Secretary Struggs that. You know, I'm like, come on. You know, so we're living in a society where we're seeing a lot of the young people are passing away, and I just can't take it no more. I need to see somebody who really understands what I'm feeling and what I'm going through. It bothers me.
You act like I haven't been through the same things that you have been
But
through.
you're talking about a job. I'm talking about the
I'm
streets.
talking about a way for you to help me
North
without
Lawn,
you going
Calhoun,
back to the jail. Oh my
CADA.
gosh.
Come
Here
on,
we go.
sis.
No, I can't do
Come
that. I
on.
can't do that. No, I can't do that. Because then you're going to mess with my peace, and I can't have that. I can't have
Sis,
that.
come on,
No,
this is me.
I got something for you.
You got something for
I
me?
got something exactly for you.
No,
Yep,
sis,
I got
come
something
on
for you. I got something. Remember we talked? You gonna pull up and come? Okay, that's
What, you got
perfect.
a pack
We
for me?
waiting on you. We
You
waiting
got a
on
pack?
you. Okay, we waiting.
Okay,
A
okay.
pack? Yeah, I got
got
the
a
perfect
pack.
pack for you.
Okay,
Yep,
okay.
I
I'm
got
just,
the perfect pack for you.
I'm waiting to see what you have for me.
Yep, it's gonna be
Yep,
perfect.
yep, 'cause
It's
I
right.
gotta be on the
especially
avenue in
for
about
you.
10 minutes.
10
Pennsylvania
minutes.
Avenue.
I know
yep.
you ain't got nothing in this house,
Yeah,
and
no.
mommy and daddy house. I know
well,
you don't have
see,
nothing in
that's
here.
a whole nother subject there, but hey, that looks like
There we go.
somebody at the door.
Here
that-
we go. Here go the
Huh?
here we go. There you go. Look,
Hey,
look.
brother man,
Mark, here we go.
we was in the joint
Here we
together.
go. Look, there you go.
Cell block 8. What's up, brother? Hey, see now I know I got a pack coming now, brother. I know I got a pack coming now.
Pat, oh, come on, man.
Yeah,
Cut the crap,
yeah.
man. How you doing, bro?
I'm doing well. I see, man, suit and tie. I'm looking for the orange jumper, brother. What's going on with you?
Nah, man, just gave my life to the Lord, doing
Yeah,
the
your
church
life
thing now.
to
How
the
you
Lord.
doing?
Oh, so now you're going to tell me you're a pastor, you done got a job too, huh? So
Actually,
what, you usher
I am
to
a
the
pastor.
old-
The
You
biz-
are a pastor.
Absolutely.
Oh, come on, brother.
Come on,
Come
man.
on. So,
Can't throw bricks at the jail every day.
Pimps in the pulpit.
Not exactly, but
Oh,
hey.
come on, man. Come on.
I am recruiting, though.
I done been away 10 years, and I come back home to the changes that has been made, but the changes of the life that they tell me reentry start on day one. I came out, and I'm finding out that it is not even the way I thought it would be.
It is, bro. It started from day one. I told you when we was locked up, bro, we had to make a change. We had to do something different. You
You the
said you
same
were
one
doing
was
something
in the
different,
cell with
but
me.
I'm hearing from your sister, you're doing the exact same thing. You getting
Oh,
packs,
come
and
on.
you talking about people that doing this and that.
I don't even want to talk to you no more, man.
How you don't want to talk to me, bro? We talked about this every day.
We talk
every
about
day.
what? We talking about change.
Making a
You're
change.
the same woman we was in the cell together. You were crying out, and we were doing the 10 years, and you telling me how you're going to come out and be a productive member of society.
And guess what? I'm a productive member of society. I ain't come back selling packs.
Oh, come on.
I come in the door, you ain't say, hey, boy, you got a job for me? Can I get some money? First thing you ask for is some packs. Where's your mind at, bro?
My mind is on Pennsylvania Avenue. I'm trying to get there now. You holding me up.
I'm glad I'm holding you up. Pastor is holding my man
Yeah,
up.
yeah.
I'm holding you up, bro.
You
But
holding
really,
me
man,
up.
how are you? Not how what you want to be doing. Because I
I'm-
can tell you what you can be doing. You could be dead like man overdose
Oh,
off
man,
fentanyl.
come on,
Or you can be a Roxbury like little Joe Boy was doing that 25 years, that only being home 40 days. I mean, tell me what you want to do.
Oh, come on, man. Come on.
Bro, I'm trying to help you out, bro.
I didn't come here to hear that.
You might not have came. Yeah, you're going to hear it. We talk every day. I had to hear you. You're going to hear me today.
Okay.
Man, I'm telling you, I got something for you, man. Just rock with me.
Do you?
Yes, I do, bro. I got this opportunity for you, man, just like I got. When I came home, I met a lady. She said, hey, you think about being a peer? You can help somebody with your life. I
Okay.
said, help somebody with my life?
Okay.
I'm with it.
I hear what you're saying, but today, I'm going back to the Avenue. Long Hill,
All right, well,
Pennsylvania,
okay, so if
North
you're going back
Ave.
to the avenue today, let me give you this money right here.
Okay.
So that way, when you take it to the avenue,
Okay.
and you end up like, man, you can tell them that I gave it to you.
Oh, wow. You had to go there. Huh?
Yeah, because you want to end up like a homeboy.
Oh, man.
Go ahead out there.
Wow.
Or you can rock with me and we can see a different life when you're on the horizon.
You know what? I just may give it a chance because I not only do I hear you, I feel you.
You
All
really,
right.
you feel me?
After I come
Well,
back
feel
from
me
off
take
Avenue.
this money back out of my put it in my pocket.
Okay.
Then you feel
All
me?
right. I'll get back with you. I'm hitting the avenue. Sis, you. No, I ain't got time for that. No. No.
I don't know what we gonna do with them.
I mean, I feel like anybody can change, so he definitely not a lost cause, but I don't know. After 10 years, still got the same mindset.
I did 18. My mind changed. I'm pretty sure his can change too. All right.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lynette Perrine, and I would like to welcome you to the 2024 Certified Peer Recovery Specialist graduation.
Love it.
Being a certified peer recovery specialist is very rewarding. We assist individuals with reentry into society. We help them succeed through programs, information, through resources, and I'm just proud to be able to give this award to this individual who fought me every step of the way. But I'm so proud of him, and I want to introduce to you the 2024 Certified Peer Recovery Specialist recipient, Mr. Marlo Hargrove. Yes.
Oh, sis.
OMG, I'm so proud. Look at you. Oh, God is good. Come on. Come on. Yes. This belongs to you.
Oh,
Yes. Okay, bro.
thank you. Thank you.
Okay, bro.
Thank
Get
you.
him.
Thank you.
Get him, bro. Get
Thank
him.
you. Thank you. Recovery starts when you come home day one, but I have to, with all honor, due and respect, acknowledge my sister who hung in there with me, pastor who did time with me, but now here, my counselor, my COO, who helped me through all the trials and tribulations. But I would be remiss if I didn't make a personal announcement. You're listening to someone who has no mother, who has no father, no biological brothers and sisters. But by the grace of God, I'm still here. I know how it feels to have been stabbed, pistol whipped, robbed, left for dead, in prison, the whole gamut that we talked about today. But I also know this, what the enemy meant for evil, God will turn it around for our good. You're looking at someone who is on this panel who are now also certified peer specialists. Can you give them a hand as well, please? In closing, I promise not to be before you all long, but this is why we're here, to make a difference. I hold before you all Baltimore homicides. Baltimore homicides. These are lives of people, of individuals who have lost their life. Crime, grime, and everything else. So we are here to make a difference. You are here to make a difference. It is not by accident that we stand before you. But we are only as strong as our missing link. It doesn't matter if you have a PhD or a GED. We are all in this together. Who am I? Who am I to have ever thought that we couldn't make it? running around the streets of Baltimore, Maryland, but we all was once feeling naked, with no job, with no hope, with no future, with no place to call home. Sister Tolan, can't you hear the pain in my voice from the streets that we roamed? See, we can't go back home to mom and dad because they're dead. You heard us say that mom is dead, so God, why haven't you just taken me instead? I was the one strung out off of prison, sis. I was the one in and out of the prison. I was the one that was homeless. I was the one that was too blind to see. Brother Davis, that God came and snatched me and gave me back my sanity. So when I think today, Lynette, the times really was hard, it was God who came and snatched all of us from out of the land of the Nod. So when we open our eyes today and we begin to think how we thought we lost our mom and dad because of a drink. So today we know that they're both up in heaven smiling down. And we don't have to walk around mad with a frown. But I also know this, that it's better for us to give. How many more agents and how many more people have to die in order for others to live? We must stop killing each other. We must stop killing each other. Can y'all come up front with me? Come up front. The ties that bind us together are stronger than those that will try to tear us apart. We love you all, and please pray for us as we continue to pray for you all. God bless, and thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Marlo, Latrice, Danielle, thank you so much. Thank you to all of you. Appreciate it. In all transparency, I grabbed the wrong schedule, so I don't have everybody's names quite remembered, so I apologize. And now I'd like to bring up Ms. Veronica Dermos to provide a few remarks as the funding for programs comes up onto the stage. That's our next panel.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Veronica Doremus. As of January 31st, 2024, I am a citizen. I was incarcerated at MCIW for over 14 years. I came up here to do a couple of things today. I came up here because as soon as I got out, I was an advocate on the inside, and I'm also an advocate today. One of the things that I want to say as an advocate to the reentry specialists, to DPSCS, we're not here to be enemies, right? We just want things to be better on the inside. I would like, my wish, my desire is for things to be better on the inside for the ladies that I left behind. I want to say to Ms. Scruggs, on your watch, we had the very first Veterans Women's Day. You partnered with the governor, and we'd never had anyone like you to come into the institution as many times as you did, so we know you care, right? We know you care. You came into that institution while I was there for the last maybe year. I saw you several times a month. We know you care. To the administration, especially Ms. Holland, Warden Holland, I know you care, right? I did a podcast with Mansa Musa, and I know I upset a few people with the things that I said. I meant what I said, but I want to say this. We want things to be better. It's not that we should not be punished for the things that we do, but the way that we serve our time. Because again, I'm on the outside now, right? I want the ladies to know, don't do your time like I did my time fighting everything, but we're out here. We're working with the people that are out here to make things better for you, because that's what we're doing. There are a group of ladies and men that are on the outside now, and we just want things to be better. And Ms. Scruggs and Ms. Holland, it's changing. I saw changes, right? It's not going to happen overnight. I know it's not going to happen overnight, but I want you to know that I could see the changes myself. Things are not perfect. I'm sorry for complaining, right? But we just want the best for each other because we are returning. And for everyone that's here and all of the reentry things that you're doing, we need that on the inside too, right? One of the things that's happening is that reentry resources are for people that are short-term, but long-term people are being released as well. You're doing great things out here. We need a little bit of that on the inside. But I wanted to make sure that I told the staff, as well as the administration from MCIW, that things are changing, and we appreciate you. And Ms. Scruggs, absolutely. You need to know that it's because of you that I was able to go to McVets, which is where I am now. It's great, right? I was able to go to a place that's helping me to get on my feet. I am a part of the NAACP, the ACLU. I'm working on being a member of the Caucus for African American Leaders, and we're supporting you. You need to know that we, as advocates, are supporting you. And so whatever it is we have to do to support you, know that we're doing that as well. So thank you all for listening, and have a blessed day.
Veronica, thank you once again. And now I'd like to introduce to all of you the Funding for Programs panel. We have our moderator, Ms. Angelina Guarino, who is the Assistant Secretary for the Office of Data, Policy, and Grants for DPSCS. And joining her are Brandy Kahn, Assistant Director of Justice Reinvestment for the Governor's Office of Crime Prevention and Policy, Michael Williams, Director of the Returning Citizens Affairs Division of Prince George's County, Cheryl Riviera, Managing Director of Workforce Development for Living Classrooms Foundation, and last but certainly not least, and so you'll be the first panelist to speak, sir, is Mr. Andre Bethea, who is the Senior Policy Advisor, Corrections, Reentry, and Justice Reform for the Department of Justice, Bureau of Justice Assistance. Please give them a round of applause.
Thank you to Lynn. Good afternoon, everyone, or almost good afternoon. I'm really pleased to be able to take a moment in the middle of this program and really spend some time talking about what we can do that fuels all of the programs that you've seen so far today. All of these interventions that represent ways that we are delivering services differently, that we are finding ways to partner with the community to meet needs that have gone unmet for a very long time. And we've heard examples of success, but on this stage, you're gonna hear not only what success means for the state in being able to place those investments where they are needed, which is in the community, and in programs coming from the community, led by the community, and really happening on a local level, because all of reentry is hyper-local. We start, of course, gratefully bringing in those resources from the federal level, local to Maryland, and then on the state level, getting them down to the state agencies and the jurisdictions that can use them. So for those of you in the audience who have never received a grant before, we would like to change that. And we'd like to leverage our power as a state agency to help partner with you to help get those resources to where you can start making the changes that you know your communities need. So I'll start with Andre.
My apologies. Good afternoon, everyone. Great. All right. My name is Andre Bethea, and I am the Senior Policy Advisor at the Department of Justice, Bureau of Justice Assistance. And I really want to express to this great convening that there is funding available for reentry through Second Chance Act funding. So I'm going to point out the actual website, which is the National Reentry Resource Center. Feel free to Google it. And currently, we have about 3 or 4 grant opportunities that are still open, whether you're focused on education, employment, or just transitional supports, or even behavioral health related reentry needs. I want to make a special appeal to smaller community-based organizations who may think that it takes too much to apply for federal funding. So we actually have reentry incubators available currently through some of the micro grants that could be provided, right, in a smaller amount. So that's open right now as well, whether you're working on housing pieces, again, employment, and many of the other areas that you all are experts in. So I'll start off there.
Thank you. Can we go to Brandy next?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Brandy Kahn, and I manage the Justice Reinvestment Initiative at the Governor's Office of Crime Prevention and Policy. So if you're not familiar with our office is the state administrative agency for Maryland. So what that means is we distribute approximately $300 million in both state and federal funding every year to promote public safety initiatives statewide. So as it relates to this forum, the Justice Reinvestment Act established a grant fund to provide for county and state expansions of programming based on priorities identified by the Justice Reinvestment Coordinating Council. So the Performance Incentive Grant Fund, as you can see here, is a multi-million-dollar grant fund based on safely reducing Maryland's prison population by incorporating evidence-based programming, establishing connections to community treatment, and promoting reentry outcomes. So eligible organizations for this funding are Maryland state agencies, local community-based nonprofit organizations, and local government organizations. So there are 5 goals outlined in PIGIF. The first that we're here to talk about today is reentry programming. We fund both state and local and nonprofit organizations to expand programming and support services for justice-involved individuals reentering the community. So programs can look like community-based employment, workforce development, housing support, any kind of personnel, funding for reentry coordinator positions. And we really look to seek holistic reentry services that address the multifaceted issues that an individual may face when reentering the community. So like I said, funding can support personnel, prorated operating expenses, so we can help with rent and utilities, travel costs, equipment, and contractual services. PIGIF can also support mental and behavioral health programming, alternatives to incarceration, and pretrial services, as well as victim services. And so I was asked to talk about a little bit our best practices that we see when reviewing these applications that we receive. So the first thing that I ask myself is this program viable? Does the applicant appear to be able to do what they're proposing? So all of our programs should have a strong evidence base and be able to reflect the most recent relevant data to support the justification of need. Like I said, this can support both statewide and county-focused initiatives. And another critical thing that I look at when reviewing these applications is, does the program have the partnerships it needs to be viable, to be sustainable? It's not a requirement of this program to have established MOUs or contracts, but they do usually reflect higher scores. And I think the best piece of advice that I can give to applicants when applying for this grant funding is to really read the NOFA. I wrote the NOFA, and I still have to go back and look at it every time I'm scoring an application. So this funding cycle runs on the state fiscal year, which is July 1st to June 30th every year. We're in the final stages of our review process for this year's fiscal year 25 funding. We're hoping to make letters of intent in the next week or so. This year we'll be distributing approximately $12.5 million in funding for all of the initiatives that I stated. I think it's one thing important to note for subrecipients. This is a quarterly reimbursement grant. So applicants must have the financial capacity to support efforts on a quarterly basis. And the last thing that I want to note is my grant manager and I are always happy to talk with new applicants, current applicants. I see so many of you in the room right now about any ideas that you may have to expand your programming or to get funded. Now is the time to talk to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandy. I want to take just a few moments before we move on to really bring something home to those of you who may not be as familiar with some of the JRA work that GoCap does, and that is that $12.5 million that you just mentioned didn't come from nowhere. It's a very specific number. $12.5 million represents the per capita investment that the state would have spent incarcerating an individual in Maryland. That number represents the difference of the thousands of individuals who are not in prison today, who were in prison in 2016. As a state, we decided that we could do things better. We decided that that was not where we needed to be putting $12.5 million. And that instead, half of that funding is actually earmarked for local jurisdictions, not back to the state, although there is still need, right? There is need within the state's attorney's offices and state systems and the Office of the Public Defender to come up with new ways to deliver those resources and close that need that we know is there. But there's also huge need at the community, and it's a very effective place to put that investment. And so that's why that pot is protected to go directly to the community. Some of you may have already reached out to the department for letters of support. You may have received them this year or prior years, either for Second Chance Act applications or for the PIGIF funding. And if you haven't, I would encourage you to take this time this afternoon over lunch to network with our head of reentry, with our head of correctional education, with some of the people that you've heard speak today, even if they're not associated with DPSCS. If someone is running a program that you think your community could benefit from, talk to them about how they did it, and then come to our website and fill out our request form for a letter of support and talk to us. And we, just like Brandy, will discuss how we can leverage our programs and our infrastructure to get your volunteers in the door. Because so much of the good work that the department does is actually done not by our employees, but by volunteers, by organizations within the community that come to us and say, I have a great idea, I have a great model, but if I could just know, if I could come do it behind the wall, if I could know who was going home, I could help them. If I could know who was coming to me, I'd be ready to meet them. And so that support comes in many different ways. It's not always support in getting the grants, it's also support in implementing the programs, it's support in getting the data that you need to make those programs run, and it's support that changes us too. Our policies have changed as a result of programs that have been brought to us by the community. So we're both working together. And that's, I think, a really good example of a local community-led program. It's making a huge difference in PG County.
Absolutely. Is this on? Yep, absolutely. And thank you so much, Secretary Scruggs and Tolan, for the invitation for Prince George's County to be represented here today. We are excited about the reentry work that we're launching. It's been 2 years since our office was implemented. Our county executive, Angela Also Brooks, she saw it as necessary as a result of the work that Ms. Johnson mentioned earlier from our Reentry Advisory Board. The work that they did came up with the 47 recommendations. That was a good number, Ms. Johnson. One of those recommendations was the creation of our office, which is a centralized office within the county executive's structure so that the needs of our returning citizens get addressed and get met to the best of our ability. So our office, we aren't direct service providers. We call ourselves kind of the coordinator of all of the different entities that provide services. So we work really closely with Nina Ward's group at the Bridge Center to make sure that they have the resources as our one-stop shop that they need to help the returned citizens or formerly incarcerated individuals. I heard that returned citizens is not a popular term I'm gonna stop using it. It's gonna take some practice, but I'm gonna stop using it. But to help our formerly incarcerated individuals get back on track and be able to meet their goals and objectives. So from a funding standpoint, we have two vehicles. We've issued requests for proposals where it's a very formalized process where people submit proposals. Our first one was smaller grants because it was our first one and we really just wanted to try it out and see how the process worked. In hindsight, it wasn't worth it. We would have used a different approach, but we're learning as we go. But we issued 4 awards to community-based nonprofits to do things like provide transportation assistance, provide clothing, provide food, and just meet some of the basic needs of our citizens. The second one that we released was for transitional housing supports. Like most of the state and most of the country, from what I'm understanding, housing is a significant barrier to the successful reintegration of our men and women coming home. And so we didn't have the authority to fund actual bed space, but we had transitional housing providers in the county, nonprofit organizations who just sheer will. They solicit funds and they get monies to operate their programs, and we thought we could be helpful by issuing grants to those groups. And so the second RFP we put out was $100,000 transitional housing support grants. And so we had a number of applications. We're at the end of that review cycle. It's been a long process. This is our largest grant to date. So we hope, and I think one of my bidders is in the room, so I don't want to say this too loud, but we hope to finalize that award by July 1. That's the goal. But we're real excited to be able to put this money back out into the community to our nonprofits who do this work oftentimes without compensation, right? They do it just because they have a calling to do it and they want to be helpful. And so we're excited, excuse me, to be able to support them. So that'll close out our fiscal year. And then in the next fiscal year, we're looking to issue more requests for proposals so we can continue that work. The other vehicle, and we've done this on a limited basis, is for smaller dollar amounts. Nonprofits have approached us and asked us for support, and we've been able to fund several. We've funded the Family Reunification Group at the Bridge Center that Ms. Ward talked about. We funded one of the transitional housing providers before we decided to do the RFP. We funded that initiative as well, and some other smaller groups. And so I did want to just talk a little bit about what we look for. The first is a clearly identified need. So we've had some groups approach us with ideas that don't meet a need that we've identified. And so then that's where the data comes in. And so we really need to know, what are you basing your proposal off of? What is the need, and how will your proposal meet that need? So it's important to have a clearly defined scope of work, a clear description of your proposed deliverables, measurable performance standards. We don't just want to throw money down the drain. We want to make sure that the resources that we put out into the community are well utilized and benefit our justice-involved population. And then we want clear budget breakdowns that tie back to those deliverables. I think that's one of the things that some of our nonprofit partners have struggled with, and that's in tying your budget back to your deliverables. But that's essential. We have to have that in order to be able to move forward. And so we're looking to continue to build our network within our county. We call it our reentry ecosystem. We're super excited about nonprofits who've been around for a long time doing this work without compensation. And then we're also excited about new nonprofits that are coming on board because they see the work that we're doing in the county and they want to be a part of it.
Thank you. I'm so glad you draw that distinction. Because just because an organization hasn't gotten funding before, they may be a new grant organization, but they're not new organizations. They've got the success under their belt. They've been working for years, and I can't think of one that is more of a shining star than Living Classrooms, that's working right here where most individuals going home are coming to.
Good morning. My name is Cheryl Riviere, and I do have the honor of working with people who, every day, who support people who are coming back into the community. Our program is called Project Serve, and what we do within 2 weeks of someone being released, we put them to work. And we gave them a minimum wage, but we not only put them to work, we support them with case managers who provide stabilization services to try to stabilize them, to keep them working, and after our 3 to 6 month commitment, keep them working after that. What I can say about people, about funding is, it is scary for smaller nonprofits to do a federal grant or to do a state grant. The one advice that I can give is to be organized and to collaborate. One thing, and I'm gonna say this about Baltimore City nonprofits, we do not like to play friendly with each other. But we need to. Because if we collaborate, and if you win, I win, Baltimore wins, and the returning citizens win. So advice that I give to nonprofit is that we have to collaborate. And when we collaborate, we can get this funding to help people. And the funding can be daunting, submitting the application, but what I can say, especially for DOJ, is that that process has become simplified under you guys right now. I mean, there's an RFP right now in which they're willing for the smaller nonprofit to send in a video as their interest to receive support services. GOCCP, they're very, very responsive. I promise you, you call them and ask them a question and they would answer. That was not true about 8 years ago. You would be on the phone, on hold forever and still do not get your answer. So we do the work. It is hard work, working with people coming out of incarceration, because we have to gain their trust. But I think that there's a lot of support from the federal and state level to make this work. They're seeing that it's a need, and we gotta keep our foot on their necks to make them really realize to keep on funding us, keep on making us doing the work. And I can't say this again, Baltimore City nonprofits, we need to collaborate. Stop acting like crabs in a barrel and collaborate with each other to get this funding so that we can support returning citizens.
Well, I promise I think you're all going to get to lunch more or less on time, but I would be remiss if I didn't end this out by saying, as you go forward and you think about how you could reach your communities, how you could leverage some of these opportunities, we do have a community releases dashboard on our website that will tell you whether it's Baltimore, whether it's Dorchester County, whether it's Hagerstown, how many people in the next year, people, not returning citizens, just people, Marylanders, how many of them are coming home to my county? And who are they? Not names, because privacy is important, but how many women? If you run an emerging adults program, how many individuals below the age of 26? You can filter by whoever it is you're trying to reach, and we can help you make your application stronger so we can bring these dollars back to where they need. So thank you, and I hope you're hungry.
Mic check, there we go. Thank you to our funding and funding for programs panel. Appreciate each and every one of you for your expertise, your knowledge, your experience. Thank you so much. And I hope that something that they shared here can help each and every one of you as you move forward in this work, even if it's to share information with someone that you know that needs this information. So now we are officially into the lunch hour. We are back on track. Yes, yes. Okay, so a few housekeeping rules. We do have boxed lunches. There's a mixture of sandwiches and salads for those that do not eat sandwiches. So please pay attention to the labels, drinks. It's first come, first serve. There is a full service cafeteria downstairs if either you don't get lunch or you don't like the options, okay? That cafeteria, though, you do have to pay for that. What's available here is at no cost to you. And we will come back at 1:15. We'll actually be back here by 1:07. I know it's an odd time, 1:07, because we have a video presentation, and then we're going to jump into the next panel, which is substance use disorder and clinical health, okay? All right, so what time should we try to be back? 1:07. I love you guys. Thank you so much. See you soon.
Check, check, check. All right, all right. In about 15 minutes, we'll be starting back in. About 15 minutes, we'll be starting back. So everybody, if you can make your way back to the seats, and we'll get this show on the road in about 15 minutes. Thank you. Check. All right. In about 5 minutes, we'll be starting on with the rest of the presentation. Please make your way back to your seats. In about 5 minutes, we'll be starting back up with the presentation. Thank you.
Okay. So we are getting ready to conclude the lunch break. And as promised, we do have a special video performance. That we'd like to show all of you. And so if you could kindly pull up that next slide. All right, so we have a video performance titled Voices. And this actually leads into our next panel, which is the Substance Use Disorder Clinical Health panel. And Voices is a choreography by Kaylin B. Scruggs, and the voice in the music is by Ms. Shantae Fields. I had the opportunity to watch it, and it's very, very impactful. So with that being said, let's go ahead and roll the video.
Call me by my name. I am not bipolar. My name is Penny. I have a disorder. She wasn't my choice. I'm stuck. She's stuck inside. I have a disorder. That's not what hurt me. I have a disorder. It doesn't mean I'm crazy. But that's not what hurt me. It doesn't mean I'm crazy. She keeps me up. It doesn't mean I'm crazy. when I need my call me by my name. Yes, I still wake up in the morning. I am not bipolar. That's not what you call me. I am not crazy. Bipolar is not call me by my name. That's not what you call me. It doesn't mean I'm crazy. My name is Pen. Is Pen. I have a disorder. She doesn't mean but that's not what you call me. It doesn't mean I'm crazy. She keeps me calm. It doesn't mean she's crazy. When I need my sleep. Yes, I still wake up in the morning. I am not bipolar. My name, I am not bipolar. Is not. Her and I definitely are not one and the same.
Okay, and that was Voices. Thank you so much for taking the opportunity to watch that. Very detailed visual of the struggles that folks often do go through when they're facing mental illness. And that piece really hit home for me because my father actually has schizophrenia. So I've had the opportunity to live some of these different experiences that I saw depicted in the video itself. So thank you for taking the time to watch that. And now we're going to transition into the next panel, which is the substance use disorder clinical health. And our moderator is Michael Richards. And our panelists are Tiffany Blackwell, Christy Wasilenko, Jeanette Graham, Stuart Burns, and Marlo Hargrove.
Test.
Okay. And so with us we have, again, Michael Richards, who is the Director of Substance Use Disorder Treatment Services with the Department of Public Safety and Correctional Services. Tiffany Blackwell is the Deputy Director of Substance Use Disorder Treatment Services for DPSCS. Christy Wasilenko is the Assistant Vice President of Operations for Centurion Healthcare. Jeanette Graham is the Executive Director of No Struggle, No Success. And with her is Mr. Stuart Burns, Peer Recovery Specialist of No Struggle, No Success. And last but not least, we have Marlo Hargrove, who is Peer Recovery Supervisor, and you saw him earlier today, of Substance Use Disorder Treatments for DPSCS. Please clap it up for our fine panelists.
Thank you. Can you guys hear? Excellent. So under Secretary Scruggs, we've been given the directive to make sure that reentry starts with the first day of incarceration. And as we do that, we absolutely have learned that reentry impacts and sparks and engages with every area of one's life. So reentry isn't this silo that occurs by itself. It's something that's occurring with one's housing, with one's mental health, with one's employment, with one's substance use needs. And so as we look to build and integrate reentry services, we really have to make sure that we are providing individuals with services while they're incarcerated, opportunities for improvement, opportunities so while they are with us, they are moving in that direction of truly engaging with reentry from day one. Let's make sure that that person who is getting ready for transition and starts to prepare for that reentry at the end of their sentence has actively engaged and has had opportunities to engage with multiple different departments, multiple different growth opportunities, so that they are ready for that. And then we also, as we're working to make that growth, we also have to make sure that we are engaging and working with them so that they are able to have a bridge from that facility back into the community. And so as we go through the panel today, we really want to focus on those two areas of how do we engage with someone's substance use disorder needs and with their mental health needs as we are serving them while incarcerated to prepare them and to move them towards reentry. And then also, how do we create that bridge? And so as we go around, I want each of our panels to really focus on those two areas. So I'm going to first ask Tiffany. Tiffany is my right-hand deputy director. So since we've come into this together, can you kind of share some of the items we've really focused on and worked on to improve those opportunities for individuals while incarcerated to move towards a positive reentry and the services for reentry?
Good afternoon. My name is Tiffany Blackwell, Deputy Director. I've been with the department for almost 2 years in August. When I first came, our focus was to rebuild the substance use disorder program. There weren't a lot of staff. It wasn't in existence for a couple of years. Our first directive was to get everybody screened in the system for opiate use disorder, for House Bill 116. We've done that. We continue to screen people for opiate use disorder. In our pretrial, Baltimore City, if you come in with an opiate use disorder and you're on medicated assisted treatment, we maintain that. We can initiate it if you want it to be initiated and you are screened as having an opiate use disorder. Once October the 1st, was it 23? September the 1st, as incarcerated individuals used to be taken off of their medicated assisted treatment at one time when they were sentenced. That's no longer. As of September the 1st, if you are on it when you are sentenced, if you're coming in from any detention centers in the counties, the city, we maintain that medication throughout your stay. That was a huge accomplishment, and we're glad that we got that started. We also have level 1 outpatient care in our facilities. We have therapeutic communities, which are 36 hours of treatment per week for 7 days a week. In Hagerstown, we're planning to open the women's therapeutic community in Patuxent within the next month. We have incarcerated individuals that are becoming peer recovery specialists while they're incarcerated. We have 10 cohorts over DOC. We have 40 incarcerated individuals that have actually gained their certification while in our custody, and we have noticed yesterday that we had more that got their certification as of yesterday. We utilize those peers. We utilize those peers in the institutions to help other incarcerated individuals in medical department with substance use, different capacities that we use them for.
So the one last thing, I just want to have you pivot back. So we're doing the outpatient and the therapeutic communities, but we had a big change that also happened around those entering.
Yes. The big change that we were working on for a whole year was, at one time, substance use disorder treatment was mandatory. If a person was screened stating that they needed substance use disorder and they refused, they would lose all their good conduct credits would be taken if they refused to engage in treatment. We worked for a year to have that mandatory remediation removed. Substance use disorder treatment is now voluntary. We want people who want to be in treatment, and there are a lot of people that want to be in treatment.
Thank you, Tiffany. So this panel is substance use disorder and clinical health, and so we also have Christy Wasilenko. She is the Vice President of Operations for Centurion Healthcare, and I'd like you to kind of share the role Centurion currently plays in that specific population you serve.
Thank you. I am the AVP, as you said, for Centurion. We provide mental health services in the Maryland prison system and the Baltimore City jails. We've been in working with the department since 2005. I started my journey in the correction system approximately 10 years or so in a reentry position. I was hired to be a reentry supervisor for individuals that have serious mental illness and or who are in one of our inpatient hospitals for mental health treatment. So on that journey, we talked about when reentry starts is from the gate, and so from the entry. So the same thing goes with mental health services. All of our intake facilities have licensed mental health professionals who screen each individual for suicide risk. And they are then referred to the appropriate level of urgency to care. We do have an inpatient hospital in central booking as well as in the Patuxent institution. And so individuals are also seen within 7 days of being in the institution to make sure that they're adjusting. And so that was something new that was recently, in the past few years, implemented. Give credit to Dr. Boneski, Director of Mental Health, and that one additional service while someone is adjusting has reduced suicide incidents. And so, we have a team of 4 on our reentry team, and the 4 individuals are focused with working with individuals that are in the Patuxent Institute Inpatient Mental Health Hospital, as well as Baltimore Central Booking. And what they do is work with the individual to develop a plan to continue their care in the community at the most appropriate level of care for them. And so as you can imagine, as we heard from the other panelists, that mental health has increased in the need for mental health services has increased in the jails because of the state hospitals closing, and so we do have a huge need there, and so that's why we would put these safety measures in place. So the individuals we have will work to develop a plan. It's a comprehensive plan. Sometimes there's services that meet their needs, sometimes there's not in the communities that they live in, and so everything is tailored to their specific needs. One of the biggest strengths is coordination and resources. So resources are very, very crucial, and coordinating with others to make sure those resources are available upon release.
So just a really quick follow-up. There are multiple players kind of in this reentry field in DPSCS. And you guys have specific reentry coordinators, and you work with a very specific population. Can you real quickly kind of share that specific focus and population that you work with, and kind of the unique needs that you see with them?
So individuals that are being released into the community, we have individuals that are in jails that have been there for a shorter term, and their needs are going to be a little bit different than somebody who's been incarcerated for several years or a majority of their life. And the level of their functioning is going to determine what services that they're going to be able to get in the community. And so we do have to ensure, of course, not only do they have continuation of care and medication upon return to the community, they also have services in place that meet all of their unique needs. And so what we find often is that some people are not healthy enough to participate in the development of their treatment plans, and then that is a group of individuals that we definitely need more resources for. And it's very exciting at times, and it's also difficult at times, but it's always, worth it. And I work with a great team who have been doing this with me and others for over 10 years, and so I'm happy to be here today.
Thank you so much. So next, we've got Jeanette. I just have to come back to that last comment of 10 years. This is such a team of individuals who have been doing this for so many years, and then we keep bringing in individuals who are the experts in the field, and we are really creating this dynamic team across of people. This is the passion, this is what we want to do, we can't see ourselves being anywhere else. With also, let's bring in these new blood, let's bring in the experts, let's bring in the community people who want to be part of this. And I want to share the value of that, of the knowledge of 10 years bringing into it is incredible, what you've built and able to support them.
Thank you. I couldn't have done it without my team.
That's right. So next, we've got Jeanette. She is the Executive Director of No Struggle, No Success. It's one of our community partners, and we talked before. I really wanted to share, they actually come in, make connections with our incarcerated individuals before they go home, so they are building that relationship, and I just can't even speak enough of the importance of that. So, Jeanette, can you share a little about your program, the work you're doing, and how you're making those connections?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having No Struggle, No Success here today. No Struggle, No Success is a full-service reentry program for the state of Maryland. Our primary catchment area is Baltimore City, Baltimore County, and Prince George's County. And in order to be a successful returning citizen, the roadmap for No Struggle, No Success was to enter the prison and detention centers and schools to ensure that we have intervention and prevention services and to actually develop a solid home plan. And so when we go inside the prisons, we work with the Public Defender's Office, we work with several lawyers and community partners, and we get the whole picture. We get, of course, their infraction history, their medical records, their family history. And then we actually talk to the individual themselves and their peers to kind of ensure that they have a seat at the table in their own home plan and that their home plan is more than just an address. And so, and then also working with the post-release, ensuring that we are directly connected to the parole probation agent. And so talking to them, we explain to them that they've learned how to navigate and become stable behind the wall. But with employment, children, marriage, family life, technology, is a need to make sure that they have mental health and substance abuse. And understanding that they may have learned how to be clean behind the wall, but there are triggers that's in life events, death, all these different things that they had to do behind the wall. Now it's different when you come in into the community. And so the home plan ensures that substance abuse and mental health is a part of that. Having coping tools and thinking tools while they are maintaining job, while they're doing their programming, while they're seeing family they haven't seen before or outlived families. Most of them have outlived family. And ensuring that these 220 individuals that we serve each year have solid ground asset mapping of who their friends are, where their NA meetings are, what treatments, medication management, all those things we make sure that they have right at their fingertips so they don't have an excuse to say someone did not help me or someone didn't understand their previous trauma that they occurred. And so No Struggle, No Cess ensures that if they're in a program for 6 months, 12 months, or 18 months and beyond, that they know, regardless if they graduate or not, that they still come back to us for any type of level, especially substance abuse.
Can you share just kind of the logistics and the working of when do you guys meet with them in the facilities? How early before? How do you do that? And kind of what the impact of that in-reach to create that bridge is? Sure.
So our program guideline states that they have to have a parole hearing or a sentence modification or a mandatory release within 6 months. And or if they have the opportunity to be able to do work release and or electronic monitoring device. Long as it's in the next 6 months. During those 6 months, my team do a virtual or in-person meeting with them. Again, do that reentry interview. We work with the lawyers, we work with the community partners, case managers, and social workers, ensuring that they have vital records in place, and if there's any barriers with name change or out and they don't have vital records at home, to make sure they have those things. We also have worked in the past with HCAM and then also Maryland Health Connections to ensure that they have active insurance within the first 7 days that they come home. If they enter one of NS&S housing units or our substance abuse partners in their housing, we make sure that they have the house rules in place, the UA testing available to also minimize those fees and fines that can contribute to substance abuse testing. The idea, again, is to make sure that after we look at their entire record and also adhering to any court orders or parole or probation mandates, all of that is included in their home plan. So they know exactly where to go to the doctors, where the next pharmacy is. The emergency room is not the place where for them to go. We make sure that they know exactly where it is in the community that they're in. We also find another returning citizen that can be a peer advocate to them. We don't know what it is to be behind the wall, they do, and then we get someone that has academic experience and team up. We also find an authorized person and their family that they would mind having a release of information. So if there's a need for case management conversations or intervention around substance abuse, behaviors, even getting on social media, open up a bank account. All those things can be triggers because they're saying, well, where's my inmate money, that I had in my account? They're so eager to jump out there because some of them are very proactive about their home plan, but they don't know what to expect. And this is why NS&S is in place to make sure that we're part of that support system to walk them through so they don't get, when they have these anxieties or pressures, or open up more opportunities for them. When they know that they have resources and know how to use them, they're more likely to stick with that group of individuals or that program beyond their mandated time.
And I just have to take the opportunity to share, we have reentry specialists, and a lot of them are in the room today, who start to work with their individuals 180 days out. And so here we are identifying those who need services and start to work on those plans at the same time where we're engaging with No Struggle, No Success. And so that timeline really lines up beautifully. The other thing it beautifully transitioned into is those who've had this experience really bring in a part and something that is so vital. And so next we actually have a Maryland citizen who his past intertwined with the criminal justice system, and he's going to get to share his journey home and his experience and his success. So I'm moved to kind of get to be introduced, Stuart.
I wanted to be able to say to you guys,
Yeah, please.
Stuart Burns was released under parole, and so again, we worked, probably was at WCI about 3 or 4 times before his release. And he was one of those individuals who did 23 plus years in prison and didn't have the opportunity like a JRA or sentence modification, but he was very diligent behind the wall for his family and for himself. And so maybe about four months prior to his release, he called me very anxious. I need to do this, I need to do that. And I was like, just give me this much trust to make sure that your home plan works in your favor. And so he had to come home on the electronic monitoring box for a couple of months. That was very different for him, and another form of confinement, but it was still a blessing for him being able to see that process see through. So I would like to introduce you guys to Stuart Burns.
Thank you, Ms. Graham. Distinguished people that are sitting here with the opportunities and resources that most were not available unless you were sentenced to Patuxent when I went to prison. You know, you said starting the first day that a person goes in there. I wish I had that when I went in there. So to have this development is huge because you go in there at a young age, lost, broken, abused, abandoned, don't even know the definition of remorse because you don't have a GED. You don't have family support. You don't have these types of resources, right? So I had to make a choice. And in North Branch Correctional Institution, I had to look in the mirror and I had to ask myself an honest question. Who are you? I didn't have the answer. That's the reality. So that began a journey of my growth and development process. I knew I needed help with substance and mental health treatment. I went to Patuxent for 8.5 years. It changed my life. The value of therapy, to me, is undistinguished. It changed me. Not at first. At first I said, send me back to Cumberland. I don't want to be here. I'm being real with everybody. The hell with you. I walked out the room. Don't tell me what I need. All of those things, right? I think this is the importance of us having peer engagement, though. In that process, I had peer support. I had people that understood me because a therapist would tell me, I understand, Mr. Burns. You don't understand me. You won't even come in my neighborhood. So the reality of it was that I had to have somebody that could understand and feel me to engage the process of growth and development. So that sparked a vitality in me. I educated myself. In fact, educated myself out of the system. That landed me to be an institutional lawyer for 17 years. Thank you. So I became a personal advocate and then an advocate for my peers while incarcerated, and that led me to the engagement that I had with No Struggle, No Success through their success of helping people re-enter society. So I thought I had it all figured out. I educated myself. I had every duck lined up. I saved money. I worked for every prominence in the Department of Corrections. I worked for Maryland Correctional Enterprises all the way to the horse farm. I made the sign for the horse farm before I ever even worked there. A lot of full circle moments for me. I went out there and was blessed and fortunate. My whole journey through incarceration, it's about the power of choice. It's what you choose to engage in is the reciprocation you're going to get back, right? We all say we want to help you. We want to help. Well, you got to want to help yourself. That's the bottom line. So we got to entertain the power of choice, and I did that.
But the services need to be there.
And exactly. So I think what the difference is now from when I went to prison, you had to go to Patuxent for that specific kind of treatment or help. So to have these types of specific kinds of engagements, which I started to get at the end, but with that bridge that you mentioned with No Struggle, No Success, was there to guide me every step of the way, because to be real with you, I didn't have it figured out, right? The reality is I had a pager when I got locked up, right? I'm still learning the phone. And she'll tell you, my first outing, she got permission for me to come to the office. I wouldn't leave the office. I wouldn't leave. I was scared to leave. She coached me. I didn't know how to have a relationship with my child. I didn't know how to have a relationship with my mother. I didn't know none of that. My roommates in this room, I put a mattress up against my window. I was scared they were coming back to get me. I thought it was a mistake. So all of my work, everything that I worked so diligently for, I got 3 keys: hard work, sacrifice, and effort. They're indispensable in what you want in life. And I put that work in, but I needed to trust her. She told me while I was in there, just trust me this much. I gave her that trust, and that wasn't easy neither, and it still ain't easy. You know, we're not always going to get along, right? We're not always going to see eye to eye, because I don't see everything that y'all see for me. I don't see that. But she leads me. She guides me. She sticks through those hard times. And when you're in that adversity, you need that help, because those are the stumbling blocks that many of us face. I know. This wasn't my first time. I've been in the system since a child. And nobody said, what's wrong? You just sent me to jail every time, right? Nobody said, hey, Mr. Burns, what's wrong? That I suffered with my own mental illness, that I came from, you know, the poverty situation, environmental, situational forces that I did. So nevertheless, I don't know how many days I've been home. I stopped counting because I'm making them count. That's why I'm sitting before you. So, you know, the reality to this is that I'm standing before you as a face of redemption and hope. I heard those 2 words, and I'm here to be a living example of that. And I'm telling you that it's hard. It's not easy. But with a support team, with this bridge in the gap for me, it's still my bridge in my gap. Actually, I went to work for No Struggle, No Success as a peer navigator upon my release. And the blessing in that is to see both sides of it, to be able to afford, you know, another individual, my lived in life experience, right? And then to also have someone coaching me. And I'm around powerful Black women, man, for real. Like, I mean, I'm being real with you. Like I got to be real with you. Like, they are mothership to me. I'm talking about no matter what I'm going through, at no turn have I been left. At no turn. They have, I mean, literally been the bridge for me. Mr. Willie Hamilton, who had a previous experience, he picked me up. And I remember he kept asking me, how do you feel? I didn't know how to feel, honestly. Like, we take for granted feelings. I didn't feel for so long. So to have that support, have a familiar face, have somebody with the experience that already lived that, help me, coach me, come and pick me up and take me to engagements and to visit with my family, because I was scared, to be honest with you, I was scared to have that time with my family. That little hour in the visiting room, I didn't know my family. Right? They still don't know me. We're learning each other. So 200 and some days out, man, I just want to say this to not everybody sitting before me today, but the people that are still in there, it starts now. You got to plan for your release, man, and you got to want it, and you got to find mentors. You got to find coaches. She'll tell you, I carry, my goal sheet is on the back table. I carry my goal sheet with me everywhere that I go, and thankful to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that I've been able to manage through those things and exceed my own expectations. I've done everything, and I think the most powerful thing is to know you're not alone, that you got somebody. We all need to understand that we are creating the neighbors that we want, man. This is what's important. Believe in these individuals that are incarcerated, because if you don't, they're the ones that are going to come back into your community and cause harm and degradation and oppression. We have to help one another. And this starts, Secretary Scruggs, my hat's off to you. I've met with you previously while you were in there. The wardens of some of the institutions are before me. I had the ability to share some of these same experiences, but now, of course, on the flip side, I just dress a little different. without rambling, I just want to say thank you, Ms. Jeanette Graham, for your powerhouse and wealth of knowledge and resources and experience that you bring to the table, the individuals that you bring out, and you always know how to pair and match people. I think that's like really hard to understand in this line of work, is who needs who, and she does it off the cuff, man, like off the cuff. So I'm grateful to sit before you and be the face of hope and redemption. And can you hold the mic? I don't know what he's gonna do. we got a little saying that no struggle, no success, right? And I want everybody to take a picture of this. No excuses. We on deck.
Marlo. You done set me up. You done set me up. How do I follow that? But I will start by saying this. When I was a child, I act like a child. And when I became a man, I put away childish things. And I say to my brother beside me to the left, you are not alone. The only difference between you and I is our choices. But I'm here to tell you that I am not my brother. I am my brother's keeper. All right? You are not alone. So with that being said, we done heard, and I had the distinct pleasure of working with No Struggle, No Success, and this wonderful lady here, and Mr. Richards being my supervisor, and also Ms. Tiffany Blackwell being my extended supervisor, and also my staff, Ms. Latrice. And did you all enjoy the skit earlier? Okay, thank you. Ms. Latrice and Ms. Lynette. But I wanna share this, and I wanna be distinguishedly clear. It doesn't always take for us to go to jail or become incarcerated to be locked up. We be locked up in our minds, our deeds, and our actions by not even being behind the four walls of incarceration. I remember when they weren't even calling it incarceration. It was jail, jailbirds, prison. And now it's like incarceration. When did this come about? But in all honesty, I've been fortunate to work under the leadership of Ms. Tiffany and Mr. Michael Richards, who took a chance on a felon like myself to become a peer specialist supervisor of a staff of 4 individuals. When there was a position involved saying that with a criminal background, you cannot apply for this position. Thank you. They went the extra mile to make it happen. Thank you. They went the extra mile to make it happen. And I say this so profoundly with the extended support that we have. We are now in 3 locations, being Anne Arundel County, Baltimore City, and Baltimore County, with the 4th one coming very soon. We're looking to go in Hagerstown to be able to provide peer support counseling. Because again, we are not our brothers. We are our brothers' keepers. And if the sisters can do it, then men, what is our excuse? What is our excuse? We have to step up to the plate, but we got to realize that help needs help too. Help needs help too. We've been submitted and appointed, not at a specific time, but at this time, to be able to be called peers, which is peers empowerment to embrace recovery and support. And with that being said, we work strategically integrating with parole and probation. We have locations in parole and probation as peer support specialists to be able to work collectively with the agents, not only to be able to tell the participants to connect with their agents, but for the participants to connect with the peers. What better persons to help the persons that have gone through it with living experience? We're not passing judgment and saying just because you may not understand, but to have the empathy to know that you understand because we're working together collectively. But it's a collective joint effort. Even with substance abuse, substance use disorder, what we come to realize is that we have to listen to what's not being said. What's not being said to oppose it being said. And then also in closing, I'll say this. We have a thing with us peers as we say, how can we help you help you? Not here's my plan, here's the guideline, let's do it my way. How can we help you help you? So that way we're taking the time to get to know you intimately and putting a plan together which is best for you and not what's best for us. It ain't about numbers. It isn't about empowering the system. It's about empowering the people in the system. Thank you.
In closing, I have to share a quick story. So it was literally the meeting that we announced Secretary Scruggs as secretary. And we're in this big Google Meet, and she says, hey, Michael, I got you those 2 positions. And Tiffany and I looked at each other and said, what positions? They were 2 pins for peer recovery specialists. We went to try to fill these pins, and we weren't able to, because the only department that was allowed in the state of Maryland to have pins was Maryland Department of Health. And so we had to go to DBAM and actually get them to approve us. And so now we are the second agency that is able to hire peers. And we've got peers in pretrial and in DPP. And we're looking to bring more in both reentry and SUD treatment services. And so that is what the guidance on day one has been under Scruggs, Secretary Scruggs, and what we're able to show, and the team, the work you guys are doing. So just let me know when you certified. Yeah. Thank you guys so much. Hey everyone, one more round of applause for this man right here.
And just real quick before our panelists leave, because I have a story. I always have a story for everything. I do. Each and every person in this room means the world to me, and I mean that. And they're everyone. And I want to point out a couple people here on this panel, well, 3 people in particular, Stuart, Jeanette, and Marlo. When we talk about this work, and when I think about when I first got started in this work of reentry, I didn't choose reentry, reentry chose me. Because when my father went to prison on my 16th birthday, I had no clue, no idea that fast forward years later, the Spirit would allow me to transform my pain into passion, into purpose. And so at the beginning of this journey, there were several people, many of them are in this room. When I think about the journey, though, and Miss Graham is one of them, Marlo, and I met both of them doing the community work. Stuart, though, I met behind the walls. And with Officer Horn, stand up, Officer Horn. And when we started doing this work of reentry at the Baltimore City Police Department, it was a pilot, it had never been done before. And we said, what would it be like if we heard from people, lifers from behind the walls, that could deliver a message to the community and give our young people hope? Violent repeat offenders, hope. And some of the folks that were instrumental in helping to make that happen, Secretary Scruggs, she wasn't secretary then, but she was still with the department. She had something to do with helping us to get that innovation going. Now Warden Robert Dean, who you'll hear from later, he was a part of that too, and so many others that I'm sure I'm not aware of that were a part of saying, you know what, we're going to give that the green light when it wasn't popular. And so sometimes we do have to step out of our own way in order to progress and to make things better for all of us, because at the end of the day, when it comes to reentry, we all benefit from it. Who doesn't? So with that being said, I was having a little boohoo moment back there, and I said, let me just take a moment to say a few words and to say just thank you to all of you here on the panel for what you do. Thank you to all of you in the audience. And then Marlo, gotta make it quick.
Yes. Real brief. Since you mentioned Officer Horn, I come through an era where Melvin Colonel Russell was on board. And I remember so distinguishedly, and Ms. Tolan was an officer as well, working with Mr. Melvin Russell. So in closing and saying this, I remember so vividly, they had this camp trip. Remember the camp trip? And they took all the rebellious kids camping, and they took their uniforms off. None of them had police uniforms on. And they took the kids in for the weekend, and it was a camping trip. I came out there and spoke, and I was like, well, what do y'all think about officers? Oh, they the worst thing in the world. I hate officers. And the whole time, they didn't know they were the officers. And then they came all out, and my line came out in their uniforms, and all of them, oh my God. And it was so embracing that all those rebellious kids began to engage and say, hey, where the police officers at? And it changed the community. That's what we got to go back to. Community engagement. Thank you.
So panel, thank you so much for your time. Thank you for your love for this work. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So next, and yes, please give them another round of applause. And now we're going to transition to our homelessness and housing panel. So moderator is Donna Cobb, president of Return Home Baltimore, MSARC chair. Warden Geneva Holland of MCIW. Amanda Cram, director of social work, Office of Program, Treatment, and Reentry for DPSCS. Dr. Tanzania Merriweather, Chief Administrator, Parole Commission, DPSCS. Delegate Kim Taylor, District 23, Prince George's County, Maryland House of Delegates. Councilman Mark Conway, Public Safety and Government Operations Committee, Baltimore City Council. They are coming in deep, everybody. And last but not least, Dr. Topeka Sam, Ladies of Hope Ministries, Prince George's County. Everyone, please give them a round of applause. Okay, and so Donna, if you'll, yes. So real quick, an organization that I want to acknowledge is the Maryland Statewide Alliance for Returning Citizens. And Donna will speak a little bit more to that organization. It is a volunteer organization spread out across the state of Maryland for anyone that's concerned with reentry, from government to community-based organizations, to just your everyday person that is invested in this work. And so, Donna, thank you for being the chair of
co-chair with you.
Co-chair alongside with me. And
Claudia Jones, too, who's here.
Yes, so thank you, Donna.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Wow. All right, is this on? You guys hear me? Okay. Wow, this is great to be here. Thanks so much for coming and for sticking around till 2 o'clock for the housing panel. Yes, Maryland Statewide Alliance for Returning Citizens. We meet every month on Zoom, the fourth Tuesday of the month for 1 hour, 9:30 to 10:30, and if you want to join, just find me later and I'll put you on the list. Here's how it ended up starting. So my pathway to becoming a reentry ally, I hope I reached that status. I don't know, you'll have to tell me. But maybe it's 2009, on a cold night in February, I went down to the Maryland Correctional Institute for Women to visit the Goucher Prison Education project, and I was completely blown away by what I saw happening in the prison, that I was hooked on helping that program and helping the people who came out of that program continue their education and find resources. And when I left my job as a lawyer and assistant dean at the University of Maryland School of Law, I wanted to do more for folks coming home because I had learned that the resources were so hard to find, and they were outdated, and they were on paper, and they were just hard to find. And so my husband, who's here, Joe Meyerhoff, and I started bringing him with me to these meetings, and we said we wanted, what could two 60-something retired people do for formerly incarcerated people? And so we just decided to create a website of resources called returnhome.org, which has 400 resources for men and women coming back to Baltimore City and Baltimore County. So thank you to all who, a lot of you are here, are listed there, and if you aren't, find me. I'd be happy to talk to you about it. So that's kind of how I got here. I'm a Prepare for Parole volunteer, so I am behind the walls helping women prepare for their parole hearings, and yeah, reentry somehow found me as well. So I'm really honored to be moderating this panel, informing the returnhome.org website, and I'm talking to so many formerly incarcerated people and people who run programs. Of course, what was the first need that people told me there was? Housing. Housing. It was so desperately needed. And so in that vein, I want to make a plug for a new housing program called 180 Home Share, because I had a little part in helping start it at St. Ambrose Housing Aid Center. And essentially, it's people who have an extra room in their homes in Baltimore City or Baltimore County and a lot of room in their heart to welcome a returning citizen or a citizen who has returned into their home. And Thomas Anderson is here from St. Ambrose. And if you have any interest in becoming a host and opening your home, or if you know someone who is recently released or is in transitional housing who benefit from a loving home, see Thomas. Okay, so here I am. I gotta better be quiet now. Housing. This panel here of many people with many different backgrounds, lived experience, professional experience, know better than anyone the challenges of housing. So this panel, each person is going to get 5 minutes to talk about their perspective on the housing situation. But in preparing for this, I asked everyone to think about, well, if you were in charge of the world, what change would you make to address the housing problem? So I'm going to start first with, I believe it's Assistant Warden Geneva Holland. Everyone is going to introduce themselves, and I'm going to try to keep them up to 5 minutes each, and then we'll have some follow-up. So, Warden Holland.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Warden Geneva Holland. I am the current warden at MCIW, Maryland Correctional Institution for Women. I've been with the department for 26 years, been at MCIW for 2 years, but I've worked in every security level from maximum to pre-release, spending my most time in pre-release. So I do know the struggles in finding housing for those that are returning citizens, especially in our outlining counties on the Western Maryland, Southern Maryland, and on the Eastern Shore. We do appreciate everything that's being done in Baltimore City, Baltimore County, and Arundel County, but those outlying counties, they really, really need assistance and resources with returning citizens.
Right, anybody here from the Eastern Shore? Western, right, all right, so we're looking for more housing opportunities there, and if anyone has any thoughts about that, we need to know. Director Amanda Cram.
Good afternoon. My name is Amanda Cram. I'm the Director of Social Work for the Department of Public Safety and Correctional Services. Our social workers across the state assist individuals who are identified as special needs with all of their reentry, with a comprehensive reentry plan prior to release. So we are working with folks who have a much more complicated reentry, individuals who have serious mental illness diagnoses, folks with significant medical issues, lots of them going to nursing homes or assisted livings, folks who are on dialysis, who have HIV, a lot of folks who have served very long incarcerations and have pretty limited support available to them in the facilities. So our social workers every day are assessing the needs and helping individuals, like we've talked about previously, develop the reentry plan that works best for them. And sometimes the options for a lot of these folks are really difficult to find. Specifically for, our more complicated individuals with serious mental illness, a lot of them, as Christy Wazelenko was stating earlier, are kind of unwilling or unable because of their mental health symptoms to engage in that reentry process. So sometimes we're seeking guardianship for individuals or trying to find housing placements or organizations that will help to, really pull them in and work with them, even though sometimes they're unwilling. So if I could name one thing that I think would be most helpful, I would say the connection between our mental health system and our correctional system for those individuals with mental health issues. We know that our state hospital system is bogged down and our mental health system is bogged down, and so a lot of our folks leaving incarceration don't have the same priority when it comes to housing for individuals with mental health issues as those leaving state hospitals. And it really leaves us with very few options for those folks. A lot of them are ending up homeless, are on supervision and violating their parole or probation very quickly because we really aren't able to find safe, secure housing because they don't fit into the box. So I think that would be my priority if I could name one.
Great. Is anyone here from the health department, state health department? Ooh, all right. We'll have to talk to them. Dr. Tanzania Merriweather.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Tanzania Merriweather, Chief Administrator with the Maryland Parole Commission. Now, when I was asked to sit on this panel, and I thought about homelessness and housing, and then I thought about throughout my career, I have 18 years with the department. I have 28 years with public safety, including New Jersey. And I thought back to the time when I was a parole and probation agent. And I had one client who suffered from a very serious mental illness. And I can remember she had been released in Frederick County, and she was released to a home plan. So everyone had done their job with the reentry to get her out to a home plan. However, once she got to that home plan, suffering from her severe mental illness, a lot of our returning citizens and even citizens, period, who's suffering from mental health issues don't particularly like to take their medication. Because of their mania, that's normal for them. However, what's normal for them is not normal for the outside world, and it's very dangerous. So this young lady was fortunate enough, her uncle cared enough about her to rent a hotel room. I can remember it like it was yesterday, the Super 8 in Frederick County. However, she was there alone. She would walk out into the streets and she would try to open car doors to pull people out. And I can remember her uncle who helped me supervised her. And I can remember chasing this girl down every chance I got. I can remember losing sleep over her. Until finally we were able to get back to the court system and get her into Perkins. So at this time, and we're talking years ago, I want to say it was 2014, 2015. We didn't have as many resources as we do now, but we're still in need of resources for homelessness and housing in regards to our mental health returning citizens. It is a very serious situation because even though everyone on the inside with reentry had done the work, when they got home, the family members could not handle. Now, if anybody's ever had a family member, and I can speak from my own experience, who has been suffering for something, a mental health disorder, know that it is very hard. It is very difficult because you have to change not only your life, you have to change the life of the household. This person becomes another dependent because, as I said, they really don't like to take that medication because it messes with their normal, with what appears to be normal to their perception. So if I could change the world, if I could change anything, I would ask that there would be more facilities, more, not just facilities where they turn a key and go in, but more facilities with more individuals who work with this particular forensic population. And that's what I would contribute to changing the world. But I'm not finished there. But anybody who knows me knows that I'll talk forever. So I'm only going to take two more minutes, I promise.
Now keep going. You're good.
I'm only going to take 2 more minutes. And I can see one of my people here, Ms. Taylor. So she already know that Dr. Merriweather could talk forever. But I wanted to talk about home. And I listened to No Struggle, No Success. And I heard what was being spoken, and I heard about having an address versus a home. Does anybody know the difference between just having an address and what's a home? It's something that's quite different. I recently learned in recent weeks and months how important home is. How important it is to be able to go to some place to call your own and recharge and rejuvenate. It is so very important. And here I am, appearing to have everything together. I'm not a returning citizen. I've spent the majority of my career, all of my career, fighting for the little guy, fighting for public safety, and fighting for reintegration into communities. And still, I need to go home to rejuvenate. So if I could change the world, I would probably provide a home, a stable home, affordable home for each of our returning citizens. Because guess what? They're going to be your cab drivers, they're going to be your teachers, they're going to be your Uber drivers, they're going to be the person that's cooking your food at the restaurant that you're going to eat at tonight. So we all need a home to call our own because we need some place for our roots to sink in so our trees can grow. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Next is Delegate Kim Taylor. You're next.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Delegate Kim Taylor. I represent District 23 in the state of Maryland. And I have a healthcare background. So I was very shocked when I was appointed to the Judiciary Committee.
Right.
But while sitting on the Judiciary Committee, I realized that I have a real connection with a lot of the bills that are coming through with regard to our returning citizens and our incarcerated individuals. I grew up in DC, and it was a field trip to go to Lorton on the weekend to visit my uncle. It was just a few years ago that I've lived life without one person in my family incarcerated. My mom would tell me that my uncle was in college. Yeah. And I'd go down to Lorton and I'm like, yeah, the men are fine, but you know, if this is college, I don't know if I want to go. But I can only be me. So if I had a dream and a goal, I would dream that I would be elected state delegate so that I, along with some of my colleagues like Delegate Cheryl Pasteur, who's the sponsor of the Second Look Act, could actually do something. I did sponsor a bill that passed that creates a task force that hopefully will elevate our unit of reentry to a division level where we get division level resources and funding so we can have resources that can be deployed across the whole state of Maryland equitably and fully funded, and that we create a network of these services that are easily identifiable. There are many different organizations here that I'm just learning about. And hopefully, some of you will be a part of our task force. So again, if I were to look at and if I had a dream, what would it look like? I would dream that I was elected and could actually do something about it. Thank you.
Right, next, well, so half of your dreams were realized, right?
Yes, thank God for that.
Yeah, thank you. Councilman Mark Conway, you're next.
Thank you, Donna. First, I want everybody to give a hand of applause to the powerful women up here who are doing incredible work, making sure that we're taking care of our communities. When I had an opportunity to join this panel and I realized that all these women are doing great work already, I sometimes wonder if I deserve to be up here. You guys are all amazing. Mark Conway, I serve on the City Council representing the 4th District, and I chair the Public Safety and Government Operations Committee. And I interface with this work every day from a public safety perspective. Unfortunately, too often, the folks who are interfacing as either victims or perpetrators are returning citizens. And as we think about how to resolve those problems, you asked the question, what might be the dream that I would have if I had all the power in the world? And it's actually quite simple. It would be hope for those coming out of jail and a legitimate shot. Far too often, we put barriers in front of folks that stop them from even having the first step at success or an opportunity. And I work every day in my work to think about what we can do to improve systems and make it easier for folks to do the right things and hopefully climb the ladder and really contribute back to our society in a way that makes themselves proud and makes their families proud. People make mistakes all the time, but those mistakes should not stop them from recommitting back to their neighborhoods, their families, their people. And so, I really try in my work to make sure that we think long and hard about those opportunities, and certainly housing has been one of those barriers, and why I really appreciate the opportunity to be a part of this panel today.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Dr. Topeka Sam.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right. I'm Dr. Topeka K. Sam, founder and CEO of the Ladies of Hope Ministries. Our vision is EPIC. EPIC is the acronym for Ending Poverty and Incarceration of Women and Girls Globally. I'm also the co-founder and chief visionary officer of MyFresh, which is a fintech company that provides checking accounts, financial education, free health care for anyone who makes under $40,000 a year, life insurance, we do will and trust for justice-impacted people. Also, I'm a co-developer on an affordable housing project, my first, in Detroit, Michigan, with Angela Yee, Jasmine, the Jasmine brand, and Jessica Sanchez, that offers affordable housing, studio apartments through two-bedroom apartments for formerly incarcerated women. Additionally, I do 100 other things, but I am also a justice-impacted woman. And from my experience of incarceration, serving 3 years in a federal prison, what I learned was that when people came home, the first thing that everyone needed was safe and affordable housing. That I can't think about myself or anyone else unless my basic human rights are met first, which is access to safe housing, healthy food. So we also install hydroponics towers inside of prisons so that people inside community can have healthy food and also be able to give that out to their family. As well as workforce development, we do digital skills training, co-founded a program with Google. Also, we do certifications in AI and cybersecurity. We also have a speakers bureau that trains people to use their voice to share their story and get paid as public speakers because, Carmen is one of them. Dr. Carmen, excuse me. Because so often we're asked to tell our stories, but we're not compensated, and our stories are valuable. And it's critically important that you're also getting paid for your story because that is also a source of income. Outside of that, housing specifically, we have housing, transitional housing for women in New York, Prince George's County, Maryland, and New Orleans, Louisiana, hubs in all those states, also Miami and Detroit, Michigan. We do programming in 34 states and also the Caribbean. And so in Prince George's County, Maryland, we offer housing transitional for women who are coming out of prison or jail, girls who are aging out of foster care, or people who are actively fleeing domestic violence. We also offer HUD housing through rapid rehousing programs in those 3 cities, New York, Prince George's County, Maryland, and also in New Orleans, Louisiana. For anyone actively fleeing, we're able to help them get an apartment. We can help you pay your rent for up to a year. I created these programs because I felt that, there's a transition. When I came home from incarceration, I was able to live with my family. So I had safe housing. From there, I was able to get my own apartment because I was able to save money and do so. From there, I was able to purchase my first property. And so I created a program that I want other people to be able to do the same. Just because you have a conviction does not mean you can't purchase a home. And so when we think about homes, to me, it's purchasing a home. Apartments are something that we do, and we do it because it's easy, right? Often we think so, but it's greater barriers to renting an apartment than it is actually to purchasing a home. So I'm going to keep underscoring that in my talking points because it is important that we understand that in order to build wealth and to really transform your life, that you do have those access to the same things that everyone else has. If we're looking for equity, that is through housing. And what do I dare to dream? Well, I have a few, but for this conversation, it's my hope that no woman or girl is ever in prison or jail. I feel that we can hold people accountable while also healing them. And there are alternatives to incarceration that allow us to do that, and prison and jail is not one of them. That's my belief. I think that deserves some claps. I heard some. You can keep that up. Secondly, I would like to see everyone have a safe place to live. Whether you're coming from incarceration, whether you're leaving from the military, whether you're graduating from college. Actually, I sit here and I attended Morgan State University. So this is a full circle moment for me. And here's some of my friends in the house who are alumni, 20 plus years of friendship. But I will say that, even leaving college, you have to come home to somewhere safe to live. So people coming from prison, we don't want anything different. We want the same thing that everyone else has. And while we also want to be able to be employed, owning your own business is another straight pathway for success. So for me, instead of working for others, I decided to create my own and employ people who have criminal convictions.
Wow. All right, this is a question for anyone who wants to answer it. And this relates to the challenges that women coming home from prison face that differ from men. Would anyone like to tell me what they think those are? And
I can tell you what it is, being a woman who came home from prison. Though I'm not, 85% of all women who are returning home from prison or jail are primary caregivers of dependent children. So that's number one. Having to worry about your children, having to get your children back from wherever they may be while you're incarcerated is a huge barrier. I shared when we were on the call, depending on what state that you're in, there are housing laws. So having to be able to, if you have 2 children under the age of, I believe, 8 years old, and they have different genders, you have to have separate bedrooms for them. So that means that if I have a boy and a girl and they're 5 and 7, that means I need to have a minimum of a 2-bedroom apartment. And we know in the housing economy right now that that's utterly impossible to do, right? And if you're trying to do transitional housing, often there are places where not more than 3 unrelated adults can live under one single-family dwelling. So that, again, is another barrier, specifically for women as well. When you think about, just even being caregivers for your parents. I had adult parents, I have adult parents, and being caregivers to adult parents, that's another barrier. Typically, you will see daughters take care of their parents before sons. It is the truth. And one of my brothers who have mentioned, and he says it, so I'm just quoting him, I didn't say it, but when men come home from prison, they ask where's their attorney, a lawyer, and when women coming home, they ask where are their children. And so there is a difference there. When we're looking for employment, we know whether it's women who've been incarcerated or women otherwise, we are not paid the same as men. We're not. When it comes to different rights, we don't have them. And so when it comes to what people are looking for from us, even for credit, for example, when I was buying the house in Detroit, or the building in Detroit, because of my conviction, and it was a man who was actually, the lender stated that he did not want to add me to the loan application because of my conviction, but I received a full presidential pardon. So I'm like, how am I getting, discriminated against for something when I have been relieved from the highest court of the country? But yet again, it was also gender bias because it was told to me of that. So there's some things. I don't know if anyone else has anything to add, but I try to cover it.
I'm sure, is there anyone else who would like to add to that on the panel here? The special needs of women coming out? Amanda, you look like you want to say something.
I think that was very comprehensive. In addition, when we're talking about employment, women are also wondering how they are going to provide childcare for their children. So they want custody of the children back with them, obviously, but then they need to find employment to maintain housing and all of that as well. So that's another huge consideration. I think something that I see even during the incarceration is that often women are bringing the children to visit the men who are incarcerated, and sometimes it's a lot harder for the caregivers or other individuals to get the children to visit the women at the facility. So even maintaining some of those parental relationships and seeing children in person can be a bigger challenge for the women while they're incarcerated.
A great point, because I remember visiting men in prison, visiting rooms are packed. Holidays especially, you have to turn people away because so many women are there bringing their children, but being incarcerated, our visiting rooms were always empty. No one was there really visiting, women. I was very fortunate, but in most cases, women don't get visits.
And some of that in the state of Maryland, we only have one women's prison. So it's geographically further away for a lot of the caregivers to provide that transportation.
It's expensive.
And it's expensive, and and often if the women don't have the children, it's a family member, or they might be in foster care, or some sort of other alternative placement, which is a much larger challenge.
So right, if we were all in charge of the world, I think we'd all agree that the world needs more quality childcare. Absolutely. What about sex offenders in housing? I think I've had many conversations with people in this room about the extreme challenges finding housing for sex offenders. Would anyone like to speak to that topic?
Absolutely. I think every one of our social workers across the state would say that that is one of the biggest challenges that we have, is finding housing for individuals who are going to have to register as sex offenders. We have individuals who we just cannot place because of the nature of their charges. Currently, we have individuals who could be released on medical paroles who there is not a nursing home in the state of Maryland who will accept them. Because when you have to register as a sex offender, that address is then on the sex offender registry. And that's a hard sell for a lot of these organizations who are trying to, bring in other clientele. So, having housing that there are some programs, but they're minimal, and most of them are in Baltimore City. So if, like Warden Holland spoke to, the outside areas of the state, there's really a huge desert when it comes to resources for sex offenders.
Are you aware of any state that's addressed this issue with any level of success, by, if they found a way to increase the capacity of housing for sex offenders? It's really tough, I know, but we're trying to be solution-based here, and the other, related question is the increased number of women who have been labeled as sex offenders, given the nature of their arrest. I think Dr. Sams is shaking her head, and Amanda's too. Please, or anyone here.
Yeah, what we find is with women specifically, a lot of times women are survivors of sex trafficking or other crimes, and then they end up being on the registry as well, because it is their abuser that actually has had them in whatever lifestyle that they were living. And so often they were the ones unfortunately being harmed, and because of it now, as a result, they're ending up having to be, charged. But for us, depending on the state where the housing is, because there are different state laws, and I believe I was shared today that Maryland does not have a proximity law. Is that correct? I believe. Yeah, I was told today, I did not know that, but for example, like in New York, there's a proximity law. So because our house in New York is within a certain proximity to a school and daycare, we cannot house people who have those type of charges. Whereas other states, because we're not, we can. We have also, specifically housed women who have those type of charges because of, the fact or the nature of their crimes that we have. But everyone, 95% of all people who've been incarcerated are coming home one day, every single one, irrespective of their charge. And so it is important that everyone has an opportunity to have a safe place to live.
Yeah. Amanda, did you want to add anything to that? No. Another issue that I think we talked about when we were preparing for this call was the issue of folks who have no place to go when they come out, but they're not considered homeless unless they spend a night in a homeless shelter. But is that about to change, Delegate Kim? I recall someone talking about doing away with that requirement.
Yeah, that was me.
It was you. Okay,
Probably,
sorry.
I'm always talking.
It's a great idea, though.
Yeah,
it's a great idea. Yeah.
Yeah, in New York, specifically, with some legislation that was passed recently
That's
about
right.
that.
It was New York.
Because, as everyone in this room knows, that if you have a conviction and you're coming home from in prison, incarceration is not considered homeless. So returning in and not, and not having a place to live, you're not homeless, which is ridiculous, right? If you don't have a place with your name that's on the lease, you are homeless. Me being 39, going to live with my parents, while safe, I was still homeless. And so I think that we would like to see, I think everyone in this room, that at least, people who have convictions, especially within a certain period of time of their release from prison, in their reentry period, I would say up to 18 months, can be categorized as homeless so that they all can benefit from the same voucher programs and other services that are provided from the homeless population. But that's why, what we have done is looked at the intersections of the work, which is domestic violence, substance misuse, mental health issues, and where there are intersections, then you're able to get those different types of vouchers. But it should not be that always, because for me, I didn't intersect. So therefore,
Maybe we need to get a copy of that law, Delegate Taylor, can do about it. Because, I think other people here, I've told people, go to this homeless shelter for one night, then go to Bread and Beans and get, right. Pardon me?
It's more traumatic. Like, who wants to come from a prison and now have to go into another prison in the community just to be able to qualify for somewhere to live? It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I have another question. Are people still being released in the middle of the night?
No.
Okay, good.
They're definitely not being released in the middle of the night. But being released in the middle of the day is not making a difference when you don't have any place to go.
No.
So, and we were finding when I was in my previous life as a correctional case manager, supervisor, and I was the release supervisor, and we ran into a lot of issues with not having places to go. And even they wanted to be homeless in Baltimore. I was out in the Western region, in Hagerstown. And I don't know if Bill is still in the room. Bill Gertner, you still here?
Is he here?
But Bill is the man.
Yeah.
I tell you, he would come to the prison and he would get them their rides. He would get them out of there. He would get them where they needed to go. And he would look for housing and find beds. He is the man.
Yeah, I know. I have a dream.
Let's give him a round of applause, even
Yeah,
though
for
he's
Bill
not
Gardner.
here.
Yeah. Yeah, in New Orleans, there's a program called the First 72 where some of you know about it, right? Right, they meet them at the gate. They spend the first 72 hours. They get folks at least settled in one way, shape, or form. Councilman, question for you. As we know, Baltimore has many vacant homes, and there's all kinds of talk about many of them being restored. Is there any way that Baltimore City Council might consider some way of incorporating housing for returning citizens into those development plans? Or is that just crazy talk?
Yeah, I think there's a couple of things I think at play when it comes to vacancy across the city. It's an issue we've dealt with for decades, and it's, in my honest opinion, probably one of our biggest challenges, but then also one of our greatest opportunities. Not many cities have so many vacant dwellings that can be put to good use. The challenge that we've got to overcome is, one, getting control of those vacants, which the council has been working pretty expeditiously on, and as has the mayor. And then two, making sure that we're truly investing in communities. What we know is that oftentimes we'll see in areas where we have tons of vacants, these are the same areas where we have blight, these are the same areas where we have crime, these are the same areas where we have drug dealing, and a lot of those sort of neighborhood issues are in some ways traps for folks who are returning citizens and trying to get on the right track. And so we want to make sure that we are fully investing in all the amenities and resources in those neighborhoods. That said, I do think that if we are able to get control of these properties, and we've instituted a number of policies, including NREM and other ways for the city to secure those properties, we can invest in whole neighborhoods so that folks coming out of prison have somewhere to go, somewhere safe, somewhere that has a grocery store and a library and a park and all those things that can, as I alluded to earlier, give folks hope that life on the outside is a little bit better.
Right. That would be really amazing. I want to thank you all for your time today, for your passion and professionalism in helping address the reentry challenges that we face in this state. Thank you so much. And I'm going to give a few minutes back to Tolan, who's going to come up here. Thank you all.
All right, thank you so much to our homelessness and housing panel. Y'all were phenomenal. Everyone, please clap it up for them again. Okay, so before we go into the next transition, there is a cell phone that was recovered. So if someone is missing a cell phone, you can see Mr. Megginson back here in the gray suit, and you'll have to identify the cell phone. And if you pass the special question, answer it correctly, you get it back. Okay, so the time is 2:41. Do we want to go ahead into a 15-minute break? Okay, everybody's like, yeah. Okay, let's do that then, and we will reconvene at 3 o'clock.
Just letting everybody know we have about 7 minutes left, and we'll be getting started with the remainder of the presentation. Again, you have 7 minutes left, so get your drinks, use the bathroom, and head on back to your seats for the final parts of the event. Thank you.
Okay, we're getting ready to get started with our next panel, Second Chance Employment. So if everyone could please go back to your seats. And if I could have the panelists come to the stage for Second Chance Employment.
Oh, well, I'm all mixed up. I'm all doing it on I'm gonna break up these correctional things.
No, you're here. You're here. Okay, for everyone in the hall, if you can hear us, we are getting ready to get started with the next panel, Second Chance Employment. Okay. Whatever works for you. Yeah. Okay. So as we know, when it comes to the work of reentry, employment is also another challenge or barrier that many do face. And so again, we have a large panel to discuss different aspects of the issue. And so on our panel, we have our moderator, Ms. Donna Rojas, who is the CEO and principal consultant of D. Rojas Consulting. We have Warden David Green, who will be talking about work release in pre-release at DPSCS. Major Tiffany Evans, who is the Director of Public Safety Works of the Department of Programs, Treatment, and Reentry Services. Leon Henry, who is the Director of Community Outreach at DPSCS. Ann Seeley, who is Reentry Specialist in Hagerstown for DPSCS. Jeff Crawford, who is the Vice President of the Virtual Reality Department for Vehicles for Change. Lara Shepard, who is Director of Human Resources for Conservate Incorporated. And last but not least, Anthony Muhammad, Advisor to the Maryland Parole Partnership, and also with ACLU. Please give our panel a round of applause.
First of all, I want to give you all a round of applause for still being here. As she mentioned, as Ms. Lynn mentioned, and thank you, Tolin, thank you, Secretary Scruggs. As she mentioned, my name is Donna Rojas, and just briefly for me to share a little bit about myself, which underscores my dedication to this vital cause. Over the past 12 years, I've worked extensively, first providing workforce development services behind the walls, focusing on job-ready, life-ready skills. And then I had the opportunity to serve briefly with DPSCS, and now my experience is being utilized through my own company, where I'm able to provide consulting and technical services to governmental and non-governmental agencies to help them assist justice impacted and those that are returning to their community. My passion, and I'm gonna say, you know, they talk about those 5 love languages. I have 6. My 6th love language is reentry. And, you know, it's just about the transformative power of people becoming employed and the importance of providing every individual, I'm gonna say that again, every individual with the opportunity to contribute positively to their community. Today's discussion is crucial in advancing these goals, and I'm excited with my panel to facilitate this conversation. So as you heard, we're going to be speaking about second chance employment. And each of these individuals, when we met, and for those that I already know, they bring a wealth of knowledge, right? They are subject matter experts in this area. So I want to tell you to fasten your seatbelts and get ready to hear about what they're doing to foster and facilitate that second chance employment. It's kind of hard because I remember when I worked behind the walls in the at the jail in Montgomery County. I'm from Montgomery County. I just remember that employers that did hire didn't want to say that they hired. And that's a problem, right? Because we want to know who are those agencies, those organizations that are willing to take a chance on our people, right? I want to say our people. So without further ado, I'm going to start with our very own Warden Green, and they're gonna each person is gonna introduce themselves and tell you a little bit about what they're doing in this second chance employment space. The good thing is, I love how we're set up. We're set up from going from the inside out. So, Warden Green.
Thank you, Ms. Rojas. Good afternoon. My name is David Green. I am the warden for the Maryland Correctional Pre-Release System. The pre-release system is a handful of facilities that's primarily focused on community programming and beginning that transition and acclimation back to the community after having spent however many years behind the walls and behind the fences. But I'm here more today because I know that Major Evans is going to talk about some of our other community programming. I'm really here more to represent the department's work release programs, not just within the pre-release system, but in all regions across the state, from Hagerstown over to the Eastern Shore, that encompasses both men and women beginning their employment prior to release. As has been mentioned a number of times today, you know, the theme is that reentry starts at day one, and if we wait until the day after release to start looking for jobs, then we've waited too long. As was touched upon a good bit during the housing panel a few moments ago, you know, the stress of how you're going to pay your rent and how you are going to rebuild a wardrobe, how you are going to get yourself from point A to point B, how you're going to support a dependent or an elderly parent. That is just one of many, many stressors that our men and women are faced with in those first 30, 60, 90 days post-release. So for the department's side of this engaging in second chance employment, active work release prior to release, it's paramount to the success of our folks. The opportunity to leave our care with money in the bank, you know, real money. I'm not talking about the cash that they're given on the way out the door. This is real money in the bank, knowing where their next paycheck is coming from. That alleviates a lot of those other stressors. They don't have to worry about where their meal's coming from. They know their paycheck's coming tomorrow. And we work very, very diligently in the department to engage local businesses in the areas where these men and women are being released to. Not just local, small mom and pop type of places, although they are some of our best partners, but we partner with big national businesses and retailers, Giant Foods, Target, Jiffy Lube, where the men and women who have been in our care and taken advantage of the department's programs, vocational and occupational training programs, and then put those skills to use with real, meaningful, gainful employment where they are earning a living wage, where they are receiving benefits, and we just, as a department, believe that that's our first step into that second chance employment arena.
Thank you so much. Major Evans.
Good afternoon, everyone. Major Tiffany Evans. I've been a correctional officer for 16 years now. I am the director of public safety work alongside Captain Reed, who's in the back. She's the assistant director. And what we do is we specifically bring the work crews from the inside out, meaning that we have 150, on average, incarcerated individuals that come out into the community every day to do work from mountain to shore. We have 37 active crews right now. The duties that they complete could go anywhere from cemetery restoration, it could be to go into a recreation center and paint, mop. We also use individuals that are through our education programs that I think you all heard about earlier. So if they're certified in HVAC, plumbing, we will use those individuals to send them out into the community and do different projects. What issues we're running into, though, is that we don't have many employers that are interested in using the crews right now while incarcerated and then turning that incarceration into further employment upon release. Right now, it's just kind of stopping. So I encourage everyone to go out and find different employers that are willing to hire. You can kind of look at this as a probationary period. If you like the work that they do, we carefully screen, and they can definitely get employment in the areas that they're returning to because reentry has to start prior to release.
That's so important what both Warden Green and both Major Evans said. It's so important. Like, for example, the work crews are out there working alongside or working with the State Highway Administration. But then when they come home, State Highway Administration is not hiring them. So we have to be the voice so that even from a legislative perspective, we need to start speaking. So I'm glad that that was mentioned with both, you know, with what's happening on the inside. Next, we have Leon Henry. Mr. Henry.
Good evening. My name is Leon Henry. I'm a lifelong city resident. I'm the youngest of 7, and which means I was an oops. When you're number 7, nobody planned to have you. My job as Director of Outreach is to bring resources behind the wall and connect people to resources as they reenter society. This work's important to me because, like everybody else here, I come from a family of people that were just as involved, be they brothers, sisters, cousins, nephews. I've seen people come home and struggle all their lives. I've seen people come home who were lucky enough to find employment and do well. I was just talking to my good friend in the back, Dr. Johnny Rice, and we were talking about how, as a country, in a sense, we're still failing this population. We are very good at holding people accountable. We will lock you up, we will put you away. We're very good at that. What we're not so good at is really this practice of restorative justice, meaning that when you come home, you should be able to vote, you should be able to live, you should be able to have a house, you should be able to feed yourself. So I am so grateful that Ms. Scruggs, Secretary Scruggs, has given me the opportunity to work on this side to help people connect with employers. I'm also honored to be on the stage with Lara, who's with a company called Conservate. That company goes above and beyond to ensure that people returning home who want to work have an opportunity. She helps with housing, finding them food, finding them furniture. And it's not just because she's a good person, it's because it makes good business sense. The folks who come home are highly motivated. Hopefully we've trained them. Hopefully we help them be better people than when they came in. And when you connect with an employer who's willing to meet them where they are and take them further, that just makes good business sense. So again, finally, I want to say how proud I am to work for the agency. And we have a long way to go, but we're getting there. And with the help of folks in this room, the advocates, the employers, the folks who come behind the wall to work with us, we're going to get where we need to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Leon. Next, we have Ms. Siles.
Hi, my name is Ann Sile. I'm a reentry specialist, reentry and transitional specialist for the Department of Public Safety and Correctional Services. I'm one of, I think, about 12 reentry specialists. I work in Hagerstown. Primarily what this position entails is that we try to work with our incarcerated individuals while they're behind the walls to address as many barriers as possible. We do that by maybe making referrals to social work, making referrals to case management, reaching out to HCAM to make sure they have their state health insurance before they get out. The other thing that we do is we are, this was mentioned, I heard this earlier today, we are the bridge between the inside and the outside. So what that means is that we bring people, we bring our community partners inside to work one-on-one with our incarcerated individuals that are about to be released. They can begin to develop a relationship with this person. They can begin to trust this person and know that this person is out there to help them. One person that I bring in 7 times a month, and I work with both medium, minimum, and pre-release, is Bill Gertner, and you heard him earlier today with Gatekeepers. He comes in, and it's just, I said this before, that I've been with the department since '97, so I've been around for a while, and I've run many groups, and I can talk and say my thing, and they're like, yeah, okay, whatever. And then Bill got in there, and he started talking, and all of a sudden, you're getting people leaning in and listening and smiling, and I'm like, okay, this is what it's about. You know, Bill's got the experience, so he's bringing it in, and he's sharing it, and he's saying, hey, this can happen. So in order for me to really show you or explain to you how it all comes together, I wanted to share with you an example. So I'm going to talk about James. I met James when he was at minimum pre-release, and I had put him into our workforce development group. Now that group is it's held virtually twice a month through Greater Baltimore Urban League, Mr. James Bryant. He brings it in, and he shares different employers. He brings in motivational videos of individuals who have a background, but they've started their own business. I think he brought in attorneys. He just brings in whatever the individuals are asking for. So James was in this group because, and it's specifically for Baltimore City residents. So James was in this group, and he was getting prepared to go to Baltimore. Well, he ended up getting a work release, and he came to me and he said, I'm not going to Baltimore. I want to keep my job. I really like it, so I need to stay in Washington County. So he went from having, you know, his direct support system with his family, a place to live, to now being where he really didn't know too many people and he had no place to live. So I worked with James, and we found him a place in transitional housing. Now, after this, I don't know exactly how things unfolded, but I do know that they happened. So we ended up in transitional housing. He kept his work release job. And then at some point, he saved up enough money, got his own apartment. And then from what I understand, again, I don't know, this is bringing Miss Lara in. She's in everybody's story. So somehow James talked with her, and from what I understand, he was concerned because he didn't have any way to get to work. And so she got on the phone, and she called Bill Gertner of Gatekeepers, and she said, Bill, I need a bicycle. So James got a bicycle, and he rode his bicycle to conserve it every day. So here we have someone that started out in transitional housing, and then he got an apartment, he got a vehicle, or he ended up getting a vehicle. He had a bicycle and a better job, and then he ended up getting a vehicle. So, and how I know that is because I walked out of Sheetz one day in Hagerstown, and I heard someone yelling my name, and I looked over, and it's James, and he's sitting in his car, and I'm like, oh, you got a car? That's great. And he's telling me a little bit about what's going on. And I did not know he was on hold on his phone. And he said, hold on for a second. So he's talking, and then he gets back to me. I said, I am so sorry, I didn't know that you were on the phone. He goes, no, I'm on hold with the insurance company. I think I could get a better rate on my car insurance. I was like, awesome. So the last thing I know about James is that, and Lara can probably talk about this as well, he and a couple of his coworkers are looking at starting a business. So that's my success story on how the inside works with the outside, who works with the outside.
Wow, we put you right in the right spot to transition into our outside. Next we have Jeff.
Hello, everybody. My name is Jeff Crawford. I guess my role is what they call me, the Vice President of Virtual Reality. That just means I got to answer a bunch of emails and final decisions. But I've been with a dynamic nonprofit now called Vehicles for Change for 25 years. Prior to this, I worked 25 years for a wonderful for-profit company called Enterprise Holdings or Enterprise Rent-A-Car. But the reason why I left is because I was inspirationally dissatisfied for what I saw going on in places where I live and where I worked. And so I'm part of a dynamic organization who gets cars donated from the general public. And what we do with those cars is we get them fixed up and we award them to either domestic violence shelters or people that are part of a workforce development program, single moms, things of that nature. And it's not a handout, it's a hand up. And what we do is the number one factor in generational poverty is transportation. So we believe in providing them transportation, and they pay us $90 a month. They get established credit. We have a bank that backs up and supports that, and then that person gets established credit while they do that. This got so popular in 2015, we established a full circle training program here in Halethorpe, Maryland, where we have a full circle garage, like the Disney World of garages. And the people that we bring in there, we brought in auto mechanic, and the people that come in, we have a 14-week program in which they do 90 minutes in the classroom, and then the remaining 6 hours, they get practical application of auto mechanics, and they, for 14 weeks, they get to learn up to all 10 ASE student certifications, and what we guarantee them at the end of it is a transportation and a job and tools. And so the second part of the generational poverty and recidivism is getting people a skill or a job. So we have job partners out there, our local partner here, Mile One, they employ 28% of our mechanics that graduate from our program. We've had 275 people come through our program. Only 5 have gone back. That's less than a 2% recidivism rate. It's not rocket science. So what we've done is we've now opened 3 little facilities, one here in Halethorpe, one down in Delmarva, and then we also have one in Prince George's County as well. And my beautiful, wonderful boss, Marty Schwartz, decides that he's a little zealous, so he wants 20 more facilities. And so now what virtual reality has done now is, what virtual reality does is solves a significant problem with the shortage of mechanics. And if you look at Maryland Blueprint, of the 15 certifications given out, the top 12 of the top 15 certifications given out, they're 100% supplied. There's no jobs available. Well, the number 9 overall certification is Automotive Service Excellence, and it's undersupplied. It's only 14% supplied. So there's a significant availability of jobs. So not only does our virtual reality be able to provide you a solution with how to do an oil change, how to replace tires and fix brakes, but it also allows you to be able to get a certification. So we create a bridge to either a certification pathway or straight to a job. So people that go through our virtual reality training program can also go to a Jiffy Lube or a Meineke or something like that with the goal of continuing to go to master certification. So Vehicles for Change, what we do is we use virtual reality to do the 2 things we're a sure bet at. We're a sure bet at training auto mechanics, and we're a sure bet at getting them job placed. And now we're going to use software as a service to provide that service to other places. We have 6 different customer types. So correctional facilities, and I'll tell that story later. High school CTE programs. We have community colleges. My partner back there, Austin Hill, one of the most futuristic people. Hartford County Community College has partnered with us for a 5-year agreement. So that's an exciting opportunity for us to partner with a community college. Workforce development, we think, is going to be a fundamental place where we live. And then other nonprofits and dealerships and retail. So I look forward and am excited talking to you about our organization and our technology.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Lara.
Hi, my name is Lara. Rhymes with Sarah. Lara.
Lara.
In case you ever struggle to say it. And I think I call myself the resource for the humans at Conservit, which is a scrap metal manufacturing facility in Hagerstown. And as Leon said, I meet people where they are. That's just because it's convenient, because the Department of Corrections is right next door to us. So it's very easy. A lot of times when I ask people in the interview, what makes you want to work for Conservit, they'll say, well, I've been staring at you out my window for the last X years, and I wanted to work there. I did want to share, I didn't start the initiative at my employer. My boss's dad actually did. He started Conservit 50 years ago. His name was Sid. And then when Jack took over the company, Jack kept that initiative going. But back then, over 20 years ago when they started it, it was really about finding labor, finding people who were going to work in the very dirty, all year round, all weather facility, helping us process scrap metal. And it was, quote, easy labor. When I came on board, and they were pitching to me how they had this arrangement next door, and the employees would just be dropped off, and then they would be picked up. When I looked into it a little more, it wasn't quite that simple. But I was really fortunate to have made a connection with a case manager, Virginia Collins Moser, who I had worked with a little bit with some home detention folks who became our employees. And she said, the person who previously oversaw work release retired, and I'm now overseeing that. Do you want to take us? Yes. I just said yes. If you're in charge of it, yes, because I know you're like me. You work all the time. You make sure things are right. We will make sure this works. Because one of the things about our industry, if you have one of our brochures nearby that you can look through, we are extremely dangerous. We're one of the top dangerous industries in the country. You constantly have to have your wits about you. You constantly have to have your head on a swivel. So we can't just take anybody. So when word got out we were a fair chance employer, I had all kinds of agencies calling and sending me people who did not have a good head on their shoulders. They couldn't keep up with me walking. They couldn't put their PPE on properly. I knew it would be dangerous for them to take a job with us. So we do vet people who come over through any of the initiatives and relationships we've created, but Virginia understands. And Ann has come through and done a tour, and Leon has come through and done a tour. So people understand, just like any other recruiter, they're sending us people who have the skills, the knowledge, and the abilities to not only work with us, but be safe around us. So far in the last 18 months, because that's when I really started going gung-ho with the initiative again, we have 3 people who started in work release, came out and really liked good old Hagerstown up there in Washington County, Maryland. I like it too. I came back. And they decided to stay. And so while I do sound like a nice person, helping them find apartments, which is not easy in our town either, and helping them find transportation, I'm really being selfish. It's a headache to find employees today. I'm sure in your department you wish there was another person you could hire to help carry the caseload. Well, wouldn't it be aggravating for you if every other day the person that you hired walked out the door? Well, now you got to redo the work again, right? That's the life of my recruiting piece of what I do in HR. So it was a godsend to be able to find people who wanted to partner with us and wanted to show up every day and give their best every day. So 3 of them wanted to stay, and they're still there. They've already passed their 1-year anniversary, which came with an increase at their annual point. And those 3 gentlemen happened to be employed with us long enough that they were able to partake in our financial bonus. Our bonuses can be the equivalent of 6 weeks of your pay if you hit all the markers, which are safety, attendance, performance, and organizational impact. It's not hard. Over 80% of our population gets a 6-week bonus at the end of the financial year. The other thing I knew I had to do was because whether people got out or they got out before me, and I met them through Bill Gartner at a gatekeepers meeting, they still had some things to work out. How am I getting to work? Well, so James was actually my first person who said, well, can you change the shift so it doesn't start till 8? Because the bus doesn't run out to you until 7:30, and then I got to walk 3 miles. I said, no, sir, but we're going to get you a bicycle. So I made connections with a variety of people in the community that could help out. To give you an idea of how our workforce is doing, 27% of the Hagerstown workforce is through our Fair Chance initiatives. The longest employee I have through that has been there, just celebrated his 16th year. 2 of the folks who came to us through Fair Chance initiatives are now supervisors in our plant. I also wanted to recommend, if you're an employer or you need to convince an employer, there's a really great book out. I bought it at an HR conference called Untapped Talent. And what's really cool for me is that I actually went through the experience before I read the book. But what was neat was I could go through the book and say, oh my gosh, that's true. Oh my gosh, that's true. It's right. These people are so loyal. These people have great attendance. In fact, my 16-year employee, I think, has over a dozen years of perfect attendance. And just for people who like to know retention, like me, that's why I don't have as many dents in my forehead, our retention rate in just 18 months increased from 43% to 63%. That's people staying on the job. In fact, we've been so successful that I don't like to go to gatekeepers anymore because I don't have entry-level jobs. So I started asking my other friends in the community if they would take a meeting. So we actually were able to meet with CEO Malik Joshi and his top team for the Meritus Hospital System in Washington County, and they are starting to take applications through a Fair Chance Hiring Initiative. And that's all I got to say today.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Now we'll hear from Anthony Muhammad.
Good evening, everybody. Can y'all hear me? All right. My name is Anthony Muhammad. Very humbled, very honored to be here with this distinguished panel at this distinguished conference. I'll begin by sharing a little bit about what brought me here and then what it is that I do. At the age of 15, I was arrested in the city of Baltimore for not one, but 2 homicide charges. I was ultimately convicted and sentenced to life plus 20 years in prison. The judge who sentenced me mistakenly believed that I was unredeemable, unreformable, and that the actions that I had committed were unreconcilable. She said that, quote, I showed little hope of rehabilitation. She said that she did not believe that education, job training, or anything of that nature would ever make me a safe citizen again. And in her most condemning remarks before handing down her sentence, stated her belief that if I was ever given the opportunity to commit these crimes again, it would happen. Hearing the judge speak about me in that manner lit a fire under me, motivated me to prove her wrong for the rest of my life. And thankfully, the judge who sentenced me was all wrong about. A little over a year and a half ago, I was released under the Maryland Juvenile Restoration Act, which gave the opportunity for individuals who were arrested and convicted as juveniles to petition the court for a modification of their sentence. Now, interestingly, the judge who released me said the exact opposite about me than the judge who sentenced me. The judge who released me said that in all of her years on the bench, I was the first violent offender that she had absolutely no reservations about releasing back into the community. Before releasing me, I told the judge there were some things that I wanted to do, and she took me at my word and gave me that opportunity. And what I told the judge I wanted to do is exactly what I'm doing. I'm a youth mentor at an organization called Baltimore Brothers. We teach manhood training to young men all throughout Baltimore City. And my mission, my goal, my objective is to make sure that other 15-year-old young black men in Baltimore City don't make the same bad decisions that I made at 15 years old. My second job of employment is at the ACLU of Maryland. I have the great honor of working with the senior staff attorney there, Mrs. Sonia Kumar, whom I met while I was incarcerated. She came into the prison while we were incarcerated, speaking to the lifers organizations, and now I work for her out in the community, helping other lifers receive representation at their parole hearings. But the work directly related to why I'm here today, of course, is an organization called We, Our, Us. I didn't say I, me, or my. I said we, Our Us. It's not just an organization, it's a collection of organizations right here in the city of Baltimore, whose principal goal, principal objective is to reduce crime and violence in Baltimore City and make our communities safe and decent places to live. We believe firmly that we have been dying long enough in Baltimore City and that it is now time to live. So the We Our Us organization, we do community engagement walks throughout the worst neighborhoods in Baltimore City, engaging some of what people will call the worst people in Baltimore City, right? Convincing them to change their lives, change their behaviors, change their way of thinking, right? So right now we have a table in the back. All of the organizations that we partner with hire returning citizens immediately, right? We skip all of the red tape about whether or not you have ever been convicted of a crime, because we know the connection between crime and violence and employment. Most of the people who lead these lifestyles are not people who want to do it. They are people who feel that they have been forced to do it by circumstance. So we present them with another circumstance that helps them change their mind. If you have a financial motive for doing this, then here is a financial opportunity with a different job that you can make money without throwing rocks at the Maryland Penitentiary or Correctional Facility. So we walk them right into one of our offices, who hire them on the spot if they are serious about changing their lives. And lastly, I'll say this about the work that we do in the We Are Us organization. When Baltimore City Mayor Brandon Scott announced his comprehensive crime plan initiative, he was laughed at. When he announced that he had a goal and objective to achieve a 15% reduction in homicides and non-fatal shootings, not just for 1 year, but over the next 5 years, he was mocked, ridiculed, laughed at. But the We Are Us organization knew exactly what he had in that plan, which were community engagement organizations, working with community engagement organizations, some of the same people who were once part of the problems of crime and violence, working with them now to become part of the solution to crime and violence. You call them credible messengers, violence interrupters, whatever name you want to give to it. But these are the people that are going door to door, block by block, street by street in Baltimore City, engaging the community, convincing them to change their lives. And as a result of that work and the support from the mayor's office in Baltimore City, 2023 saw the single largest reduction in homicides and non-fatal shootings in 30 years in Baltimore City. And that work is continuing to this year in 2024, and a lot of it comes from hiring these people, ex-offenders, returning citizens, taking them off the street, helping them find gainful employment. That is my story. I'm sticking to it.
Thank you so much. I don't know about anybody else, but I have the best panel going here. You all weren't prepared for this, but I'm going to ask a question. We didn't talk about this, and I'm going to give you probably about 2 minutes each. If you had, I'm going to steal this from Ms. Cobb, right? If you had one wish to help in your current role, what would that be to further the cause of preparing or furthering those individuals that you're currently working with in regards to second chance employment and retention? If you had one wish, and it can't be money, which I know most times it is. One wish.
I'd have to say that initiatives similar to the Ban the Box movement and giving greater equitable opportunity to our formerly incarcerated persons when they show up for these job interviews would, in my opinion, that would be my hope and what I think would give the best opportunity for improvement in this whole arena of second chance employment.
Like that. Major Evans.
If I had one wish, I would say that I wish people were more open-minded and that we could get rid of a lot of the stigma, because I think that is what um, stops people from wanting to hire returning citizens. You know, we can't keep saying we want things to change or that we're tired of the crime, but we're not doing what we need to do to help this population. Whether we like it or not, they're coming home to our community, so it's best that we put them in the best situation possible.
Thank you. You got 5 minutes, so 1 minute each person going down.
I think we're all going to have probably the same answer, but I wish I had the same platform to speak truth to power about what could be as those who are out there spinning the ever-forming story about the negativity. I wish I had that platform to make that kind of change.
Ann?
It's okay, y'all can clap.
So mine will be very brief, but I think that we have resource fairs in each institution once a year. And I think those are very valuable because, for example, I had a veteran resource fair just last week, and the vendors that came in were just completely shocked because it was like, I think they came in with one idea, and when they left, they were like, oh, you know, they're just like us. You know, they're people, and they need these resources. They need this and they need that. So I think just more resource fairs, more people like Lara, and maybe more opportunities for shops within the facilities. And I say that because there for a while, well, actually, there for a while, a lot of the incarcerated individuals wanted to be a barber. We didn't have anybody that could teach that skill. We do now, but we need more of that, more of what type of employment they want to seek. If we could have that training in the facility.
Thank you, Jeff.
I think it's clear. I think that one of my biggest wishes is that people to realize that there is never going to be a normal again, and that we are at a place where we have had a paradigm shift in the way things operate. And then I think people need to understand that skill set development and skilled trades, we need moms and dads out there to look at that and view that just as equally as going to Harvard. And the minute we do that, that will absolutely create a balance or more of a balanced distribution of wealth between skilled trades and colleges, and then that'll also drop down the value of college, and then basically we can go back to growing again. But I think that's my biggest wish for everybody to understand that we're at a place where a 4-year degree and you get an electrician degree is probably going to be about the same. Videographers right now get paid $150,000 a year.
Thank you. Lara?
If I had a dream, it's that the Department of Corrections could somehow just help everybody get working on their resume and start funneling up to me so I could tell you who to move next door to me that I could employ.
Thank you. Anthony?
Yes, my wish has actually become a reality. And I'm pretty sure I speak for all of my peers and elders who are here with me. We wish that we had a secretary of the Department of Public Safety and Correctional Services that actually believed in rehabilitation, not just through words and lip service, but through actions and deeds. We have that now in Secretary Scruggs. So that would be my wish, because the preparation begins inside and comes outside. And to have an administration from top down that not just believes it, but puts programs and people in place to make it a reality. And that's the wish, and that's what we have right now.
I think Jeff wanted to piggyback on that.
Well, just to close to that, the reality of it is that Secretary Scruggs was largely responsible for us having our virtual reality solution come inside. We're the first ever of any virtual reality solution to come on this side of reentry. And the first people to do that was DS. It was here in the state of Maryland. It was MCIW Women's Prison, the first federal penitentiary to have this solution. So to your point, brother, it has happened already in the state.
Nice, nice. I want to say to each of you, thank you for your commitment to making a difference in the lives of our individuals that are behind the walls and those that have been released and are currently working with you. I think together we can break down barriers and create a more inclusive and equitable workforce. And I just want to say thank you so much for allowing me to facilitate this amazing panel.
Okay, yes, please keep clapping for our Second Chance Employment panel. Thank you, Donna, and all of our panelists. Okay. All right, so last but not least, we have the final panel for today. So if I could have our panelists come up and let's do a check-in. How are we all feeling right now? Come on, come on. Good? Let me see a show of hands. How many of you believe today was worthwhile for you? Raise your hand. Okay, there we go. All right. So I didn't ask the right question. That's good. Thank you so much. And as our panelists approach the stage, again, for those that weren't here earlier today, we announced our official partnership between DPSCS and the Maryland Information Network, Maryland 211. And so if all of you who haven't done it already, if you could take out your cell phones and text the word reentry, REEENTRY, to 898-211. This is how you'll start to receive updates regarding reentry resources, not only with DPSCS, but with all organizations once it's submitted and verified, and we'll be able to send that information out to anyone subscribed throughout the state. All right, so now, and I actually left my program. If somebody could run that up to me real quick, please. All right, so our moderator for today is Warden Robert Dean of Jessup Correctional Institute. And I've had the pleasure of being able to work with this gentleman now for several years on different fronts. So Warden Dean, thank you for moderating our youth prevention panel for today. And our panelists include, do we need an extra chair? Okay, we're getting some chairs. Young E-Class, he is with our DPSCS Lived Experience Committee, and his son Egypt. So everyone, if we could clap it up for them. Show the young baby some love. Dr. Carmen Johnson with Helping Ourselves to Transform, Executive Director, and joining her is Nasir Mathis Chambers. All right. Then we have Terrence Davis with No Entry Solutions and Mr. Aaron Fortune. We just need to get some more chairs here. We came in deep with this panel for a reason. And last but not least, Jeanette Graham with No Struggle, No Success, Executive Director. And accompanying her are Michaela Johnson and Jaquan Jenkins. Please clap it up for them. All right, and we're getting these chairs, so please bear with us for one moment. Does anybody have any good knock-knock jokes? Anybody? Anyone? Anyone like to sing in the meantime? Okay. You do? Oh, Tim, hey. All right. Warden, you're up.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for sticking around. Been a long day, but worthwhile. So I want to first say she's gone. I don't see her in the room, but as everybody mentioned, thanks to our illustrious secretary for having this vision of reentry for our department. So we just want to give her a round of applause in her absence. Secondly, I'd like to thank Ms. Twyman for her relentless dedication to reentry. Ms. Twyman was introduced to me by a good friend of mine, and he spoke very highly of her. And anybody that he tells me about, if they're a friend of his, they're a friend of mine. And she's been a great friend and partner. And no matter the time of day, she's always ready to go when it comes to reentry. So thank you for what you do. Lastly, I want to thank, give her a round of applause, for sure. Lastly, I want to thank all of you for your contributions, those individuals who are just as impacted, having the courage to share your story, having the courage to share your experience with others to make things better. So thank you for that. Give yourselves a round of applause. All right, so with that being said, I'm Warden Robert Dean. I'm the warden of the Jessup Correctional Institution, commonly known as JCI. JCI is the largest maximum security facility in the state of Maryland and also the largest intake facility for the state of Maryland. What that means is we get about 2/3 of all new intakes, newly sentenced offenders in the Division of Corrections. So consequently, because of that, a majority of the individuals that come into our system between 18 and 26 years old comes to my facility. So as Chief Jackson said, and he's gone as well because he's a great partner along with Officer Horn, they're great partners of ours at JCI. It takes family, faith, and education to get through. And at JCI, we place a strong emphasis on education. So an individual at my facility can come in with no education, get a high school diploma, and leave with a college degree. That's amazing. That's amazing. So JCI is the only facility in the state of Maryland that has 3 college programs. We're the only facility in the state of Maryland that has an HBCU behind the walls. Shout out to Bowie State. I know we're at Morgan, but shout out to Bowie State. We have University of Baltimore and Georgetown as well as partners in our education process. So gaining education, regardless of the lane that you gain education, secondary, cognitive programs, peer recovery, it has a direct impact on our friends and family in the community, and especially with the youth that we strive to keep from behind the walls, because we all know when you know better, you do better. So knowledge is power. So having that knowledge, where you get it from, like I said, college, a cognitive program, a vocational program, peer mentorship, it's important. So we like to thank our partners for that. Annapolis Police Department, Officer Horn, Chief Jackson, Prison Fellowship, No Struggle, No Success, Prepare, University of Baltimore. We have a range of partners. But most importantly, we mentioned peer recovery today. JCI has the largest cohort of certified peer recovery specialists in the state. We currently, we graduated, or certified rather, 34. 32 currently remain at the facility and are housed at JCI. And through their lived experience, they're actually transforming and saving lives each and every day. So that's very, very impactful to have those individuals in our facility. So I would be remiss, it's not all me, it's my team, but I have my assistant warden here today, Mr. Damian Stewart. Please stand, Stu. Assistant Warden Stewart oversees the programs and services at JCI. And when I tell you this guy has a passion for reentry, has a passion to get men back in the community and be successful, it's some of the most unmatched work that I've ever seen. And his engine needs no fuel, I tell you that, no fuel. He's always ready to go. So with that being said, I'm going to turn it over to the panel for them to introduce themselves along with their guests. So panel members, please, when you introduce yourself and you share your guests, our panel is youth diversion, youth prevention coming into our systems. So just share what you think is needed on top of what you do already. What is needed for us as a community, as a whole, to prevent our youth from coming into the criminal justice system. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Jeanette Graham, No Struggle, No Success.
Good afternoon again, everyone. Today's conference has been more fulfilling than I ever thought. I'm thankful to be joined here by my entire team. My operations director started back in September, and we took a pivot for youth prevention and intervention services. And SNS serves individuals ages 11 to 65. The organization was originally founded because my son was 15 and charged as an adult in Frederick County, Maryland. And I did not understand how you could put a child in prison, especially when an active parent had to choose between work and also taking care of the siblings. The moment that I decided to share with my employer about my life experiences, I was no longer competent to do my job. At that point in time, I made a sound decision to get my son out of prison. And during that time, I found other individuals, other youth and young adults that was in that same situation, and parents. And so for that, today's panel, I wanted to make sure that you see 3 individuals who could speak to the importance of being a youth, a young adult, and also an adult that was behind the wall. Michaela Johnson is one of our youth workers who will be soon promoted as a junior counselor with No Struggle, No Success. Jaquan is my middle son, who he will share his own story impact of seeing his mother go through depression, thoughts of suicide, as I planned No Struggle, No Success business out to make sure that if I was going to do a roadmap for reentry, that included youth and young adults. He now serves as a youth board member and also manages the Youth Advisory Committee for No Struggle, No Success. Also accompanied is Jason Murdoch. He is our peer advocate. He actually is a juvenile JRA recipient who's been out for a year and a half now, and he actually now serves and supports our DJS, our BC Baltimore City Public Schools, Department of Juvenile Justice, and soon DCPS, so those individuals and youth who was waived up as adults, that they have the opportunity to reduce criminal activity behind a wall when they are in the adult prison system. We understand at NSNS that we need to build a bridge between the community and those children. It's about what has happened to them and what we can do as parents and community leaders. So I thought it'd be best to make sure that they speak from their heart in a safe place to understand that they too have their own pressures and their own choices that they need to make, and that we need to also give them a seat at the table. Michaela?
Good afternoon, everybody. As Ms. Curran mentioned,
That's the NSNS team on this side.
I am Michaela Johnson, and I am the soon-to-be junior youth counselor at No Struggle, No Success. Reentry and just criminal justice as a whole has been very important to me because when I was 9 years old, my stepfather was incarcerated in 2015 and is still currently serving a sentence at RCI. But I think that sometimes we don't understand how things affect us, especially when our families go into the prison system. And my stepfather being one of the most active parents in my life, it really took a toll because it was just like, well, what do I do now? You know, that's the person who I tell all my secrets to, the person that I run to first before I even run to my own mother. So I think that further down the line, I really didn't understand what my purpose was and what reentry really meant to me until I joined the NSNS team. My brother was a person who didn't really hang around the right crowd all the time and had several encounters where he could have ended up in jail or dead, as he, at the age of 15, he watched one of his best friends get shot in front of him. So in that state, like, I see a lot of people in my family have went to prison and, you know, they came out and they just wasn't the same. But I think that this time around, it really had me to realize that what can you do to make sure that other people don't end up like them? So last July, I joined the NSNS team through the Youth Works program. And then shortly after that, I did my internship at NSNS. And then now in a year time span, I'm now moving into my position as a junior youth counselor. My work at NSNS is very important to me as I try my best every day to bridge the gap to make sure that our youth in our program don't end up in the prison system, or some of them who have. It's about teaching them to make the right choices and to say that you are not your mistake. You are better than your mistake. It's a mistake, but it's now, what are you going to do to move forward so that you don't have that stigma of, oh, you weren't in DJS, or, you know, you're just going to end up in prison like your parents. And it's like, it's teaching them that NSNS is a tool for you. We are giving you the tools. We are gearing you up so that way you can help other youth. And NSNS Youth Empowerment Program, it has grown tremendously, like, throughout the youth in our community, going through Baltimore City and Baltimore County Public School System. We have truly helped several youth in our community. And I'm happy to say that a lot of them are doing so great with them going to college, graduating from living classrooms, it's wonderful to see that the stigma that's put on youth today, because you hear a lot of people say, well, y'all generation today y'all don't go outside no more. Y'all don't play outside anymore. Or y'all don't do positive things anymore. It's because we tend to stay in the house because social media has become an outlet because it's not safe to play outside anymore. Because a lot of black boys, they have that stigmatism of, like my brothers and my cousins, them walking to the store, police officer ask them, what are y'all doing? They can't just walk to the store and get snacked. So that's what we deal with. And it's like, how do we bridge that gap to where they can see that they're actually doing positive things in the community and not the stigma that y'all put on them? So I stand here today as an example that regardless of what's going on in your community, you know, being a product of people going to prison in your family, always saying people to do negative things, that you can actually make a positive impact. It's about where you start, and it's not about how you finish, it's about how you start. And I think that having a positive impact like NSNS in my life, and the NSNS team has become a very influential role model in my life to teach me how to become independent and how to keep moving in a positive direction.
Thank you.
Because she's being so modest, she just graduated. She's class of 2024. And will you be going in the fall?
In the fall, I will be pursuing my dream of going to cosmetology school and receiving my cosmetology license.
Jaquan.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello, my name is Jaquan Jenkins. I am the youth board member at No Struggle No Success. And as my mother stated earlier, a little nervous, but just my story in general. Just seeing my mom at a young age, seeing her go through the prison system with my brother and being arrested, and just seeing how much it took on her. It took a lot on me. I don't think she knew how much it took on me, how much stress it took on me, I should say. Just seeing each day she would come home, lock herself in the door, and I'm going to school and I'm doing football, doing all the things. I'm thinking doing everything right, and she's depressed, not seeing her other son. And I realized from being the middle child of 5 that I went from being the youngest to being the oldest, being the role model, being the backbone. Because my older brothers are older, and then now my other brother's incarcerated. So I felt like I had to step up. I had to show that, hey, everyone can do. If I put my mind to this, my mom can be proud of me too. Or hey, if she everything she taught me, I can keep doing. So for me, I feel like just seeing her now is giving me a lot of motivation, a lot of encouragement. I currently attend Morgan State University, the best HBCU in the world. So just being able to have that opportunity and be able to not go down that path and actually show that these kids in this community that I hate hearing it say I want to make it out. I hear that a lot in the city. Oh, I want to make it out of Baltimore. I'm working out of Baltimore. For me, I want to promote Baltimore. I want to show that, hey, this is what we're here to be. You know what I mean? Like I want to fight for Baltimore, you know? So that's all I really have to say to share. I mean,
It's I never know what children want to say out their mouth until they're out in the public, right? But I would like to say that he's right. I have 5 boys and 1 daughter, and it was really hard to balance that out. And he screamed to me one day and said, "If I do something bad, I'll have your attention." And I had to look to see what the good he actually was doing. So I'm very proud of Jaquan, and also stepping in to not only see the vision that I wanted for myself and also the community, that he took a part of that, and so Michaela.
and I also wanted to add what I noticed in my own life experience, and now just going to schools like high schools, I realized a lot of the youth didn't have a voice. And I realized that's the main thing that what Michaela was saying earlier. Oh, your generation knows this, you know all this, all that. But at the end of the day, I feel like when the youth have a voice, I want to be that person to help promote that voice, to say, hey, this is what I want to do in life, no matter what obstacles in front of me. And I feel like No Struggle, No Success is doing that amazingly, and continue doing it.
Thank you.
Jason, briefly, can you tell them your story and why you chose to work with the Youth Empowerment Program?
Yes, my name is Jason Murdoch. I'm a peer advocate at No Struggle, No Success. I did 25 years in prison. I went in as a juvenile, and I came home last year. I was part of the program, No Struggle, No Success. They helped me get reacquainted with society, taught me a lot of things that I didn't know, because you know when you're on the inside, you think you know everything about what's going on outside, but when you get out here and see that the world done moved on without you and it's different, you don't know nothing. Like, I didn't know how to cross the street, and that's real. That's not a joke. Like, the cars was going so fast out there, I didn't know how to cross the street. But I became part of the program. You know, they helped me out. They guided me, got me my identification, showed me how to fill out job applications, told me how to be social with people, showed me how to be a professional, got me certifications, taught me how to work with children. I work with the youth now, you know, the ones that's problem childs, the ones that's not, the ones that's troubled, the ones that's not, the ones that's good, the ones that's in between, the ones that's indecisive. So I do a lot of different things for them, and they done a lot of things for me. When I came home, I was like, I wanted to do the right things. I didn't want to go back and forth. I missed a lot of time. I wanted to be with my family. I wanted to, you know, do things a different kind of way. And I think the most important thing was trying to relate to youth and get them to understand that education is the most important thing. Like, you may think that you want to do and live a certain lifestyle your whole life, but education is going to always be something that you can rely on, because you don't want to be the person that came out and missed 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, or however many time it is, and don't know nothing and be behind. That's why sometimes when you see kids in school and they don't want to participate, it's because they feeling insecure about not knowing certain things, but they don't know how to voice that. So education is very important. That's the thing that I stress to my youth, the importance of education. And I think that's the message that we need to give to our youth. You know, not just get an education because your mother said so, or your brother did this, your brother did that, but the importance of the education.
Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is T. Davis. I'm the founder of the National No Entry Network, Prince George's County, Maryland. And I'll say that again, the National No Entry Network. I'm very intentional about that, because if you've been here all day, and I said this last year, you see how long the road to redemption can be. And reentry programs, while well-intentioned, they're meant to be reactionary. That means that something has already happened. So after being a returning citizen myself, and working in the criminal justice system for 10 years in DC jail, the juvenile system before that, I saw our young men turn into old men and then continue to get recycled, and realizing that we had them as captive audiences earlier on. And for me, that means that we just didn't invest enough. So in 2016, we started creating curriculum based on some of those young men that were coming into the system, to communicate to them in a way that allowed them to check their thinking, to think about their thinking, and address the thinking that led to gun violence, substance use, and criminal behaviors. And we started having some successes within the system. But on the outside, it was still the same thing. The criminal justice system is a bathtub, if you will, and reentry programs were cups. And we weren't focused on turning off the faucet, which was to stop our young people from going through the harm in the first place. So then we started looking at different things to see how can we address some of those behaviors that are unique to the Black and brown men that are coming into the system, and see if we could have some different outcomes. And even then, because reentry was so popular, there was so much pushback that around 2020, I really had gotten frustrated that this wasn't going to work and nobody really believed in it. And I was ready to walk away from DC jail at that time. Now, I met a young man shortly after that, and I'll rewind the tape a little bit. In 2013, in my own neighborhood, on Channel 5 and Channel 4, there were stories about a crime that happened, a more serious crime involving a firearm where a juvenile was incarcerated. And he served 6 years. And he came back into our community as an adult. But he wasn't given a mentorship program. He didn't have urines. They just put him back into our community. So 2 years later, of course, what do you think happened? He was right back on the news for another more serious crime. And I believe that things happen for a reason, because I met this young man at a really pivotal point of me feeling like that I was always outnumbered when I was trying to help solve this problem with our young people. And when I heard his story, I was amazed that he had even made it that far, because he actually had been on his own since he was 8 years old. And I did something that, I guess I retired from DC jail, but they probably would have fired me because I testified for this young man, because I believed in him that much. Because I needed the judge to hear that he never had a chance. So if you put our young people in the system as children, and then you put them back in our community as adults, what do you expect them to do? And there are great programs in prison, but the reality is that it cannot simulate the community. It just doesn't happen that way. There's still going to be those blind spots when they come back into the community. And so I advocated for this young man, and the judge gave him the Youth Act, and she gave us an opportunity to see if giving the right leadership, could he change? And so fast forward to February this year, that young man had all his charges expunged. He graduated. Thank you. He graduated from not only our mentorship program, but he also received his universal certification in HVAC. He's a father. He's a good neighbor. And guess what? You're not going to see that on the news. Not going to see an article about that. Right? And so when we started, there were just a small group of concerned people who believed the message that we have to invest in our young people the same way that Instagram does, the same way that the social media does, the same way that the music industry does, or we lose our right to complain. We can invest now to save later. And I found a phenomenal group of people in our community that believed in just that. It wasn't these large amounts of money. It was more about the community that allowed this young man to become a good neighbor. And that's what the No Entry Network is. Not just our programs, it's a movement. Because the first reentry program started way back in 2003. We can't continue to put new wine in old sack. I think we've gotten to the point now where we have to push for legislation to have programs that stop our young people from going into prison, because we do have the outcome to show that it works. Since January, we've had 16 young people come to the No Entry program. We've had 11 graduate with their universal HVAC. We've had 3 that graduated with CDL. We've only had 2 that entered the system, and only 1 that's in the system now. And that's just the data, that's just the way that it works. Imagine if we were able to scale that out. We would fill this room with young people that had an opportunity to be good neighbors. And so that's what the No Entry Network is about. I'm privileged to have Aaron Fortune here. He's become part of my family. I got the chance to watch him be a father, and talk about how we sat in court that day, and that prosecutor talked so bad about this young man and said, Your Honor, he give him a program in prison because he is not going to make it. And here we sit at Morgan State.
All right, we're going to go to Dr. Johnson. Go to Dr. Johnson.
Hello, everyone. I am certainly glad to be here today. I am also glad to be in the presence of DPSCS in this amazing event. And I also would like to give shouts out to Secretary Scruggs and how dedicated she is to this cause, number one, and personally, the fact of how dedicated to the fact that she read my book and she enjoyed my book and the care and professionalism that she shows to me and my nonprofit. I am very thankful for that. Today we're here talking about the youth, helping ourselves to transform. We offer an array of services that deals with socially impacted people. And in the last year and a half or so, I've been thinking about, the youth. And I've been thinking about the fact that before my sabbatical, I'm an impacted woman. Before my sabbatical, I worked with the youth. I had over 900 and something babies. And I thought, like in the last year, maybe this is something that I need to get back into is the youth, because the youth are our future. And so what has happened is college students have started contacting me. And I don't know when it started, but they started contacting me. And once they started working with Helping Ourselves to Transform, they started changing their majors to restorative justice type of classes, and also law classes, and also political science classes and things of that nature. And so now we have, like 9 interns that work with us. And what I envision an army of young people that are attorneys and young people that are politicians that will be able to make decisions in our community for our community. And one of the things that we are doing as adults, we're not listening to the young people. We're not listening to what they have to say. And I know the 9 youth that work with me, young people, that work with me are very protective of me. They're very overprotective. They understand me. They understand the cause. They are very intelligent. They're very smart. And I just absolutely love them. And I am so proud of them. I am so proud of the direction that Helping Ourselves to Transform is moving into. I envision this big, huge office. And in this office, I'm passing out files to about 30 or 40 students, law students, students that are taking up, like I said, to become a politician, passing out files for them to look at people that are behind the wall or stopping people from going behind the wall. And I just want you all to understand that we really need to start listening to our young people. We need to start listening to our youth. And we need to not forget where we come from. It's horrifying to know that we can now see 10 and 12-year-olds be arrested. That makes no sense to me. And we have to question ourselves, how are we allowing this to happen? And also, when you are a single parent, or if you have a mother and a father that's at home, or whatever the situation is, if you need help, you need to ask for help. There are a lot of great organizations that are out here that are willing to give resources and find you help that you need with your children, with the young people, because they are our future. And sitting beside me today, I want to introduce Mr. Nas Chambers Mathis, and I'll let him take over. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Nasir Mathis Chambers, and I am currently a sophomore at St. Mary's College of Maryland with the study of public policy. And also, I've been an intern with Helping Ourselves to Transform under the leadership of Dr. Carmen Johnson for about a year. Coming up here, I didn't really know what I wanted to say. Like, it's in my mind. But, everyone down the line has given their story or testimony. And I have a story of my own. When I was 1, my mom had, she had me and my sister, and my father had been convicted of drug dealing, stuff like that. So since then up until I was 6 years old. I didn't have a father in the house, but luckily I have people like my uncles and my grandma, and of course my mother, to help build me up so I won't go into the streets and stuff like that, and follow behind of like my father's past. And my father, he had came out of prison when I was like not 6 years old, I was like in 6th grade and stuff like that. And me and his relationship has been on and off. But I really thank God that I was placed in this world with the people that are around me today and the people that were around me previously. So I won't go down that path. My mom, like I said, she was a single mother. We lived in Southeast Washington, D.C., and she had so much perseverance and so much strength and so much faith in her that she instilled that in her children, to the point where we did go to school in our neighborhood school, but she put us in schools uptown in Washington, D.C., where she knew it will be safer and where she knew that we would get a real education and that we will be put in places where kids don't look just like us. I was fortunate enough to go to school where I was sitting next to Hispanic kids and white kids and Indian kids and being around a different, diverse group of people so I can learn from different groups of people. And now that I am in college, in St. Mary's College of Maryland, it's not many kids that look like me in that school, but that really does not stop me from doing what I want to do. And thanks to the help of Carmen Johnson, in helping ourselves to transform, since I've been with her since like October of last year, she has really been a real guidance for me. You know, my grandmother had passed away and my granddad, and those were two very important people in my life. I would say my grandmother, she taught me the importance of faith in him above and myself. And my granddad, he taught me the importance of financial literacy in business. And it, you know, it was great that things aligned up the way that it did. That even though my grandparents had passed away, that was just God ushering someone like her into my life so I can grow up and, you know, how do I say this? You know, grow up and, I don't want to say do what I want to do, but grow up and impact others' lives, such as kids my age. You know, in Washington, D.C., even today, crime has gotten very bad for people that are young as me. You know, there are carjackings, kids are getting arrested for having handguns, kids are getting arrested for just even being in places where they're not supposed to be in, being around the wrong crowd. So because of Carmen Johnson, I'm able to, you know, go and meet important people in the political world, since that's the world I want to go into, and learn how to, learn the foundations of making a change. I honestly feel like financial literacy is one of those things that is a great way to teach kids like me how to handle your money, how to do taxes. I was in high school learning how to do taxes. And I'm like, why am I learning how to do taxes? But those things are very important because when I get to the world, you know, I feel like I'm rambling, but when I get into the world, those are things that will fall upon me. And I can't just look at my mom for help like that. I have to look at myself. So, yeah.
Well, real quick, I just want to say that my 9 babies that I have, we just got the phone call on yesterday, so we'll be starting on working on some draft legislation on the federal side. And so I'm really excited about that. So I sit on the advisory board for Congressman Glenn Ivey, and so I'll be helping him along with my 9 babies. We'll be writing some draft legislation on the federal side. Thank you.
We'll have young E-Class and his son Egypt.
How y'all doing? Yeah, this is my son Egypt. He's 5 years old. I'm young E-Class, artist from Washington D.C. and actor, model, everything that's inside of the entertainment world. But most importantly, I'm a protector of the youth. I'm a hope agent. I'm into building hope inside the young guys and young girls because I believe that's the most important piece of the puzzle that's missing. Like when people speak of the disconnect with the youth, I just believe it's the hope factor because once you get a kid to start thinking about tomorrow, start thinking about next week, when he think about next year, you got him. You don't got to worry about him no more. Because of myself, I've been dealing with the justice system since I was 11 years old. I caught my first charge at 11, armed robbery, was 6 months house arrest and on juvenile probation. Then at 15, I was arrested for 2 homicides. I was acquitted of 1, and then I was sentenced to 40 years for another, and I was sent to Jessup as a 16-year-old, and man, I was sent to JCI actually, and I credit the older guys that was there that had a hand in instilling raising me, and as well as some of the correctional officers, and I'm still in contact with a few of those. But during my time there, on my 10th year, the older guys that helped me out told me it was my turn to help the youngers out. So that's what I did. I created a few programs, a tutoring group, also just a manhood group. I partnered up with like Youth Challenge, and also I was able to help guys get out of gangs without retaliation from the gang. And somehow that got back to my judge. She called me to court, cut my time in half, and I went from accepting my sentence to like, I'm about to go home, man. So that so that actually changed everything. But at the reason why I am who I am is because I prepared myself to be myself, even though I accepted being in prison, because I knew the impact that I would have had on the young guys' lives. They going back out there with my mother. They going back out there with my family. So I got to make sure they sharp. I got to make sure they straight. And I got to break down some of those myths that we was taught in the street. And throughout that time, I had to sit and look at my life and say things like, how did I end up in prison when I got a lot of friends that made it to the NBA and the NFL and things of that nature? So I had to look within myself and see things that was missing from my toolbox. And that's the examples that I use. Right. Good. Okay. So I noticed that a lot of us, when we're young, all of us have a toolbox. Some of us knew how to use a hammer for more than just banging nails, and some of us didn't. And just because some of us didn't don't mean we shouldn't be well equipped with a toolbox. And that's toolbox is about pouring and loving and just letting the young people know I'm here for you. And one thing, that job is so important because that one phone call you miss could cause a young dude to be like, man, I don't care, he don't care, so I'm gone. So you gotta really sacrifice your time to pick up that phone when you tell a young guy or a young woman that I love you and I'm here for you. Because that's the one thing that break down the barriers of them ski masks that you see the youngest wearing. That love, or they'll take it off. And I witnessed it with all the young guys that I mentor. And also letting them be them and letting them understand and find out things on their own without having to say, well, in my time we did this and y'all really don't have no problems, and telling them the streets are dead. Because as soon as you tell a young person the streets is dead, they will never listen to you again, because you can't tell them something dead that they're living in every day of their entire life. So just because we made it out of it don't mean that they're going to view it the same way that we view it. So I just utilize my platform as being an artist and my background and the things that I did while I was young as an influence to be able to engage with as many young people as possible, because I know at the end of the day, all of them are savable, because I was. And my judge, she really told me, she said, I can't do nothing about your past, but only you could do something about your future. And I never knew what she meant by that until she called me back to court and split my time in half. So I'm here as the living example of a young person that can make the stride and change and become a great member of society, become a great influence to society, and also let you know to never give up on nobody, because no matter when it look like it's over, it's really never over. We know that God is the ultimate button pusher, so we should never judge and try to push buttons on anyone, because at the end of the day, man, we can shine. All us can shine and all us can soar like eagles.
I think it's fair to say that based off of everything everybody on this panel said today, you can boil it down to caring keeps young people out of trouble. I can tell you the reason why I'm on the other side. I would never went to prison because somebody cared. And it doesn't have to be a parent. It doesn't have to be. My sports coaches cared. My sports coaches were my father. Father wasn't there. So I didn't want to disappoint them. When young people know that you care, they don't want to disappoint. And when they don't disappoint, that keeps them out of prison. So I know we are close on time, but real quick, if I could get just two people on the panel to answer this question. What would you tell young people to keep them out of prison, knowing what you know about prison? And hold on. I want you to share, E, because when we were on that call, you said something, and I've shared it many times because I've never been in prison. I didn't look at that way. But share about the visiting room, what you said about the visiting room.
Oh, is the myths. And I would tell a younger me or a younger person now that a lot of times we believe in, I know a lot of y'all heard of like, they use the term money over bees and bros over, aces and things of that nature. And even in prison, guys still stand on that. Until one time I just walked in the vision room and I stood there and looked. It was all women in there, mothers, sisters, grandmothers, friends, lovers, and things of that nature. And I went back to the TID and I was like, y'all sitting here still believing this one myth that we see every day is not true. Not saying that there's not genuine friends amongst the men, but the vast majority of them is not. And when you and I was testified on in my case, and a lot of men in there was testified on their case, meaning they was told on by a friend. And I'm like, y'all still believing that women are not here for y'all. And then we was watching a speech, and Michelle Obama came up, and I heard a guy say, damn, that be bad. And I was like, how could you call her that? And in that moment, that's why I never used that word. And I was always praised as being a rapper that doesn't use the word. And it's just because I seen what I seen, and I could never unsee it. Stepping in the vision room, and it was full of all women. And to go back to the TID, and guys still believe in a bro code.
Anybody else?
I guess I would, because I've been to prison. So I would tell them, it's real simple. Go in your house, take all that fancy stuff that you got out your kitchen, put some noodles in there, peanut butter, some cereal. Go to your living room, take all that stuff out. You know what I mean? No pictures on the wall, put some calendars up there. And go to your room and take all that stuff out and just have your bed in there. And then walk from your room to your kitchen, to your living room, to your room. Do that for one day, for a few hours. And then imagine doing that for 20 or 30 years, because that's what you're going to be doing in prison. Like, you don't have to be scared to go to prison. It's not like how you see it on TV, or like people tell you, oh, if you drop the soap or this, that. It's not like that. It's all up here. It's tough up there. I'm telling you. Like, you do the same thing every single day, all day, and they get old quick.
All right, so we're at our time. I want to thank all of the panel members for sharing. Thank you for what you do in the community, and thank you for sharing your experience.
Yeah, let's continue to clap it up for the last panel of the day, Youth Prevention. Thank you so much, Board and Dean, and all of our panelists. Thank you so much. All right. All right, so closing remarks. Thank you all for just hanging in there with us. I know some of you had an extremely long day, and again, was it worth it? Was it worth it? So I won't spend too much time, giving a lengthy speech, except to just say thank you once again for being here. Please go out and tell the community, your friends, your family about what you saw today, what you heard today. And if you have any questions, any suggestions, if you have a program that you currently have or that you're developing, our team is here to hear your thoughts at DPSCS. And I think most of you have my contact information. On the flyer is my cell number, and so you can also reach out to me, and I'll ensure that whatever questions, suggestions, thoughts that you have, it gets to the right person at DPSCS. I want to once again thank the sponsors, My Covenant Place and Morgan State University EDAC program for supporting this work. And with that being said, we look forward to seeing y'all next year. Have safe travels home. Thank you.
Daydream, I fell asleep amid the flowers.